focusing on case study and followed by a session on brainstorming. Once the learning outcomes are decided, then the next step in instructional planning is to select the appropriate strategy. You are familiar with, as teachers, you are familiar with many of the methods to talk about the lecture method, the group discussion, the seminars, the tutorials, the demonstration, etc. You are also familiar with case study and brainstorming, but many of the teachers from engineering and technology, they do not utilize these methods, thinking that this primarily is the prerogative of the people who are actually dealing with business administration or the management. But it is not true. These two methods can be very conveniently and efficiently used in engineering and technology, and there are a number of instances where cases are available in science, engineering, technology on the Science Direct, and you can always utilize that. So in this particular session, we'll be dealing with how to go about planning and utilizing case studies in engineering and technology, and then the brainstorming session. So you will know the characteristics of the method, the advantages and disadvantages, and how to utilize this method to your advantage. And it is a pleasure for me to introduce to you to an eminent academician, a teacher, a trainer, a practicing counselor, and above all, a very good human being, Dr. Mrs. Vidhu Mohan. She is superannuated from the Department of Psychology, Punjab University, and she has been in the university almost for the 4 decades, and she has contributed immensely to the field of psychology by training students, by enabling the students to do their thesis work, the dissertation work, and she has guided almost 60 students in their doctoral work in the area of psychology. And she has not been only confined to the Department of Psychology, but has rendered her services in management, in education, in other departments of the university too. She has been, since her involvement in teaching, learning, and evaluation, has been helping the students, helping the faculty, helping the other people in finding solution to the problems, taking their own decisions, and thus improving the quality of life. She has been represented on large number of selection committees, on the University Board of Studies, Board of Governors, and so on. She has been also a member of UPSC and the selection committees for the faculty at various levels. As a trainer, she is very intensively involved in educational institutions, industry, military services, police services, administrative services, and not only at the national level, but also at the international level. So ma'am is a regular expert for many of the organizations, including National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, where I know her involvement started early 70s, and she has been continuously coming to the institute to interact with the technical teachers, to the people who have been coming from other countries also, and extending her services. She has a very unique style of interaction with the participants or the audience members, and you will see when you will interact with her for the 2 sessions on the instructional methods. I would rather say that it is not where you can see a teacher with such a passion. She is so passionate about teaching that she doesn't leave any opportunity which she is given to interact with the participants. And it's always a delight to interact with ma'am and to listen to her. And whatever we have gained over the years, she has lot to contribute to that, and we have learned many things from madam. And I'm very thankful to her that when I extended the invitation, which was at a very short notice because of other engagements, I could not extend the invitation. Only on Monday I requested ma'am to be with us, and she readily accepted our invitation, which has always been a pleasure for us to invite. Now, I'm extremely thankful, so I don't waste any more time, and I now hand over the session to Dr. Mrs. Vidumohan and welcome her to a 5 days program on instructional planning, where at this juncture we have only dealt with what overall instructional planning, what are the procedural steps, and then we had gone into the nitty gritty of the task analysis. How do you break down the topic and sequence that, and how do you write learning outcomes for any given topic? So the third step is where we are focusing on these two methods, the case study and the brainstorming. So thank you very much for joining us, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tulsi, for saying such wonderful words about me. I don't know how much I deserve, but it is her sweetness and goodness that she says such
It's
nice
true.
things
It's
about
always true.
like she has said, these two methods are uh, novel, different, but yes, they are quite useful. And whether you're doing engineering, management, whatever subject you are teaching, you can use this. And as she said, I started counseling over here in Punjab University. Case study is very dear to me because without case study, you can't do counseling. So these two things, you find that they're different from the routine. Like she said, routine is lecture method, and apart from that, if you want to innovate or you are a little creative or you are a little different from the routine, then you may use seminar methods or you may use any quiz methods. These are innovative methods. These are not the routine type of things. But these things are absolutely different from the routine. It is not that every teacher will be using it, or every teacher will be aware of the fact that these can be used. So let us see what is case study and how far is it useful. Before taking it up, before this, I'll also say that if you have done something about research methodology, have you done something about research methodology and various designs of experiments and things like that? So you must have seen that when you are doing research, your emphasis is more on quantitative research. Quantitative, tangible, and verifiable. These are the concepts that you do. But over a period of time, from quantitative, we have moved to qualitative research also. And I think you're from management. Okay, so the management people are using it now, case study method quite a bit. And counseling, of course, cannot live without case study method. But in other situations also, like medical profession, they are using case study method copiously. But the reason is because no two patients are alike. I mean, you may be going for, say, dental surgery, but no two dental surgeries are identical because the formation of your teeth are not identical. Or you may be going for, say, gallbladder operation. Two gallbladders are not identical, and the amount of stones that you have in it, they are not identical. So they become individual cases. Like you must be reading in the newspaper that PGI performed surgery on heart, or in children they perform. Now these are individualized case studies. They are not quantitative. You can't say they did 100 cases of cardiac surgery and these are the findings. No, it was one case we did it and that was projected on YouTube and things like that. So case study is being used more often. Then, like Dr. Tulsi said, I have also been connected with police training since 1977, and now in police training, case study method is a unique method which can be used over there because no two crimes are identical. We quote of Nirbhay crime, but Nirbhay crime was very unique in its own way. It's a case study by itself. There are other crimes recently in Gurgaon that a lady was raped because she was threatened that your daughter will be killed, and ultimately she was killed, 8 months old daughter. So these are very individualized cases. And you can't sort of give generalizations to women that, "See, if you want to protect yourself, this is what you can do." You can't, because when you're in that sort of situation, the fright, the fear, the anxiety is so much, you may fall a prey. You may not even resist. Or some women who are brave enough, they just pick up anything and knock down the head of the individual, and that is homicide, but not culpable murder. So they are case studies. So case studies are used in different situations. So let us see what is case study. Make it as scientific as we can, because you will not be able to say that these variables are controlled and this is what we are doing and this is the outcome. No, that will not be there. There will be individual things that we are doing. So let us see what case study method is. A common technique used in social science research and management also, I would say, is a social sciences. And after teaching so many engineers after my retirement, I think the number must have gone to 6 7,000 engineers. I think in engineering also there are case study methods. Say you are a civil engineer and road construction is there. The soil, the material, what you're using, they become cases. And you see in newspaper, such and such wall collapsed or such and such bridge collapsed. Now they become case studies. Why did they collapse? What happened that they collapsed? So apart from social sciences, they can be used for other sciences. Like medical science is not part of social science. Yes, you are using it to test theoretical propositions or questions in relation to qualitative inquiry. Like I told you, it is not quantitative, it is qualitative inquiry. The case study approach facilitates simultaneous analysis and comparison of individual cases for the purpose of identifying particular phenomena among those cases. Now, here, if we say that, okay, this doctor who is an ophthalmologist, okay, his specialization is in retina. Now, in that case of retina, that doctor performed a very delicate surgery where in retina the fluid was accumulating near the fovea. Am I talking too technical language? No, because you see, we all have eyes. Okay, we all have inside a retina. It's like a little cup sort of thing, and that is the place where you have rods and cones through which you see color, through which you see in darkness. रात को जब बत्ती बंद करते हैं, you can see things. Na? So those are rods that are helping you. Now, sometimes in macular degeneration, what happens is there is leakage. Leakage means blood supply जो है वो some vein burst of blood आ जाता है. When blood accumulates over there, your vision gets disturbed. Otherwise, too, if you are diabetic, your vision keeps on fluctuating because the moment blood sugar goes up, your vision fluctuates. And even if you have not detected that you are diabetic, God forbid, if you find that your vision is fluctuating, because you're all working with computer. And I also work and I'm diabetic, so I know from my own experience. One day you come and see things are absolutely clear. Next day you come and see, you see, no, it is not very clear. And ऐसे से कर रहे हैं हम देख रहे हैं कि it's not very clear. If that happens, first thing you should do is go to an ophthalmologist and get your vision checked and get your blood sugar checked, because this fluctuation. Now these are case studies. Now the doctor does that case study and says that okay, if surgery has to be done, it has to be so much fraction of a millimeter away from the fovea. Fovea is your point of vision, which is the best vision. जो आपको बिल्कुल साफ चीजें नजर आती है, that is your fovea. So if something is happening near fovea, vision damage can take place. And macular degeneration means this only, that thoda thoda karte karte your vision is going down if it is not stopped. I'm just giving you a few examples. These are away from social sciences. Now, it is also useful for the purpose of more general theory testing, development, and construction. Now, theory testing. You are all scientists, and Einstein is your godfather. I'm also very appreciative of Einstein. Now, Einstein did so many experiments before he came to the theory of relativity. Okay, and after that also, I was reading somewhere that some people have questioned the theory of relativity also. Am I correct? Okay. Now they are questioning it on the basis of certain occurrences, which were case studies, and the case study is now questioning the theory. Okay, because theory also is a conclusion that you draw from different observations. Like theory of relativity is an observation on the basis of so many experiments. Now, maybe in some experiment, some variable was not taken care of. That was the silent variable, and it affected. And some experimenter later on found that variable and said that can be affecting. तो आपका सारा चेंज हो गया कि नहीं हो गया? So this is what means that one case study can check the theory also. Okay. But what is it now? Let us see. What is case study? A case study is a form of research defined by an interest in an individual case. Now, whatever you are teaching, maybe you are teaching physics, you are teaching chemistry, engineering also, these things are, you are doing application of chemistry, application of physics, application of mathematics also. And physics cannot be done without mathematics. Application. Now, I am not a scientist. I mean, I am a scientist because psychology is a science, but I am not a scientist of PCM. But yes, in some time back, I have done maths. And in my time, girls were not doing math. They were very scared of math. So household accounts करती थी. I was an exception who did math. And in maths, I remember, मैंने आपको उस दिन दिखाया भी था ना, sir, that there was something which was called Pythagoras theorem. And whenever I used to talk about Pythagoras theorem, faces used to go like that. Pythagoras theorem, बड़ी डरावनी चीज है. But I used to enjoy it. I used to love it. मेरी कोई corollary गलत नहीं होती थी because I loved that thing. So that becomes a case study. लड़की थी, Pythagoras theorem करी, फिर भी enjoy किया और सारी corollaries ठीक करी, and I got 100 on that. लड़कियों को नहीं मिलते थे. So I was an exception on that. So now I could become a case study. Why was I an exceptional? Why did this thing happen? This happened because I was in a family where my brother was an engineer. He did his engineering from London, and I was the youngest. He was the eldest, and he was very good in maths. And as a child, whenever from school I had to come and do homework and all, he would never say, "Okay, now, bit now, my little daughter, sister, I'll do this for you." No, never. A bat, nikal, apikar. So he taught me to do apikar. You know, mostly parents, what do? They do the homework of the child, and the child has crutches, and the child can never be independent. तो फिर उसके बाद क्या होता है? जब बड़े होते हैं तो ट्यूशन पे जाते हैं. स्कूल का काम नहीं होता, ट्यूशन से करते हैं. And it is a case study which I have done very recently, and my daughter was part of it, and my children were part of it. Uh, I am strictly against tuition. I feel that these are giving crutches. This is my theory, theoretical model. Because in my time there was no tuition. अब तो ये जो टॉपर है वो भी आया ना, टॉपर आया जो एडवांस में, तो वो लक्ष्य का है और फलाने का है. एंड आई एम श्योर इफ यू आस्क देम कि अब तुम्हें क्या याद है, दिल से गया इम्तिहान दे दिया, गया, इट्स ओवर, इट्स फिनिश्ड. सो आई सेड if you have to have knowledge, it should be something enjoyable. So I have my youngest grandson did his 12th just this year, and no tuition. Maybe he used to hear me so much. I said, "नहीं बेटे, these days everybody is doing tuition. तुम्हें tuition करनी, तुम tuition कर लो. लक्ष्य तक जो भी है, you can go there." Because he was getting very good marks. He got 10 points without tuition in 10th also. So he said, "No, I also don't feel like I want to enjoy knowledge." So we promoted him to enjoy knowledge, to do self-study, and to do things by himself. And yes, he made very good scores in his PCM 12, 99%. 100 in maths, 98 in physics, 99 in chemistry. That is 99%. And recently in CET, Punjab University, he is scoring 99.56, something like that, percentile, without any tuition. And still everybody आपसे भी बात होती रहती है कि ट्यूशन करनी चाहिए, and he is still very reluctant about that tuition part. अभी वो देना है आयशर का एक और. He says, if I'll do myself. Whatever marks I get, they'll be my marks. And we honor him. Now, this becomes a case study. In this whole region, I think whole India, he is one exceptional child who has not gone for any tuition. And yet, the score that he is getting are remarkable. And the funny part is, इनको काफी शेयर किया हुआ है, that his English, if you see, he is much above us in English, in much above me also in English. But he is scoring 84 in English, and that brings him down from 99 to about 95. Now, but he said, but I don't mind whether they've given me 84, but I enjoyed English and I loved English. And when he writes, the foreign universities are absolutely gaga about his English. Now that becomes a case study. The case study, what does this case study leading to a theory? If you give crutches, too many crutches, the person always becomes dependent. And I was reading somewhere about industry, because I go to industries also and interact with them. Some industries are coming for this sort of thing, that okay, we don't want to go by the marks of the engineer that we are selecting, and I've been on their selection committees also. I've done tests for them and then they selected for them. We want somebody who can lead the group, okay, get the work done from the subordinates. And for that, social skills, psychology comes into this thing. Then I give them training for that, how to be a leader in different situations, how to lead people without hurting them. All those things are there. So even if you are scoring 99 percentile in engineering, but you don't have that EQ, you cannot be a good this thing. But there are some industries, some management things which they say, ठीक है, अब हमने ले लिया ना, रिक्रूट कर लिया, अब जैसे हम कह रहे हैं वैसे तुम करो, you will not do anything else. And what happens in that? The performance remains very mediocre. Nothing new comes up, because if you are my subordinate, you'll always look at, madam, मैं आगे क्या करूं? Madam, मैं आगे क्या करूं? So nothing will happen. Routine things will keep on happening. Am I correct, management wale? ठीक है ना? So now there are two schisms. One, which wants industry, they want creative people thinking about new things, brainstorming करते हैं, वो सारा कुछ होता है. And some who are still authoritarian leaders functioning in that manner, that we have selected, now you are under us. जो हम कहेंगे वही करते हो, 909 बैचे रहो, चाहे कुछ भी ना कर रहे हो, डंडे बजा रहे हो. I talk to people ना, कहते 909 आप काम करते रहते हो, सारा वक्त काम कहते, कुछ नहीं जी, होती हैं ब्रेक्स होती हैं, और कंपनियां को अच्छी भी होती हैं, कभी चने भटूरे भी खिला देती हैं. दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग्स दे टेल मी. एंड मैडम सोचो, 909 कोई बैठ के सारा वक्त काम कर सकता है? मैंने कहा मैं तो जानती हूँ कि नहीं कर सकता, पर तुमको 909 क्यों बैठाते हैं? एंड देन इन वन कंपनी दे मेड मी डू this development task, personality development of the people. I said, for heaven's sake, don't keep them stuck 9 to 9. They have families, they have something to look forward to going back. If they are happy, if they are contented, if they are really in the job, they identify themselves with the job. जिसके लिए आप 9 से 9 बैठा रहे हो, वो 9 से 5 बजे में हो जाएगा सारा काम. और मैंने कहा अच्छा करके दिखाओ, होता है कि नहीं था? हाँ हुआ, और ज्यादा काम हुआ. So this becomes a case study. आगे ना यही चीजें हैं जो यहाँ मैं आपको कर रही हूँ. It is useful technique or strategy for conducting qualitative research. ये आप देखेंगे again and again we are emphasizing on because quantitative है ही नहीं, इसमें क्या quantity है? I mean the cases that I'm sharing with you, there is no quantity, there is no quantitative research. The more the object of study is a specific, unique, bounded system, the more likely that it can be characterized as a case study. Bounded है that you are working in a company, or you are working in a polytechnic, or you are working in an engineering college. Now, many principals or head of the departments would be authoritarian. जो मैंने बता दिया है वही करो. In other words, also our education system is such what? We are given a bound syllabus, bound duration, bound everything. There is no autonomy. Okay, you can go and do something else also, which is started now in the foreign countries. And Singapore is taking a lead in that, because I've done work with the Commonwealth countries. Work in the sense I've taught them PDP. I used to be called PDP, ma'am, means personality development, ma'am. Okay, so they think something different. They're not sort of tied down in one. कि आपने PCM लिया तो बस PCM के अलावा और कुछ नहीं कर सकते. I was very happily surprised that in Singapore, the university says You can take PCM, you can do psychology along with PCM. So diversion is there, new thinking is there. You allow people to do those things. And now think of it, um, in knowledge, in science, aren't things interconnected?
All the things are
क्या फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री से बिल्कुल टूट के हट गया है? No. And whatever applications you are doing in your engineering profession, who are the people who are receiving your work? Human beings
they are from different fields.
from different fields, and it is affecting them. Like you see, I've also been associated with architects, and in PTU, the vice chancellor he used to like my ideas somehow. So here in Mohali, in PTU, we set up M-Arc Education. You've never heard of such a thing. I have also suggested to Dr. Tulsi start M Tech Engineering Education, because my experience of these 6,000 7,000 engineers is that in engineering colleges, your teachers are awesome. Awesome in what sense? That you don't like them at all. You sit in the class for the 40% marks. Am I correct? 5 to 6% teachers are those where you feel like going for their teaching. Am I correct? Now, when you go to your school level, 8th, 9th, 10th, this 5% increases to 50-60%. There were many more teachers over there whom you liked and you wanted to attend to those classes. So what happened? In engineering, teaching profession, who comes? जो बचा खुचा होता है, पंजाबी में कहते हैं रैंद कूंद, आप दिल्ली के हो रैंद कूंद कहते हो ना, leftovers, they come to engineering. And frustration is there. I call them teachery patichery. This is teacher. Okay, so I'm teacher and I'm teacher and I'm there just to earn money and ठीक है, डंडे से इन लोगों को पढ़ाया जाएगा, 40% मार्क्स के पीछे इनको स्लैश डाउन किया जाएगा. That is not teaching. Teaching is creating love for the discipline, for the subject and making the children enjoy. अब मैं अपने ग्रैंडसन की जिसकी बात कर रही हूँ, उनके फिजिक्स के टीचर जो हैं, उन्होंने कहा ओके, यू पीपल मेक अ प्रोजेक्ट फॉर नासा एंड दे क्रिएट मेड दैट नासा प्रोजेक्ट, और नासा को भेजा भी उन्होंने. फिजिक्स को सिर्फ बंद करके नहीं रखा था थ्योरी में, एप्लीकेशन करके उसकी बच्चों को दिखा दी. क्या साइंस ऐसी चीज नहीं है कि जो लेबोरेटरी में जाके की जाए? अब हमारी साइकोलॉजी भी, it is study of human being. Until unless you go and collect data, you study people, you can't really put anything in psychology. So ये चीजें जो हैं, ये मेरे इस चीज को बता रही हैं. Okay. Now case studies. A useful learning tool used in management education. तो वो जो मैं engineering education कह रही हूँ, ये M-Arc education कह रही हूँ, उसमें यही है कि you teach architect also, architectural designing thing and education, how to be a good teacher. Now my prediction is that when these people come out and they join architecture college for teaching, the atmosphere will change, the aura will change. Now the students will start enjoying architectural designing. Am I correct? Because I can't teach, आप हैरान होंगे सोचेंगे कि कहाँ कहाँ जाती है, because psychology is everywhere. If you translate psychology, what is it? मनोविज्ञान. Now people sitting over here, do you have a मन? मन है आपके पास? है ना, सबके पास मन है, लेकिन विज्ञान नहीं है. In no school were you ever taught learn about yourself. अपने सेल्फ को जानो, अपनी पर्सनालिटी को जानो. What are you? What do you want? When you came to 10th, how did you come to 12th? माँ बाप ने कहा नॉन मेडिकल तो करना ही करना है, and you landed up in non-medical. No aptitude testing, no knowledge about what you are inside. I am a career counselor, so I do aptitude testing. And when I do aptitude testing at the 10th grade level, I identify boys or girls who are not cut out for science at all. And then the father says, नहीं इसको तो जी नॉन मेडिकल ही कराना, और बच्चा पीछे खड़ा कर रहा है, ऐसे कर रहा है. थैंक यू, मेरी जान बचा ली आपने. मैंने कहा फादर से मैं पूछती हूँ, मैं कहा यू वांट अ हैप्पी चाइल्ड और यू वांट अ सैड चाइल्ड, डिप्रेस्ड चाइल्ड जो पंखे से लटक के मर जाए? ना ऐसा नहीं होता. मैंने कहा फिर वो करने दीजिए जो वो करना चाहता है. मैंने कहा ये फिजिक्स करेगा, इसकी एक सेमेस्टर में सप्ली आएगी, तो दूसरे सेमेस्टर में सप्ली आएगी, सप्ली करते करते लुढ़कते लुढ़कते पास हो जाएगा, बट विल ही बी हैप्पी पर्सन? He'll be never happy person. तो आप मुझे सोच के बताइए, आपके साथ जितने थे were they happy to do engineering? नहीं, it was the social ethos. अब मैं फिर अपनी केस स्टडी बता रही हूँ इसी मेरे बच्चे की. He has cleared means, टेक वगैरह सब में अच्छा उसके स्कोर है. He can enter, he can just walk into टेक and other engineering institution. He says मुझे engineering करनी नहीं है, I want to do physics. और मिश्रा जी हम बैठे हैं, उनसे कोई बात होती रहती है. एंड आई सेड, वी सेड यस, व्हाटएवर यू वांट, जिसमें तुम्हें खुशी मिले करके वो करो. ही सेड हाँ, मुझे ना इंडस्ट्री ज्वाइन करनी है, ना मुझे इंजीनियरिंग करनी है. एंड वी आर विद देम. एंड आई एम श्योर द लव दैट ही हैज फॉर फिजिक्स, ही विल कंट्रीब्यूट समथिंग इन दैट. आप समझ रहे हो ना मेरी बात? ये केस स्टडी है, आपको इसको यही है मैनेजमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन. It gives a feel for the complexity of the real work and how the theories, models and research being studied can be used in practice. अब ये जो मैंने आपको अपना घर का केस स्टडी बताई है, क्योंकि एज साइकोलॉजिस्ट आई डू किस पे एक्सपेरिमेंट करूंगी? अपने बच्चों पे ही करूंगी ना. तो मैंने काफी एक्सपेरिमेंट ऐसे किए हुए हैं, लाइक जॉन पियाजे, he had done his work on his own children only. So he was my sort of role model. I said, मैं बाकी के बच्चों को तो पकड़ नहीं सकती, मैं बाकी किसी बच्चे को ट्यूशन ना कराओ, बिना ट्यूशन के देखो तो मानेंगे, और ना उसके नंबर आए तो मुझे डंडा उठा के मारेंगे. एंड कोर्स जब तक उसके मार्क्स आ नहीं गए, we were like that. अगर फर्स्ट स्कोर नहीं आया तो सारी उम्र का ही रह जाएगा, ट्यूशन नहीं कराई और इसलिए इसके मार्क्स नहीं आए. But when he got PCM in 99, it was like feeling exhilarated. कि thank God our case study has worked and it has come out to be correct. You get my point? So वो चीज है कि भाई आप रिसर्च में इसको फिर यूज करते हैं, एक केस स्टडी से आप फिर फर्दर रिसर्च करनी शुरू कर देते हैं. आज तो ठीक चल रहा है फॉर a change. Okay. If appropriately designed, ये मैंने बीच का कर दिया था, it gives a feeling of complexities of real work, तो हो गया था ना. If appropriately designed, case study research still facilitates the identification of significant features of the subject not discernible within the more general forms of analysis. अब फिर मैं am coming back to my own this grandson's thing. अब ये सब कुछ होता. He was studying in Vivek also. Children were going for tuition. बिल्कुल lock, stock and barrel they were going. 8वीं से ट्यूशन में जा रहे थे. So if we had stuck to sort of that, तो ये क्या हो रहा था? If appropriately designed, case study research will facilitate the identification of single feature of the subject not discernible within the more general form of health. More general form क्या था? सब ट्यूशन पे जा रहे हैं. नहीं जाएगा तो क्या होगा? नहीं आया तो इट्स अ वेरी हाईली कॉम्पिटिटिव वर्ल्ड. फिर क्या होगा? लेकिन अगर ये केस स्टडी सक्सेसफुल हो गई तो एंड ही इज वेरी इंट्रोवर्ट, वो जाके कोई अपना, मैंने कहा कि तुम प्लीज अपनी इंटरव्यू दो, बिकॉज यू आर एन एक्सेप्शन आउट ऑफ दिस होल लॉट. It you will become a role model for many children who don't want to go for tuition, and yet their parents are sending them to tuition. And if you come and see his library, you will be amazed. We never stop him from buying books. He says, आपको मुझे कोई गिफ्ट देनी है, बुक दो. तो आई से ओके भाई, तुम पैसे ये लो जो तुम्हें. वो अमेज़न में जाता है, बुक्स अपनी लेके, उसके पास मैथ्स की बुक्स, फिजिक्स की बुक्स, मैथ्स की अब इसने 12th की है, लेकिन बुक्स उसके पास बीएससी फाइनल की पड़ी है, बिकॉज ही इज सो मच इंटरेस्टेड. उसके लिए मैंने एक मैगजीन लगाया है, नॉलेज. वो किसी ने सुना भी नहीं है नॉलेज का नाम. दैट नॉलेज गिव्स यू एवरीथिंग अबाउट ऑल द साइंसेस, सारी साइंसेस देता है. उसमें से वो दिखता रहता है, नीचे आई रियली एंजॉय. उसकी किताबें भी जो है वो साइंटिफिक फिक्शन है, एंड वी अलाउ हिम टू रीड दोस थिंग. ये क्या हो रहा है कि हमने इंडिविजुअल से लेके हम इसको बिल्डअप करके बिगर उसमें डाल सकते हैं. और ये जो चीजें हो रही हैं कि इतनी ट्यूशन कराओ, इतना स्ट्रेस करो, फिर क्या हो रहा है? बच्चों पे स्ट्रेस है, दे आर हैविंग डिजीजेस, all sorts of things are happening, and then negative behavior is coming out of that. आप देखिए, हमारे टाइम में मैंने कभी सुना नहीं था कि कोई चक्कू मार के मार दे, गन उठा के मार दे. आजकल हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है? एवरी सेकंड थर्ड डे रेप कर दिया है, टीनेजर ने अपनी जूनियर क्लास की लड़की को रेप कर दिया। हमने तो कभी ऐसे नहीं सुना था। आई हैड बीन इन को एजुकेशन माई सेल्फ ऑल्सो। हाँ ठीक है, लड़कों को लड़कियां अच्छी लगती थी, वो तो हमेशा ही अच्छी लगती हैं, लेकिन उसके बियॉन्ड देयर इज नथिंग लाइक दिस। तो अब ये क्या हो रहा है, द मोर स्ट्रेस यू आर क्रिएटिंग ऑन योर चिल्ड्रन, द मोर this side of competition. Good healthy competition is okay, but this type of competition which becomes threatening to such an extent कि वो एक लड़का जो उसने सुसाइड किया उसकी शायद 80% मार्क्स है, यानी कमिटेड 80% मार्क्स के साथ हम सुसाइड कर ले, इसका मतलब है पेरेंट्स आर ड्रिवन हिम मैड। सो ये गलत चीज हो रही है ना, अब फिर भी हम ये किए जा रहे हैं। डज दिस, जो भी आप सीबीएसई का कोर्स करते हो, डज दिस गिव यू लाइफ स्किल्स टू लीड अ बेटर लाइफ, टू लीड अ हैप्पियर लाइफ? वो तो कहीं पढ़ाते नहीं, वो तो कहीं सिखाते नहीं। What you are teaching is रट्टा मारो रट्टा मारो। I was reading somewhere very interesting, बाहर की कंट्रीज के स्कूल के बारे में कह रहे थे, कहते okay, if the child goes and studies the structure of the mountains, how is it going to teach him about his life? If you teach, ये होता है ना ज्योग्राफी में क्या पढ़ते हो, स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द माउंटेन, क्लाउड्स का निम्बस है कि कौन से, वो निम्बस हो के टिम्बस हो, व्हाट डज इट difference does it make to his everyday life? But the garden in which he is living, the plants that he is seeing, that will make a difference. Things that are happening around him, that will make a difference. History में आपने कह दिया अलेक्जेंडर द ग्रेट आया था तो उसने यहाँ लड़ाई की थी, तो क्या आया था, कोई अलेक्जेंडर होगा, रट्टा लगा लो, डेट्स याद कर लो, रट्टा लगा लो, एंड देन यू वॉमिट इट आउट। ऐसी हिस्ट्री ऐसी थी ना। History is nice stories. History is what you learn, that these things happen because these follies, what you learn from that, and then you किस कौन कौन अच्छा था इस हिस्ट्री के अंदर, अशोका द ग्रेट एंड देन अकबर द ग्रेट, एंड व्हाट वर द कॉमनैलिटीज इन दैट। ठीक है ना, ये आपने भी पढ़ा है, ये मैंने भी पढ़ा है, बट एज अ साइकोलॉजिस्ट आई हैव बीन एबल टू combine these two things and then say, okay, there was something common in both of them, that both were doing welfare activities for the people. And somewhere Akbar said he wanted to make Deen Ilahi, and Deen Ilahi was that God is one, we all are worshipping. और हम अब क्या कर रहे हैं, तुम्हारा गॉड और है, तुम्हारा और है, तुम्हारा और है, तुम्हारा और है, तुम्हारा और है, मेरा अल्लाह है, तुम्हारा वाहिगुरु है, तुम्हारा क्राइस्ट है, तुम्हारा अल्लाह राम है, तुम्हारा शिव है। Everything is that शक्ति। अगर आप फिजिक्स के मेरे फिजिक्स फिजिशियंस भी बहुत बड़े बड़े फ्रेंड्स रहे, फ्रेंड्स ही मतलब सीनियर रहे हुए, यूजीसी के जो फाउंडर थे वो मेरे कहते थे और मुझे बच्चों की तरह ट्रीट करते थे। He says, देखो विदु, ultimately your physics will lead to your spirituality, because मैटर चेंजेस इनटू एनर्जी, एनर्जी चेंजेस इनटू मैटर। ये सच्ची बात है कि नहीं, फिजिक्स में आप करते हो कि नहीं करते? और फिर मैंने एक किताब पढ़ी कि जिसमें ये था, व्हाट इज रीइंकार्नेशन, जो हम कहते हैं, और उन्होंने सारा करके दिखाया कि वट एवर थॉट्स या द लैंग्वेज दैट आई एम यूजिंग, द थिंग्स दैट आई एम टॉकिंग टू यू, दैट रिमेन्स इन द ईथर। क्या मैं ठीक बात कह रही हूँ? दैट रिमेन्स। ओके, रेडियो लगा के आप क्या करते हो, ट्यूनिंग वहां करते हो जहाँ वो गाने आ रहे हैं। तो अगर वो ट्यूनिंग हो जाए तो जो थॉट्स आज मैं डिस्कस कर रही हूँ, ये कभी ना कभी 800 साल बाद भी ये आ जाएंगे।
Sometimes I just think sometimes that the same thing I have spoken already. The same sentence it has occurred already twice or thrice. Sometimes I think.
तो हमारे एक साइकोलॉजिस्ट हुए थे, वो जुंग, वो कहते थे कि देयर आर आर्किटाइप्स। आर्किटाइप्स मीन if you have written a poetry here, same poetry somebody in Mexico will be writing with same thought, same identical thing. Archetypes. There he says the collective archetypes, collective thoughts, collective processes. And then in that book she explained that okay, when a number of those thoughts or those wishes or those things are left when you die, your पांच तत्व get dissolved, but your thoughts are very much there. When those thoughts again collect into one person, and that person is born with those thoughts, that is the reincarnation. और reincarnation की studies हुई हैं कि जहाँ वो बच्चा पैदा हुआ है, वो कह रहा है कि मैं तो फलानी गली में था, फलानी बच्चा, और जब लेके गए तो वो था, सब कुछ हुआ। And especially where a person has had a traumatic death, एक्सीडेंट से डेथ हो गया, और याद क्यों ना आए, बच्चे याद आए बहुत बुरी तरह से, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं बच्चों के साथ लिंक होकर फिर पैदा होगा, बिकॉज वो इच्छा जो है आपकी, वो इच्छा आपको बाइंड कर देती है उस चीज के लिए। अब ये चीजें जो है, ये मुझे जो फिजिक्स बहुत ज्वाइन थे वो उन्होंने ये चीजें कही थी। सो इसलिए नॉलेज अल्टीमेटली इज वन। मैं तो जब साइकोलॉजी भी पढ़ाती हूँ कहती हूँ साइकोलॉजी में फिजिक्स भी आती है, केमिस्ट्री भी आती है, बायोलॉजी भी आती है, मैथ भी आता है, क्या चीज नहीं आती। अब देखिए, आप हैरान होंगे कि हम कैसे पढ़ते हैं। अगर मैं परसेप्शन कराती हूँ तो मैं वेवलेंथ की बात करती हूँ नहीं, ठीक है कि नहीं। अब अगर आप सुन रहे हैं मेरी बातें तो साउंड वेव है, ओके। अगर साउंड वेव आपके कानों तक पहुंच ही नहीं रही है या पहुंच भी रही है, तो आपकी जो है ऑडियोग्राम वो 500 से शुरू हो रहा है, तो मेरी हल्की आवाज तो आपको सुनाई नहीं देगी। जिनका 50 CPS उनको सुनाई दे रहा है, या 500 उसको सुनाई नहीं दे रहा। अब एक ही क्लास में किसी बच्चे की आंखें ठीक ठाक हैं, किसी को मायोपिया है, तो बच्चा क्या करता था, याद कीजिए स्कूल में वो जब भी टीचर पीछे बैठाती थी तो ब्लैक बोर्ड के पास आ जाता था। आप टीवी के पास उसको कहते हैं 20 फुट पे बैठ, ये होता ना 20 फुट का होता क्या, वो 5 फुट पे आके बैठ के देखता था। am I correct? इंडिविजुअल डिफरेंसेस हो गए कि नहीं हो गए है? वो ये सब चीजें इनको स्टडी करने के लिए हम क्या करते हैं, केस स्टडी मेथड यूज करते हैं। अब लेंथ ऑफ टाइम, लॉन्गिट्यूडनल, इफ यू आर डूइंग लॉन्गिट्यूडनल वर्क, यू आर टेकिंग से केस स्टडी, जब 10 साल का बच्चा था, जब 15 साल का था, जब 20 साल का था, इट्स अ लॉन्गिट्यूडनल वर्क। यू आर फॉलोइंग द सेम पर्सन। जैसे रतन टाटा के ऊपर काम हुआ है, तो महात्मा गांधी के ऊपर कुछ लिखा गया है, तो ये लॉन्गिट्यूडनल केस स्टडी है उनकी। तो वो ये चीज है। सम केस स्टडीज में बी अ स्नैपशॉट एनालिसिस ऑफ अ पर्टिकुलर इवेंट और अकरेंस, कि वो अकरेंस हुई और वहां आपने वो केस स्टडी कर ली। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल, ट्रेन में आप बैठे जा रहे थे एंड द ट्रेन गॉट बैंग विद अनदर ट्रेन, कुछ मरे, कुछ जिंदा रह गए, कुछ इंजर हुए, लेकिन जो जिंदा रह गए क्या उन पे ट्रॉमा नहीं हुआ? हुआ ना। तो वो स्नैपशॉट है। उसके बाद व्हाट हैपन, सम पीपल हैव एमनेसिया, शॉक से एमनेसिया, एमनेसिया का मतलब है याददाश्त चली जाती है। ऐसे केसेस होते नहीं है, लेकिन सबके साथ नहीं होता। सम पीपल टेक दैट शॉक नॉर्मल रूटीन, कहते हैं ना हैप्पी गो लकी, इन्हें फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता। बट फॉर सम पीपल दैट ट्रॉमा इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड उनका पूरा ब्रेक डाउन हो जाता है। वो ये चीज है। अदर केस स्टडीज में इन्वॉल्व consideration of a sequence of events often called extended period of time, जो मैं longitudinal की बात कर रही हूँ, ये आपके longitudinal है। In order for better determination cause of particular phenomena, you do a longitudinal study. And now I'm giving example from my psychology. In psychology, the developmental psychology, जिसको child psychology कहते हैं, there we take up longitudinal and different। 6 महीने का क्या करता था, साल का क्या करता था, 2 साल का क्या करता था, 3 का क्या करता था, ऐसे चलते 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 टीन्स में जब आ जाता है क्या करता है। तो फ्रॉम बेबीहुड वी कम टू एडोलेसेंट पीरियड, लॉन्गिट्यूडनल स्टडी है ये, लॉन्गिट्यूडनल है। और उसमें आप देखते हैं फिर उसमें से कुछ जनरलाइजेशन हुई है। जनरलाइजेशन ये है कि जैसे योर डेवलपमेंट दैट टेक्स प्लेस, इट टेक्स प्लेस फ्रॉम हेड टू टोज। हेड आपका जल्दी बड़ा होता है, जब प्री नेटल पीरियड में भी होते हैं, सबसे पहले फीटस का क्या डेवलप होता है, हेड। पैर तो सिर्फ मुट्ठी ऐसे बंद एक ठूंठ से होते हैं, एंड देन जब तक 6 महीने का होता है इनसाइड, तब वो जाके होता है। लेकिन आपका ये तो सबसे पहले डेवलप होना शुरू हो जाता है। उसके बाद हार्ट अगर बीट ना करे तो फीटस चलता नहीं। सो डेवलपमेंट सेफालोकॉर्डल ग्रोथ, इसका टेक्निकल नाम ये है, सेफालोकॉर्डल ग्रोथ, सिर से लेके पैर तक है। ये लॉन्गिट्यूडनल स्टडीज के साथ था, प्रीनेटल स्टडीज के साथ करके ये लिंकअप हुआ और ये फिर फाउंड दैट। ये मैं सिर्फ एक एग्जांपल दे रही हूँ आपको लॉन्गिट्यूडनल। इट्स नॉट डिफिकल्ट, समझ गए ना आप? जहां ना समझे यू कैन स्टॉप मी, बिकॉज आपको नहीं समझ आ रहा होगा तो उनको भी समझ नहीं आ रहा होगा, ठीक है। नाउ लिमिटेशंस ऑफ केस स्टडीज, every method that you do they have limitation। क्या experimental method का limitation नहीं है? Experimental method also have a limitation because there may be some confounding variables which you have not identified। आइंस्टाइन के साथ भी ये हुआ ना, देवर कंफाउंडिंग वेरिएबल्स व्हिच ही डिड नॉट आइडेंटिफाई. न्यूटन के साथ भी यही हुआ,
Which they did not consider at all.
कंफाउंडिंग थे ना, पता ही नहीं लगा. You could not identify those variables, and so you think so that was their limitation. Ab case studies ki what are the limitations? Single case studies will have limited ability to provide an adequate test for a theory, but it will give you an indication that you have to do something more in this particular area. Unless there is very large sample of case studies, generality cannot be drawn quantitative generalization, because in quantitative work you want number. 100 का डेटा होना चाहिए, 50 का डेटा होना चाहिए. That in due course of time.
It is not shown.
पीपीटी नहीं दिख रही है, वो दिखाएंगे. ये मेरा काम नहीं है, ये उनका काम है. So you have to come to quantitative, but now there may be some case जिसका quantitative आप कर ही नहीं सकते. अगर उन्होंने पैनक्रियास का पोर्शन काट के ट्रांसप्लांट किया है तो कहाँ से 100 केसेस ले आएंगे, नहीं मिल सकते. और पैनक्रियास का करके उसके बाद डायबिटीज की इंसुलिन छूट गई कि नहीं छूटी, करके भी नहीं छूटी तो क्या हुआ, इट्स अ फेलियर. सो you can't really make lots of case studies and then draw. That is the limitation. At best, the evidence drawn from these case studies can be generalized to theoretical proposition and not to populations or other large subject groups. आप उसे क्या, there are indices. They give you index कि ये हो सकता है, this is a possibility. You have to try it out and then see. And now I'll also like to give you an example because आयुष का बहुत आ रहा है. आपने देखा पढ़ा कि नहीं, आयुष की डेवलपमेंट हो रही है. आयुष के लिए नीट जैसे मेडिकल वालों का बना है, आयुष वालों के लिए सेपरेट नीट बनेगा. नाउ दिस इज पैरेलल मेडिकल दिस थिंग फ्रॉम एलोपैथी. हाँ, एलोपैथी. एलोपैथी क्या करती है, आपको खांसी हुआ, जुकाम हुआ, चलो क्या ले लो, एंटीबायोटिक ले लो. ओके, अब पता चल रहा है दैट एंटीबायोटिक आल्सो इज हैविंग इट्स आफ्टर इफेक्ट. आपको पता है एंटीबायोटिक इफेक्ट्स योर इंटेस्टाइन्स, इट इफेक्ट्स योर बोन्स. अगर आप बहुत एंटीबायोटिक खाते हो तो उसके डिजेनरेटिव इफेक्ट्स होते हैं. अब आयुर्वेद में द फिलॉसफी इज रीजनरेशन ऑफ सेल्स. टाइम ज्यादा लगता है लेकिन रीजनरेट. लेकिन अगर आपको चिकनगुनिया हो गया है तो शायद आयुर्वेद उस पर ना आए. सो व्हाट विल यू डू, यू विल हैव a cosmopolitan approach. कुछ आयुष, कुछ एलोपैथी, कोई कर आके करो. एंड I have been experimenting, क्योंकि मैं डॉक्टर्स को बहुत उनको पढ़ाती हूँ, तो एक्सपेरिमेंटिंग कि किसी को ये हुआ, चिकनगुनिया हुआ, किसी को डेंगू हुआ, तो देन आई से ओके नाउ गो टू एन आयुष पर्सन एंड आस्क व्हाट डाइट आई शुड हैव. और आपको हैरान होगा, गिलो होती है ना आपके घर में लगी होती है, गिलो इज अ वंडरफुल ड्रग. उसको पानी में डालो और वो पियो और आपकी कैंसर तक की वो ट्रीटमेंट होती है. एलोवेरा आपके घर में लगा होता है ना, पर हम उनको बॉदर नहीं करते. लेकिन अगर ये केस स्टडीज होते होते ये होता जाए तो ये एलेबोरेट हो जाएगा ना. एक मैं आपको और देती हूँ. देखिए, सोलर एनर्जी का अभी तक हमने यूज नहीं किया है, दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ योर इंजीनियरिंग. ठीक है. नाउ आई एज अ ले पर्सन, मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी में केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग वाले पे कर रहे थे सोलर एनर्जी पे काम. सो इन ड्यू कोर्स ऑफ टाइम अ कुकर वाज डिवाइस्ड. डब्बा सा होता है, उसमें रिफ्लेक्टर लगा होता है और अंदर आप डब्बे रख दो तो आपका तेज सूरज हो तो 1 घंटे में चावल पक जाते हैं, 2 घंटे में जरा सख्त चीजें दालें वालें पक जाती हैं. बट इन ड्यू कोर्स ऑफ टाइम आई सॉ कि जो सोलर कुकर में खाना बना होता है, ये जो लेडीज बैठी इनके लिए भी इम्पोर्टेंट है, वो प्यूरिफाई बहुत देर में होता है. मतलब आप उसको गर्मियों में भी निकाल के बाहर रख दो तो 5-6 घंटे वो प्यूरिफाई नहीं होगा. आप जो अपना प्रेशर कुकर या माइक्रोवेव में बना हुआ खाना निकाल के आप रखो, 2 घंटे में प्यूरिफिकेशन शुरू हो जाएगी. तो ये कितनी बड़ी चीज है, इसके ऊपर रिसर्च होनी चाहिए थी कि नहीं होनी चाहिए थी. और ये मैंने वहाँ, हमारे डॉक्टर एस.के. शर्मा होते थे जो ये वाज हेडिंग दिस होल पार्ट. आई टोल्ड हिम, आई सेड भाई डॉक्टर शर्मा ये इस पे रिसर्च करवाओ. उन्होंने हाँ करके चले गए. मैंने कहा बुद्धू है, मैंने इस ले पर्सन आपको इतनी बड़ी चीज बता दी है, ये आप बता दोगे और लोगों को सबको पता चला गया तो माइक्रोवेव छोड़ के वो इस पे आएंगे. और एक और एडवांटेज भी है, आप खाने के 4 डब्बे रख के सूरज में छोड़ के चले जाओ, जब आप अपने डिपार्टमेंट से लौट के आओ गरम गरम खाना मिल जाता है आपको. अब बिल्कुल साफ सुथरा खाना. सो ये क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च है, लेकिन दिस में लीड टू many scientific explanation. At best, the evidence drawn from the case studies can be generalized to theoretical proposition. अब थियोरी बनाइए, फिर थियोरी से रिडक्शन निकाल के उसको क्वेश्चन कीजिए, उसको एक्सपेरिमेंटली एनालाइज कीजिए, एंड नॉट टू पॉपुलेशन और लार्ज सब्जेक्ट ग्रुप्स. वो आपका काम है. थियोरी बन गई तो थियोरी में से फिर आप एक्सपेरिमेंट करके देखिए कि वो आते हैं कि नहीं आते. However, case studies can be used to test whether there are exceptions to an accepted theory. थियोरी तो एक्सेप्टेड थी, लेकिन ये केस एक्सेप्शनल निकल गया. तो एक्सेप्शनल क्यों निकला, वाई, उसमें आना चाहिए. अब इसके साथ ये आपको दिखा रही हूँ, ये फिर वो जो आपने एक्सपेरिमेंटल डिजाइन वगैरह करते हैं वो देखिए. दिस इज अ स्लिपरी स्लोप. वो स्लिपरी स्लोप क्या है? आपका सबसे ऊपर क्वांटिटेटिव रिसर्च आती है. ऑल योर साइंस इज बेस्ड ऑन दैट क्वांटिटेटिव. हमारी साइकोलॉजी भी क्वांटिटेटिव पे करती है. फिर उसके बाद अभी मैं ये कहूंगी कोई 20-30 साल से क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च की वैल्यू has come into life, and people are accepting qualitative research. In fact, I had done recently a qualitative research, and then I sent it to a journal. They said, where is the quantification? Where is the analysis? Where is this? I said, I'm writing it down. This is a qualitative research. That what is the attitude towards change of bureaucrats? अब ये केस स्टडी है कि क्वांटिटेटिव रिसर्च है, बताइए. ब्यूरोक्रेट्स का एटीट्यूड टुवर्ड्स चेंज. इफ देयर एटीट्यूड टुवर्ड्स चेंज इज फेवरेबल, दे विल स्टार्ट एक्सपेरिमेंटिंग विद गुड थिंग्स, न्यू थिंग्स. इफ दे आर नॉट फेवरेबल टुवर्ड्स चेंज, दे विल नॉट डू एनीथिंग. तो वो फिर क्या करेंगे? मक्खी पे मक्खी मारेंगे, एक ही फाइल पर वही चलता जाएगा. सो नाउ बट अनदर जर्नल सेड दिस इज एन आई ओपनर. ये तो समथिंग न्यू, एंड दे पब्लिश्ड इट इन फर्स्ट गो. So, आपको डिफरेंस बता रही हूँ ना क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च का. क्वांटिटेटिव यू सेंड एनीवेयर, इफ दैट टॉपिक इज वर्थ इट दे विल पब्लिश इट. बट क्वालिटेटिव का ऐसे नहीं करेंगे, दे विल बी चूजी अबाउट दैट. उसके आगे आपकी केस स्टडी रिसर्च आती है, और स्लिपरी हो गया ना, वो सारा हो गया. और एक नई चीज चली है, एक्शन रिसर्च. एंड माय एल्डेस्ट डॉटर, शी वाज अ टॉपर थ्रू आउट इन पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी, प्रेप से लेके एमबीए तक. यही हमारी पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी की एमबीए उसने की हुई है. बट हर पीएचडी शी हैज डन फ्रॉम एन इंटरनेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी, एंड इन दैट शी हैड डन एक्शन रिसर्च. और एक्शन रिसर्च में ये है, you keep on adding new things, you keep on changing new things, and it keeps on happening. Case study का आगे extension is the action research. आप कुछ करवा के जो changes आ रहे हैं वो आप देख जा रहे हैं. So that means action research है. Her PhD was appreciated like anything, and now she is one of the sort of figureheads of action research. So slippery road तो है, लेकिन it is giving information. Now, making non-science into science. कहते हैं ना case study is non-science, so how to make it more scientific? Get as many different views on the situation as possible. And like if you've done one case study, okay, collect another data also on similar case studies. And like counseling, maybe like so many broken marriages come to me for analysis. In some cases, there is breach of trust. Means that husband is having an affair or wife is having an affair. But in many cases, more cases, it is the ego clash which is breaking the marriage. So, ego clash is much bigger, according to my case studies, than breach of trust. Breach of trust को फिर भी, if the person who has broken the trust माफी मांगता है, atone करता है, marriage टूटती नहीं है. And I have helped some cases where there was breach of trust to reassemble again and to live a life, a new life out of that only. So ego अगर आपकी आ जाती है, ego होती है ना, मैंने ऐसा कहा तूने नहीं माना, मैं अपने मैके से ये सब चीजें लाई हूँ, तेरा क्या है यहाँ. होता ना जैसे कि आईएएस को 1 करोड़ मिलेगा, डॉक्टर को 50 लाख मिलेगा, ऐसे से. तो कहती है मेरे पेरेंट्स ने तुझे सब कुछ दिया है, तू क्या था. तो बात आ गई कि नहीं. सो वो घमंड, या हस्बैंड कहेगा तू क्या है, मैं ये हूँ, तू जो मैं कहता हूँ वही तू कर, ऐसी, तो वो क्लैशेस आपके ईगो के आ जाते हैं। हाँ जी, बंद करना है अभी? ओके, नहीं इनकी ब्रेक जब आएगी बता दीजिएगा। 11 o'clock है ना, अच्छा ठीक है। Make next is demonstrate that the technique and the way they will be used were decided in advance. Now, in case study also you decide beforehand, like in counseling. If you do case study, there are steps. You first of all you write down the history, like in medical. वो कहता है आप case history बताओ भाई क्या क्या है. In that case history, now there are parameters. फैमिली का क्या था, पेरेंटल इनपुट क्या था, सिबलिंग की क्या था, ग्रैंड पेरेंट थे तो वो क्या था. नाउ दीज पैरामीटर्स और वो केस हिस्ट्री में सारे लिखे जाने चाहिए. इन मेडिकल क्या होता है, अच्छा आपको ये बीमारी थी, पहले कोई बीमारी थी, घर में कोई बीमारी थी, लाइक स्किज़ोफ्रेनिया का नाम सुना है, जब पागल हो जाते हैं लोग. ना स्किज़ोफ्रेनिया इज इनहेरिटेड, आपके फैमिली जीनोलॉजी में चलता है. तो जो साइकाट्रिस्ट होता है वो जरूर पूछता है कि आपके फैमिली में कोई और तो नहीं ऐसा केस था. लोगों को पता ही नहीं चलता, लेकिन कहते हैं हाँ वो जो थी, वो हमारे दादा जो थे ना वो बड़े वहमी थे. अब वहमी का मतलब ये होता है, अगर आपको ये वहम है अरे वो बैठा हुआ वो मेरे बारे में कुछ गलत सोच रहा है, वो मेरे को कुछ करेगा, ये स्किज़ोफ्रेनिया है, पैरानॉइड डिल्यूशंस हैं. या कह रहे नहीं मुझे दिख रहा है वहाँ वो तार में से मैसेज भेज रहा है, वो मुझे मारेगा, ये आपके डिल्यूशंस हो रहे हैं. अगर पहले जमाने में जॉइंट फैमिली होती थी ना, ऐसे डिल्यूजन वाले केसेस निप जाते थे. अब ये है कि छोटी फैमिलीज हैं, इंडिपेंडेंट रह रहे हैं, एंड देयर इफ समबडी डज लाइक दैट देन यू टेक टू द साइकाइट्रिस्ट. तो साइकाइट्रिस्ट पहली चीज ये पूछेगा फैमिली में कोई था ऐसा केस. तो वही एक चीज है कि भाई आपको सारे पैरामीटर्स केस स्टडी में भी रखने पड़ते हैं. बी स्क्रूपलेसली केयरफुल विद रिकॉर्डिंग एंड कैटलॉगिंग ऑल डेटा. एंड लाइक इन काउंसलिंग हम सब लिखते हैं, एंड समटाइम्स because you see building of faith and confidence is very important. We tell the client that whatever you share with us will remain only with us and will go nowhere. So recording to allow nahi hoti na. But now I have modified that, and what I do is I say okay, you have your mobile recording, you do the recording. Whatever is transpiring between you and me, तुम जो मुझे बातें सुना रहे हो वो रिकॉर्डिंग करो. Then I ask the person to play back that recorded thing, and you'll be surprised. It's so interesting when the same person hears himself saying those things. और वो जो बोलता तो गुस्से में बोलता है, चिल्ला के बोलता है, सब कुछ बोलता है, वो सब रिकॉर्ड हुआ होता है. Then he says, this is नहीं, ये तो नहीं होना चाहिए था, ये तो मेरी गलती थी, उसकी गलती नहीं थी, मैं ऐसे वाइफ को चिल्लाया. So the problem is solved by that recording. And the advantage of that is I say now it is with you. You can delete it whenever you want. But if he gives me or she gives me the permission to keep the recorded things with me, अगर जैसे longitudinal है, पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर है वाला केस मेरे पास आया था, मैंने कहा इसका स्टेप बाय स्टेप रखना पड़ेगा रिकॉर्ड, क्योंकि पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर इज नॉट अ मैटर ऑफ टुडे एंड फिनिशेस. दिस पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर मस्ट हैव स्टार्टेड लॉन्ग टाइम अगो. फिर मैंने जो बीवी आई थी, देन शी सेड कि हाँ उनकी जो सास थी कि ये तब ऐसे करता था, तब ऐसे करता था. तो मैंने कहा ये जो करता था, जो चीजें बता रही हो, दीज आर ऑल पार्ट ऑफ पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर. लेकिन मदर होती है ना, इंडल्जेंट होती हैं, पंजाबी में कहते हैं ना छिंदा पुत्र. छिंदा पुत्र मीन्स वेरी पैम्पर्ड सन. So that pampered son used to get away with anything. Whenever he would throw a tantrum, चीख रहा है, कर रहा है, नहीं तुझे नई गाड़ी खरीद के दे देंगे. And she used to sort of pacify him by giving lollipops, इस तरह की, which was very wrong. That should not have been done, but that was being done. तो अगर 30 साल तक ये सब कुछ होता रहा, and then you get that man married to somebody, उसकी जिंदगी तो बर्बाद हो गई और एक बच्चा भी हो गया उससे. So then it is a longitudinal process that you have to take into cognizance. Then demonstrate the techniques the way will use. Be scrupulously, वही data collection जो है आपका ये सारा करना है, और recording अगर करनी है तो करनी है, to make it more scientific. Making non-science into science. आगे क्या है? Get as many different views on the situation as possible. You have observed, make somebody else also observe that case, and then see आपका correlation आ रहा है between your judgment and that person's judgment. If the correlation is 0.8, 0.9, then आपकी scientific वो direction हो गया है. Demonstrate that the techniques and the way they will be used were decided in advance. इसका मतलब प्री प्लानिंग होनी चाहिए. ये केस स्टडी हम करने जा रहे हैं. Be scrupulously careful with the recording and cataloging of all data. जो भी वो बोल रहा है, जो भी डेटा आपका जनरेट हो रहा है, you keep on noting it down. Underline your case with theory and derive theory from the case itself. उससे आप derive कीजिए जो आपने derive करना है. ओके, अब है केस स्टडी की फॉर्मेट. आप क्या करेंगे? इसमें आपका कॉन्टेक्स्ट होता है, स्ट्रेटजीज डिस्क्राइब्ड होती हैं, चैलेंजेस होते हैं, आउटकम्स होते हैं. ये मैं एक एक करके आपको कराती जा रही हूँ. कॉन्टेक्स्ट क्या है? Information about the organizational environment and setting. Now, if you are making a case study of an organization, all आप भी organization में, मैं भी, ये भी, we are all in organization. हाँ, the nameplate of the organization may differ. It may not be the industry, or it may not government. It may be teaching institute. It may be some social welfare institute. But organization तो है ना. So what you do is you get as much information as possible that what is your organization culture. देखिए हर एक कॉलेज का भी अपना कल्चर होता है, अपनी फिलॉसफी होती है. If you know that, you are in a better frame of reference. Then climate of the organization or setting. Now, climate is, are you allowed to share with each other? Are the colleagues benevolent to each other? The colleagues can be very nasty to each other sometimes, or they can sort of tell tales about their colleagues to the boss to make their own number बनाना, number बढ़ाते हैं, चुगली करनी, that sort of thing. If that is the atmosphere, then bickering is there, lot of bickering, and lot of backbiting is there. So what climate is there? Then history or condition influencing the situation. That this situation which is occurring, what happened earlier? What is the history of that? And then current concerns and issues. अब क्या हो रहा है? क्या problem हो रही है? And I think I can give you example. Like I did many programs for UIET. UIET का नाम सुना आपने? University Institute of Engineering and Technology. बहुत बड़ी इंस्टीट्यूट है हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी की. है नहीं सुना? आप लोगों ने भी नहीं सुना है UIET का नाम? UIET सुना हुआ है ना? हाँ, बहुत बड़ी इंस्टीट्यूट है. डॉक्टर रेणु विजय वहाँ की डायरेक्टर. So she said, I want that my institute should run on a different climate. तो उन्होंने मुझसे फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का जो विंग था, डेप्यूटी रजिस्ट्रार से डाउनवर्ड, लैब टेक्नीशियंस, ऑल सबका उन्होंने मुझसे प्रोग्राम कराया. एंड देन आउट ऑफ द फैकल्टी ग्रुप वाज सिलेक्टेड, वो वेरी कीन टू नो मोर. उनको एक हफ्ते का टीचर एज अ काउंसलर करवाया. तो फिर मैंने आई आस्क्ड देम कि did it help you, did it do something? Yes, the atmosphere changed a lot. And these teachers who are teacher counselors now, they look after the case work of the students. If the students are having, earlier उनका एक suicide का, murder का case भी हुआ था. After that, touch wood, they didn't have anything, because now the teachers were trained by me to look after these cases. तो वही ये चीज है कि आपने concern थे issues के बारे में. Did the person at the helm of affair take care of that? Did they do something about it? If they have done, then it's okay. Then strategies describe. क्या क्या strategies आप करोगे? Facts about the case, narratives that describe what innovations were introduced, because you are introducing some new thing. अब जैसे मैंने अपना ही केस बताया, not giving tuition, और अपनी स्टडी कर रहे हो और उसको स्टिमुलेट कर रहे हो, हेल्प कर रहे हो to do his own study. This is itself is a thing. Then actors involved, who all are acting in that case. जैसे अब मेरे केस के अंदर क्या है? The grandmother is there, the mother is there, the son is there. तो 3 actors हो गए कि नहीं हो गए इसमें? Then strengths tried, strategies tried. अब strategies tried में ये था कि पहले 10th में हमने देख लिया था कि without tuition he got 10 points. And उसका एग्जाम टीचरों ने नहीं किया था, बोर्ड ने किया था. क्योंकि टीचर तो भर भर के नंबर दे रहे थे. सेल्फ इवेल्युएशन स्कूलों की, टू बिल्ड द स्कूल रेपुटेशन. आप देखो ना, newspapers used to fill off photographs for 10. अब वो बंद कराया है because lots of people create a lot of hue and cry कि अगर स्कूल का टीचर अपना ही कर रहा हो तो नंबर देगा ही देगा, बट अगर कुछ का बोर्ड का हो रहा है, कुछ का सेल्फ हो रहा है, तो दोनों दे आर नॉट कंपैटिबल, दे आर नॉट इक्विटेबल. सो वो अब चेंज हो रहा है, पर उसने जब दिया तब ये था, और अपने आप करके उसने 10 पॉइंट दिए. तब कंटिन्यूटी थी कि भाई अब 12th में भी अगर खुद करते हैं तो वी हैव टू सी ये क्या होगा. वो यहाँ पे आ गए. स्ट्रेंथ बता दी, वीकनेसेस भी ये थी कि सारे बाकी बच्चे कह रहे हैं कि हम ट्यूशन पे जा रहे हैं, हम नंबर तो आएंगे. गोल्स और आउटकम्स एक्सपेक्टेड. आउटकम एक्सपेक्ट क्या था कि सेल्फ स्टडी से भी वन कैन अचीव अकम्प्लिश समथिंग. चैलेंजेस एनकाउंटर्ड. Challenges that emerged. अब देखिए, in every situation there are challenges. Academics में क्या challenge है? About the examination. Are you ever sure? कहते हैं luck है, क्या हो गया? अब जेई के एग्जाम्स हैं, Are you sure कि क्या हुआ? KYP से वो भी एग्जाम था ना, उसमें जिनके पास बायोलॉजी थी वो सब क्लियर कर गए, जिनके पास मैथ्स था वो मर गए. आज साल आपने शायद पढ़ा नहीं होगा ये. This happened this year. So जो मेडिकल ले रहे थे वो तो स्ट्रेट वॉक कर गए, और जो साइंस ले रहे थे ये वो बेचारे पिट गए, जबकि उनके साइंस के अंदर बाकी नंबर कहीं ज्यादा उनसे थे, पर मैथ्स और बायोलॉजी का कोई मुकाबला ही नहीं है. मैथ्स में आप गलत किया तो 0 है, बायोलॉजी में 0 नहीं आता, कुछ ना कुछ नंबर आ ही जाते हैं. तो ये चीजें कि भी आपने क्या किया, चैलेंजेस क्या थे. पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ वेरियस एक्टर्स. हर एक एनी एक्टर इन दैट सिचुएशन हैज देयर ओन पर्सपेक्टिव. ये चीज गलत होगी, ये चीज ठीक होगी, ये चीज करनी चाहिए, ये चीज नहीं करनी चाहिए. दैट हैज टू बी सीन. देन डिसीजन टेकन. सबका कंसेंसस, देयर शुड बी कंसेंसस ऑफ द होल ग्रुप, like grandmother, mother and the son. They should have consensus and then they can work. Actions or changes made. फिर क्या आपने एक्शन लिए, क्या चेंजेस लिए. Then outcomes, result of change that have taken place. जैसे मैंने आपको स्टडी बताई, attitude towards change. There were certain parameters over there. If an attitude, they were acting as resistance. At change could not take place क्योंकि resist कर रहे थे उसको. This was the outcome. Analysis of post-intervention situation. अब ये निकल आया. This is the findings that we have. Where were we wrong? Where were we right? What should we continue? What we should change? That is important. Then accomplishment or outcomes. Okay. This is a success story. This is a failure story. And then the lessons learned. अब lessons learned में क्या है? We did not control such and such variable. We should control that variable, or we should add something, or we should subtract something, and then see another case study. Now, use of case study. Case studies should be written, and sometimes I think some organization and some people also write books on case studies. I think in management, have you seen case studies in management? आप मेरी सुन ही रहे हो बात. Case management, there are collections of case studies and people can read about that and learn from them. Analyze the strategies and resulting outcomes. What happened and why. Outcomes देख लीजिए. If you find that this outcome was not satisfactory, why this happened, what variable we didn't control or we didn't manipulate or we didn't do something about it, and that is the reason it's a failure. Discuss what have been done further, what should be done for further outcomes. And outcome, how could this experience be adapted and replicated? Can you replicate it in another case? This industry में, can you replicate the same thing somewhere? And highlight principles or lessons learned. जो कुछ आपने सीखा उसको highlight कर लीजिए. Learning objectives. Out of case study, what do we learn in that? To diagnose what the problems or issues in the case are. This is one objective. Second is why they have occurred. Causes, because when you know the cause, you can do the cure. In order to consider a variety of solution and variety of solution, ये भी हो सकता था, ये भी हो सकता था, this also, this also, this also. And to justify what you believe to be the best solution. Out of all the solution 1, 2, 3, 4, you say, okay, solution 3 is the best solution for this. So that is your conclusion about that. Now, steps in analyzing case study. आपने केस स्टडी बना ली, अब एनालिसिस कैसे करेंगे? गेन एन ओवरव्यू ऑफ द केस स्टडी, पहले सारा पढ़ लीजिए एंड गेन एन ओवरव्यू ऑफ द केस स्टडी. Establish what has happened, specify objectives. The objectives which you have talked about, see whether they have been really taken care of or not. Determine the causes. वही है ना, आप उसको एनालिसिस करो तो कॉज पता चलेगा, कॉज पता चलेगा तो क्योर पता चलेगा. And then develop possible solutions. If causes are known, then solutions are possible. Evaluate these solutions. Now, work on this thing. कि इस solution का इतना weightage है, इस solution का इतना weightage है. Pure and simple आपका mathematics होता है इसमें, vector and valence analysis. And I've done developed, exercises on decision making, जिसमें मैं वेक्टर्स और वेलेंसेस यूज करके मैथमेटिकली प्लस माइनस निकाल के सारा दिखा देती हूँ. अभी मैं मलोट में MNIT जो है ना इंस्टीट्यूट है ना, नहीं मलोट में, मैं कुछ गलत ले रही हूँ, एम से शुरू होता है, MNIT कुछ ऐसा था, टेक्नोलॉजी की है, इंजीनियर उसमें आए हुए थे, उसमें डिसीजन मेकिंग था. तो मैंने उनको जब कराया, मैडम इट्स आई ओपनर, we were stuck on this decision, we didn't know what to do, and now it's crystal clear. और मैं आपको एग्जांपल देती हूँ जो उन्होंने करके दिखाया. It was very simple. I have to buy a laptop. Should I buy it online or should I go and see in a shop and buy it from there? और वो बेचारा उसमें स्टक था कि ऑनलाइन लूँ कि ऑनलाइन लूँ कि जाके लूँ. And when he did that, सारे पैरामीटर्स निकाल के, उनके वेक्टर्स के वेलेंसेस डाल के, प्लस माइनस सारे निकाल के, उसका ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग का आई थिंक प्लस 18 आया और उसका प्लस 8 आया. तो द डिसीजन वाज वेरी क्लियर, आप 18 को करोगे चॉइस. इसी तरह, और शुड आई गो आउट और शुड आई डू माई PhD, should I leave this job or should I take something else? So such decision making, the thing was mathematical. They said it is eye opener for us. अब ये तो हम अपने घर में रखेंगे, बच्चों को भी कराएंगे, सबको कराएंगे, जब भी फैसला लेना हो तो वही ये चीज है. आपके solutions they have their weightage and then they can be used later on also. Then formulate recommendations, write up solutions. जो भी आपका solution निकल आया and correct, that is the solution which others also can use. So case study is not just for today, it is for tomorrow also. Then gain an overview of the case. We can ask questions, students to read the case quickly prior to coming to the class to gain familiarity with the major events and characteristics and to note what seems to be the central problem. This means if you are using it as a strategy for teaching, class में आके case पढ़ना शुरू कीजिए. Give a copy of that case to the student, circulated, they must read it before they come. Now, beauty of this thing is everybody who will be reading it, they'll have their own conclusions to draw from that. Now, case studies often contain substantial information presented sometimes in a chaotic order. आप जैसे जैसे चीजें हो रही हैं, ये तो थोड़ा chaotic है ना, थोड़ा systematic नहीं है, फिर भी the information which is given there and they are reading beforehand, it may be chaotic, but it is giving a lot of information to them. Establish the who, what, where and when of the situation. ये सारी चीजें आपको पता है, ये क्वेश्चन बहुत अच्छे होते हैं, who, where, when, what, ये सारा आप करो. केस स्टडीज यूजुअली प्रेजेंट इंफॉर्मेशन क्रोनोलॉजिकली. 9th को ये हुआ, फिर 11th को ये हुआ, 13th को ये हुआ, या 12th को ये हुआ. That is chronological order which it is. Then determine the causes and the issues. Whatever you've done in this, consider a variety of possible causes or issues to see how well you support. They are supported by the facts of the case and how well they explain what has happened. When you read systematically, you come to know how many things are being supported, how many things are not being supported. Then try to separate symptoms from problems. जब केस स्टडी होगा तो सिम्टम प्रॉब्लम सारे इकट्ठे आ रहे होंगे, बट आफ्टरवर्ड्स यू सेग्रीगेट सिम्टम्स फ्रॉम द प्रॉब्लम. प्रॉब्लम ये है, सिम्टम ये हो रहे हैं. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल इफ देयर इज फैमिली डिस्कॉर्ड, that is the problem, but what are the symptoms? Symptoms are parents are not talking to each other, and they're not talking is affecting the child. The child is performing poorly. पहले उसके 10 on 10 आते थे, अब 5 on 10 आने शुरू होते हैं. सो प्रॉब्लम ये है, सिम्टम्स क्या है, बच्चे तक को इफेक्ट हो रहा है. ये ऐसा ही होता है ना, बच्चों के ऊपर इफेक्ट हो जाता है. रैंक ऑर्डर द क्रिटिकल प्रॉब्लम एंड इशू. नाउ हियर प्रॉब्लम जनरल था कि वो इनकी लड़ाई चलती, पर प्रॉब्लम यहाँ क्या है कि दे हैव स्टॉप टॉकिंग टू ईच अदर, and that becomes a major problem over here. Okay. Develop several possible solutions to the problem. Several issues or solutions to the problem would be, why have they stopped? Or why, what, when aa gaya na sara. Why have they stopped? Find the cause. Why they are not doing it. When you know the cause, then you will be able to do the solution. Different solution may need to be considered. Now, उसमें हो सकता है ये वाइफ क्या है, ये मेरी सुनते ही नहीं, मुझे कुछ समझते ही नहीं, ईगो प्रॉब्लम आ गई. वो कहते ये बातें ऐसी बेहूदी करती है, मैं क्या इसकी बात सुनूं. सो वन पर्सन इज कंडेमिंग द अदर पर्सन सेइंग ये सुनते ही नहीं मेरी. तो ये प्रॉब्लम आ गई ना, कॉजेज आ गए, इनको सोल्यूशन ढूंढना है. एंड अच्छा, now different solutions may be needed to depending on whether the aim is to have prevented what has already happened, कि जो हो गया उसको ठीक करें, to salvage the present situation or to avoid similar problems in future. Okay, here I'll give you another example. Have you been on a dentist chair? कितने आपने डेंटिस्ट चेयर पे गए हो कभी? आप गए हो? ज्यादातर लोग सब पहुंच ही जाते हैं डेंटल चेयर पे. आप लोग, यू हैव बीन वेरी लकी, कभी नहीं गए? ओके, आज आई टेक हिम एज माय सब्जेक्ट. किस कॉज से गए थे आप डेंटल चेयर पे? कैरी थी, कैरी थी, दांत में कीड़ा लगता है. नाउ टू हैव प्रिवेंटेड व्हाट हैज ऑलरेडी हैपेंड. अगर आप वो ना जाते तो क्या होना था? दांत निकालना पड़ा था. ठीक है. नाउ टू प्रिवेंट एक्सट्रैक्शन ऑफ द टीथ, आपकी कैरीज निकाली गई और फिलिंग की गई. और फिलिंग परमानेंट या टेम्पररी? पहले टेम्पररी की तो ठीक है, रूट कनाल की जरूरत तो नहीं पड़ रही, फिर परमानेंट फिलिंग की गई, सो दैट फर्दर डैमेज शुड नॉट टेक. प्रिवेंशन हो गई ना, ये होगी. दूसरा चीज है टू सैल्वेज द प्रेजेंट सिचुएशन. कि आप उस स्टेज से भी निकल गए हैं और आपकी कैरी इतनी ज्यादा है कि बिल्कुल बाहर का केस रह गया है और बीच में कुछ भी नहीं है. तो यहाँ सैल्वेज करने के लिए क्या करेंगे? मे बी फर्स्ट यू गिव टेम्पररी फिलिंग. टेम्पररी फिलिंग निकल ही जाती है, हमने खाना सब खाया वो फिर निकल गई. फिर क्या है? नाउ द ओनली चॉइसेस, निकाल दो एंड मे बी पुट वो क्या कहते हैं, दूसरा दांत लगाने के लिए ना इम्प्लांट करो. इम्प्लांट करके दूसरा दांत लगाओ. इट इज क्वाइट पेनफुल एंड लॉन्ग प्रोसेस. ठीक है. प्रिवेंशन, प्रॉब्लम होए ना, इसके लिए क्या होता है? जब आप छोटे बच्चे थे तो आपके माँ बाप को पीडियोडेंटिस्ट के पास लेके जाते. पीडियोडेंशिया इसको ना, पीडियोडेंशिया इज द डॉक्टर विच टीचेस द चाइल्ड टू प्रिवेंट डेंटल प्रॉब्लम्स. और वो आपको एक उन्होंने बना के रखा होता है उसका मोल्ड जो बड़े का, और एक बड़ा सा ब्रश होता है. फिर दिखाते हैं कैसे कैसे ऐसे 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 ब्रश करना है. फिर आपको थ्रेडिंग करना सिखाते हैं, उसका होता है ना. और फिर उससे कई बार वो छोटा सा इंटरडेंटल ब्रश होता है वो सिखाते हैं. और साथ में ये सिखाते हैं कि आफ्टर एवरी मील यू हैव टू क्लीन योर टीथ. और टॉफियां खा के तो बिल्कुल क्लीन करना चाहिए. ठीक है. ये सब करो तो फिर आपके दांतों में कीड़ा नहीं लगता. और पहले जमाने में लोग क्या करते थे? नीम की दातन कराते. ठीक है. वो हमने छोड़ दी, जो सोल्यूशन था वो छोड़ दिया. अब नीम इज क्यूरेटिव एज वेल एज प्रिवेंटेटिव. और वो जो आप चबा चबा करते हो, आपके अंदर जो नीम का रस जाता है वो फायदा भी करता है, एंटीसेप्टिक है वो. तो उसके ऑल राउंड फायदे थे. लेकिन अब तो नीम का पेड़ नजर ही नहीं आता, नीम की दातन कहाँ से नजर आएगी. तो प्रिवेंटेटिव. तो आप ये तीनों चीजें कर सकते हैं कि भाई अगर कुछ हो गया तो उसको डैमेज जो है वहीं तक रोको, या बहुत डैमेज हो गया तो उसका पूरा इलाज करो, और नहीं हुआ है तो प्रिवेंटेटिव मेजर करो. तो ये चीज होए ना. और हम साइकोलॉजी में जो कराती हूँ, काउंसलिंग में भी ये कराती हूँ लोगों को कि भाई don't come to me with your child's problem when it has gone beyond you. Come for a workshop for parenting. If I teach you proper parenting, these problems will not occur. If you know how to relate to your child, especially puberty के बाद तो massive problem आती हैं. Most of the cases that I get is after puberty. Puberty means वो 10-11 साल की उम्र, आपके बॉडी में चेंजेस आ रहे हैं, सब चेंजेस आ रहे हैं. एंड पेरेंट्स डोंट डू सेक्स एजुकेशन, पेरेंट्स डोंट डू एनीथिंग. लड़कियां एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रही हैं, लड़के एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हैं, थिंग्स आर हैपनिंग, तब उनको मार पीट रहे हो, सब कुछ कर रहे हो, ऑनर किलिंग कर रहे हो. This should not be done. If you can do proper parenting, then these problems will not occur with you. And then evaluate the solutions. मेरा टाइम भी हो गया तो मैं जल्दी से ही कहती हूँ. Evaluation ये है कि will this solution work? Now, parenting में we may give you general things, but each child is different. Individual differences are there. So will that work? That you have to see. Then think about the constraints or implementation. That मान लो एक family जरा modern family है. For them, parenting will be different. But one family is living in a joint family, and the in-laws, the सास ससुर जो हैं, they are very old-fashioned and very autocratic. So that is a totally different family system. So you have to see कि भाई किस फैमिली का कैसे करा रहे हैं. Then assign weights and values to the solution. वो जो मैंने बताया था, vectors valences assign कीजिए तो आपको हो जाता है. And formulate recommendation. On the basis of that, then you say ये करो तो ये होगा, ये करो तो ये होगा, ये करो तो ये होगा. And then common errors in case study analysis. गलतियां जो करते हैं, क्या करते हैं? Not understanding and accepting the facts of the case. ऊपर ऊपर से पढ़ लिया, deep जाके केस के facts नहीं देखे हमने. Not explaining exactly what the problem are and why they have occurred. Again, superficially आप जो problem को कर लोगे और problem की depth तक नहीं जाओगे तो बात नहीं बनेगी. और वो depth कहाँ आती है? आपकी self, आपका ego, ये सारी problem होती हैं. Making unwarranted assumptions and to try to simplify the case. कि भाई जल्दी से काम हो जाए, सिंप्लीफाई कर दो, और सिंप्लीफाई करते करते कॉम्प्लेक्स चीजें हो जाती हैं. एंड स्टिकिंग टू जनरलिटीज सच एज दे मस्ट ट्राई टू इम्प्रूव कम्युनिकेशन. और कैसे करो, ये जनरलिटीज है ना, जब मैं भी कराती हूँ वर्कशॉप में कहती कम टू कॉन्क्रीट वर्ड्स. आई वांट टू बी अ गुड टीचर, आई वांट टू हैव अ गुड कम्युनिकेशन. कैसे गुड कम्युनिकेशन होगा? उसके ब्रेकअप होते हैं. Your pronunciation, your voice, your tonality, your use of words, your language, ये सब communication में आएगा. ये सब चीजें होंगी तब communication ठीक होगा. So if you do that, then it's okay. And I think ये काफी हो गया. Intrinsic होते हैं जो छोटे cases होते हैं, और instrumental cases होते हैं जिनमें longitudinal चीजें चलती हैं. Companies वगैरह के लिए ये longitudinal होते हैं. And collective होते हैं जब वो इंस्टीट्यूशन का एक केस और केसेस को आप कलेक्ट कर लो तो वो कलेक्टिव केसेस होते हैं. एंड थैंक यू. एनी क्वेश्चन, एनी क्वेरीज? उधर भी पूछ लीजिए जरा बिफोर यू ब्रेक फॉर टी. हाँ जी, आप लोगों ने नहीं, मैंने कहा क्वेश्चन कोई पूछना ही नहीं. क्वेश्चन ये खत्म हो गया ना केस स्टडी, तो कुछ पूछना है? सब समझ आ गया?
Yeah, the common errors that you talk about, my students generally make those errors when we're discussing cases in classes. They go for assumptions, they don't read the facts, they get confusion by them. It's very difficult then finally to give very concrete steps.
This means a lot of practice has to be done, and a lot of sincerity and your decision to concentrate on that work.
It's very difficult to write cases, ma'am. I have attempted so many times to write a case for a company, but I'm not able to write. So difficult.
But you must not give it up. Write it and then recheck it. Write it, recheck it. And then sometimes you can have a group discussion also on that. और उसमें से लोग बोलेंगे ना ये चीज नहीं हुई, ये चीज नहीं हुई, तो keep on noting down and then rewrite the case study.
For writing cases, you need minute to minute details.
Minute details. And sometimes those minute details come to your human psychology.
Yeah, and they don't like to share.
And they don't like to share because that is your innermost self, which is very secretive. You don't want to share with anybody. आप किसी को शेयर ये कर सकते हैं, देख भाई मुझे तेरे से बड़ी जेलसी हो रही है, यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू शेयर दैट, मुझे तुमसे बड़ा डर लग रहा है। बीवी कहेगी क्या हस्बैंड को, मुझे तो आपसे डर ही लगता रहता है, नहीं उसको क्या मुझे प्यार करता हूँ कि डर लगता है, वो फिर लड़ाई शुरू हो जाती है। इधर इन लोगों ने कुछ पूछना है? Does anyone want to ask here?
Hello.
Understand?
Hello. Riyad Bhai.
Yes, sir.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could this case study method be applied in a class of 40 to 60 students? And in what manner it can be applied?
40 to 50.
40 to 60 students are studying in a class, and is the method of case study can be applied
56.
40 to 60?
Okay, what do you want to say? You want to say that can you use case study method?
Yes, I wanted to know that case study method, is it applicable in the case of, for example, one student is there, I would just tell you the case. One student is there, he's interested in studies, but he's not able to score the marks, but he's genius, he's creative.
Just a second, लग जाए। बोलिए जी।
हाँ जी।
हाँ, अब ठीक है।
Hello.
Yes, now it's okay.
There is a student in the class. He attends the classes, but he is not able to score the marks in any of the examinations. And one more point, he's a genius. He's a creative person. How could this be applied? The case study, of course, individual it can be applied, but how is it possible to apply in the case of 40 to 60 students?
The case study method is individualistic. You're not going to use the same for 40 people. But this is the case who's creative, in the class and score marks. This is an individual case. For this, you will have to call him alone and study why is it happening, what has he missed because which is not getting marks. This will be individual case. It will not be of the whole class. No. See, right from I'm talking about individualistic case, not the whole class. You can't do a whole class case study.
Okay.
No, something maybe collective, some issues there where everybody is involved, then it will be a collective. But this particular case, this is individual. This cannot be done as a 40.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, madam.
There is another question.
Anji.
Madam, my question is that you told that when child is at school level or 11, 12th level, at that time some social or some people tell that do science or go for that, while child is not interested and then put them in maths or anything. And the child gets stress.
Please, just a minute. Repeat your question, please.
आप अटक के बोल रहे हैं.
Repeat your question, sir.
आपने बोला था कि 11-12 में चिल्ड्रन को अगर इंटरेस्ट ना हो फिर भी कोई ऐसी साइंस या फिर उसी स्ट्रीम में देते हैं तो उससे स्ट्रेस होता है.
11वीं 12वीं में जिसका इंटरेस्ट ना हो.
ऑडिबल मैम?
हाँ, I'll still say if a child has been forced to take up non-medical and his aptitude in physics is 20 percentile or his aptitude in mathematics is again 30 percentile, this child will naturally be very frustrated and he will have stress and then he will start doing negative gestures. शैतानी करेगा, शोर मचाएगा, कुछ दंगा करेगा क्लास में to seek attention. Why should a child be forced to take up non-medical or medical or commerce? There are 29,000 occupations. So what is the fuss of putting child forcibly into one little क्या कहा जाए दरवाजा बंद करके केज में डाल दिया जाए? Why should a child be put in that cage? This is my question. And as a career counselor, when I do aptitude testing and all, some of my cases, I remember in Sanawar school, one girl, she had very high quality of artistic talent. I said, why are you forcing her into all these things? She's cut out for art, let her go into art. And she's to make beautiful paintings. And she did wonderfully well and earning money also by her creativity. So let the person go there. I remember one girl had come to me, her intelligence, etc., was okay, but she had no aptitude for science or this PCM. So she said, तो मुझे खाना बनाना बहुत अच्छा लगता है. I said, okay, you can take up microbiology and do khana pakana. You can do work in nutrition specialist, and they earn very well. ये नहीं कि उनको तनख्वाह नहीं मिलती. They earn pretty well, and she took up that. And then I said, okay, be make Tarla Dalal your role model. तरला दलाल करोड़ों में पैसा कमाती है. संजीव कपूर करोड़पति है, टीवी पे आता है. You be a good. I was reading about a person, a French cook, who has become a vegan, vegetarian, and he's cooking all vegetarian things, and he's come to India to learn different vegetables and cook for vegetarian people. And his institute is really flourishing.
They are not able to perform very well on their jobs also, ma'am. Turnover it is very high, attrition rate, burnout comes out to be excessively high in these cases. If they are not, they have not opted for the professions of their choice.
That is last year I met Indian President chef of Indian President, Mr. Montu Seni. By incident, I met him in metro. And what he told me, he just about 30 years, and he's so famous, and he's
and he enjoys.
Yes,
above all, he enjoys doing it.
What he told me, just to surprise, he just told me that whatever you just do with passion. And I just find it very delightful for me that I just met that person. Later on, I just confirmed on Google, and now he is with me on Facebook, and we see that Modi sir on President Mr. Pranab Mukherjee and so all dignitaries with him.
Yes.
And Sanjeev
and now this case study that you have met,
yes, ma'am.
Use the findings of this case studies for your children.
Yes, ma'am. I just
and let them do something which they are passionate about. Yes, aptitude test कराइए उनका और फिर देखिए क्या करना चाहते हैं वो. Don't force them into these three compartments, non-medical, medical and commerce. इनका कोई आपस में relationship है? कोई relationship नहीं. आप medical में किसी एक बच्चे को धक्का मार के डाल रहे हैं, पैसे दे के, चूहे की दुम तो वो पकड़ नहीं सकता, तो आपको इंजेक्शन कैसे लगाएगा? ठीक है ना. उसको वो चीज कराइए जो वो करना चाहता है, और फिर कहो सर्जरी कर दे. तो जब आपका दिल फाड़ देगा तो आपको फटा हुआ टेबल पे ही सुला देगा, फिर आप बचेंगे नहीं उसके पास से.
Hello, madam.
Would you like to have a break now?
Hello, madam. Good morning. Is it audible?
Yeah.
मैडम, मेरा क्वेश्चन ये था कि अगर इंटरेस्ट नहीं है और हम उसको नॉन इंजीनियरिंग में पुश करते हैं तो स्ट्रेस होता है, लेकिन मेरा एक केस मतलब ऐसा ऑब्जर्वेशन ये भी है, इंटरेस्ट है इंजीनियरिंग में लेना है, इंटरेस्ट है, लेकिन ड्यू टू लैंग्वेज, क्योंकि 12th तक मदर लैंग्वेज में स्टडी करते हैं, फिर डायरेक्टली इंग्लिश में आता है, तो ड्यू टू इंग्लिश भी बहुत सारा स्ट्रेसिस होता है. और सारे कंट्रीज है जैसे फ्रांस है तो वहाँ पूरा स्टडी फ्रेंच लैंग्वेज में है, जर्मन है, जापान है, चाइना है, रसिया है, ऐसे बहुत सारे कंट्रीज है कि जहाँ चाइल्ड से लेके पीएचडी तक वो पूरा स्टडी मदर लैंग्वेज में करते हैं. तो इसका भी कुछ रिलेवेंस है क्या कि अगर पूरा जो जितना भी स्टडी या कुछ भी हो वो स्टूडेंट को कोई भी स्टेट हो मदर लैंग्वेज में मिले तो कुछ बेनिफिट हो सकता है? मैंने ऐसे स्टूडेंट को देखा है, इंटरेस्ट है फिर भी ड्यू टू लैंग्वेज बहुत सारे फ्रस्ट्रेशन होते हैं, अंडरस्टैंडिंग है बहुत सारी लेकिन लिख नहीं पाते ड्यू टू सम लैंग्वेज बैरियर्स.
बिल्कुल आप ठीक कह रहे हो, यू आर एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट, बट दिस प्रपोजल दैट यू आर पुटिंग अक्रॉस, ये मोदी साहब को या एचआरडी को कहिए, ये मेरी लेवल पे सॉल्यूशंस का आपको नहीं मिलेगा. बिकॉज आई कैन नॉट गो एंड से कि भाई सब सारी हिंदुस्तान में अपनी मदर टंग में सारी लैंग्वेजेस हटा के कर दो और सारी साइंस को आप उसमें कर दो जब बुक्स ही अवेलेबल नहीं है उन चार चीजों में. ये तो पॉलिटिकल मैटर है ना, जो पॉलिटिक्स आपका डिस्कस करेगा कि ये करना है कि नहीं करना. एज इट इज हमारे कंट्री अपनी एजुकेशन के साथ काफी बच्चों के साथ खिलवाड़ कर चुकी है. दे हैव डन लॉट्स ऑफ थिंग. कपिल साहब आए, सिब्बल साहब आए, उन्होंने सारे इम्तिहान ही हटा दिए. वो बच्चे आज तक उनको ना एप्लीकेशन लिखनी भी आती है ना कुछ करना आता है. ये तो चीजें एक्सपेरिमेंट्स है ना, ये तो स्टूपिड एक्सपेरिमेंट्स हैं. कुछ भी कर लो बच्चों के साथ, या बच्चों को टेस्ट पे टेस्ट दिए जाओ, टेस्ट पे. अब एक चीज भर्ती होने के लिए कितने बच्चों को टेस्ट देना पड़ रहा है? वाई? सीबीएसई का क्या मतलब है? जब नेशनल लेवल वो टेस्ट है तो एक कर लिया, उसमें उनके मार्क्स आ गए, नहीं जी उसके बाद वो क्या केवीपी दो, जेई में दो, नीट दो, ये दो, वो दो. क्यों? यू आर क्रिएटिंग स्ट्रेस बच्चे के लिए. टेस्ट दिलवा दिलवा के जब तक उसका ब्रेकडाउन ना हो जाए उसको टेस्ट देते हो.
Friends, we are likely to continue with session with ma'am only. So I would request take a 20 minutes break now and reassemble for the next session, and you can continue with your questions after the tea break.
मैं अपना नेक्स्ट खोलना चाहती हूँ.
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
Sir, please continue.
मैम अभी एक
हाँ जी,
क्वेश्चन
Please go ahead, sir.
मैम अभी एक क्वेश्चन क्रिएट किया था कि 11th-12th में जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनको प्रॉब्लम फेस होती है उससे रिलेटेड।
हाँ जी,
मैम,
आप वापस आ गए हो। अच्छा, चलो।
मेरा कहना है कि मैम जो 10th में सपोज दैट कोई स्टूडेंट फेल हो जाता है
हाँ।
और वो मजदूरी करने लग जाता है,
हम्म।
फिर जैसे वो 25 की एज में आता है तो उसका थोड़ा माइंड ब्रॉड होता है, फिर वो ये कहता है कि अरे यार मैं तेरी तरह पढ़ लिया होता तो मैं आज इंजीनियर बन गया होता। तो मीन्स दैट 11th में जैसे कोई स्टूडेंट आता है तो हो सकता है कि वो इतने सारे वर्ड्स आते हैं, केमिस्ट्री, न्यूट्रॉन, प्रोटॉन, इलेक्ट्रॉन्स, फिजिक्स के यूनिट्स प्रॉब्लम आती है, तो वो स्टेज होती है 6 मंथ। अगर वो इसको क्रॉस कर लेता है तो इजीली वो साइंस का स्टूडेंट हो जाता है, लेकिन वो उस स्टेज को क्रॉस नहीं कर पाता तो वो आर्ट्स की तरफ मूव करने लग जाता है। तो वो एज फैक्टर है, वो एज, उस एज में माइंड में इतनी कैपेसिटी नहीं होती कि वो एब्जॉर्व कर सके हर कंडीशन को, तो उसको थोड़ा टाइम दो, इससे उसको क्रॉस हो जाएगा। दूसरा
Age नहीं, it is preparedness at 10.
Can I say
दूसरा मैम एक और क्वेश्चन, जैसे ही एज ए फैकल्टी वो 25 की एज अबव एज में आता है, वो विदाउट एनी पेपर एनी बुक वो बहुत टीच करता है।
now can I say something?
जी जी।
अगर बात पूरी होगी है, देखिए, ideally speaking, there should be career counseling in the school, which should start in 7th or 8th to build career maturity, vocational maturity, which means making them understand that there are so many professions, so many different orientations which they can go in for. And then when they come to 10th, there should be a complete profile, aptitude, interest, intelligence, personality, everything should be there. And then the person should make a choice. If this is done, it's a scientific process. If this is done, जो आप चीज कह रहे हैं वो होने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी.
You prevent that.
It'll prevent all that. But unfortunately, counselors है नहीं, aptitude testing वगैरह करना नहीं आता है, तो ये चीज होती ही नहीं है. This thing doesn't take place. And as a result, जो आप कह रहे हो ना, ऐसी चीजें, एक केस नहीं, बहुत अच्छा केस आ जाते हैं, misfits के, failures के, because only 3 options are present in front of people, which is wrong. If there are 29,000 occupations, their sky is the limit.
Another myth, the preparedness of the student at the entry level is strong. Then they won't face any problems. दोनों कैरियर गाइडेंस तो बिल्कुल ही खत्म है.
फिर तो
हाँ जी.
और करियर गाइडेंस हो जाए तो
बिल्कुल
they come to know ना कि भाई ये ओपनिंग्स हैं, ये इनकी अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं.
We went to SSI, SII, somebody
SIE.
SI. Then somebody told me you go there and get your cousin, you know, psychology for aptitude test. Then there are young girls of 2022, they came, 20 students were there, उनको पकड़ा दिए क्वेश्चन आए, they came at 1:30 and just say go.
नहीं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है. See, this is what I am saying ना. See, I am a career counselor. She knows that. NCERT वगैरह की उसमें बुक्स में मेरा सारा कुछ आया हुआ है. Aptitude testing is something very serious. पूरा मैं जो करती हूँ 2 दिन पूरे लगते हैं. 6 to 7 hours it takes. But then what comes out, touch wood, so far I have not had complaints from the people who went after this. And then when they meet me after 2-3 years or 5 years, they are very happy people. Because what they, मैंने schools के किए हुए हैं, सनावर स्कूल की लिए कराया हुआ है, very good result. दृष्टि schools हैं, वहाँ वो तो हर 2-3 साल बाद मुझे बुला लेते हैं. And then I do counseling for the parents also. और पेरेंट्स को समझाती हूँ, why are you forcing them with non-medical? कोई जरूरत नहीं है, कुछ भी कर सकते हैं. अभी एक डॉक्टर का भी बच्चा था, उसके बहुत इंटेलिजेंस वगैरह बहुत अच्छी, लेकिन साइंस में नहीं था, तो जो वो करना चाहता था वो अब कर रहा है विद ऑल हिज. मैंने कहा बेटा खुश है? कहते हैं हाँ बहुत खुश है, एंड इज डूइंग वेरी वेल. सो जरूरी थोड़ी कि आपने साइंस के अंदर ही, अगर साइंस वाली बात होती तो मैं तो नॉन साइंस की हूँ, मैं तो साइकोलॉजी की हूँ, सोशल साइंसेज है, पर मैं सोशल साइंस की होके इंजीनियर साइंटिस्ट को पढ़ा रही हूँ, डॉक्टर्स को पढ़ा रही हूँ, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स को पढ़ाती हूँ, पुलिस वालों को पढ़ाती हूँ. So sky is the limit, but you have to be
exceptions
good.
are always there, ma'am.
नहीं, मेरे जैसे और भी लोग हुए हैं बहुत.
ये rare combination होता है कि yes, but you can excel in any field.
पर मेरे जैसे अब आप भी तो जाती है, सबको पढ़ाती हो.
नहीं वो चीज नहीं होती.
She goes and she creates some magic.
You come across people
नहीं, ये भी बहुत she creates some magic जहाँ भी जाती हैं. क्यों भी चंडीगढ़ यूनिवर्सिटी में आई हुई है ना कि नहीं, देखा, एक
Magic
मेरा
से कुछ नहीं होएगा।
मेरा विटनेस बैठा है.
चलो, please carry on. So, see you at 1. एक पंच तक. I'll be back.
ठीक है. Okay जी. अब now next thing, brainstorming. I think brainstorming you must have heard. सुना होगा ना आपने कहीं कहीं. In fact, that day when I did creativity review, with the brainstorming was one part, पर ये चला ही नहीं, उस दिन इतनी problem हुई तो I could not do the exercise that you wanted to do. आपकी.
Good morning, ma'am.
हाँ जी. Good morning.
Madam, good morning. Hello.
हाँ जी.
Good, ma'am, good morning.
Morning.
Ma'am from Yamara University speaking.
हाँ जी. हाँ जी.
Hello.
हाँ बोलिए.
There was lot of discussion regarding that parents they force the children to go for a specific profession.
हाँ.
And sir, ma'am, but I know one example. If the child is determined, even parents they cannot force. I know one case study, one example. One of our family friends' son in 2008, he was topper of AIEEE as well as IIT. And he joined, Raghu Mahajan, he joined computer science department in IIT Delhi. And after 6 months, he said that my choice is to join physics. That is my passion. And that boy left from that place and joined MIT for the physics course. And now presently, now he has finished his PhD also from Stanford. But if we guide the children in the right way, then they can take their independent decision. I think sometimes and many times parents don't allow their children to take the independent decisions.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for supporting what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Parents should understand, scientifically do a data analysis of what he is, and then let him make a choice. The ultimate choice is what the child wants to do. अब वो कंप्यूटर छोड़ के फिजिक्स में आना चाहता था, okay, let him have physics.
Another thing, ma'am, which I want to discuss with you, even in present scenario, many children, they are suffering from, they have some little bit psychological problem, or you can say psychiatric problem. But even well-educated parents, they don't admit this thing, because in our society, it is considered as a stigma. And what is the solution to this problem, ma'am? And this I have seen in many cases, because my husband is doctor. Many +2 students, they come, parents come with their children that my son or daughter is suffering for this problem or that problem, but they don't want.
You are absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. We in India, we have lots of
psychiatric.
So the misconception is this, that if you have a problem and if you go to a psychiatrist or a counselor, people will make fun of you. This is what they think. Actually, if they come to a counselor much in advance, their problem would not occur. So you are absolutely correct. And I'm happy you are sharing this with everybody.
Because ma'am, once we have problem with any other organ, if we have some digestive problem, if we have some kidney problem or some fever, we go to doctor. But why not for these problems? If we have some problem with our neural system or anything, there should be some awareness among the parents and the people regarding this.
Yes, thank you so much. I think you are doing my job. Thank you so much. You're absolutely correct. If you have a problem and you go much in advance to a counselor, your problem is solved. You don't have that problem anymore. Okay. Can we begin the next topic? Because we have got only 1 hour and it's a very long topic again. That's brainstorming.
Next topic. Brainstorming.
I'm sorry. We start brainstorming now. Okay. Now, brainstorming is a means of generating idea. This is part of creativity, part of innovation, part of divergent thinking. Can you think something new? Can you think something different from the routine and generate new ideas? Brainstorming can be used to identify alternatives, obtain a complete list of items and solve problems. It's a problem solution. And there are a variety of brainstorming techniques. We just discussed those. The common principle of brainstorming is set aside the restrictive thinking process so that many ideas can be generated. We Normally what happens is our educational system is such, we put you in a straight jacket. 2 jama 2 4 hai, we'll do this only, nothing else. You can't make 2 into 2 5. It's 2 and 2 is floor and nothing. So we keep on living a life in a straight jacket. Brainstorming says, why not do something different? Why not generate new ideas, new possibilities? I would like all of you to play a game. I think you played that game with me that day. Toothbrush wali, खेली थी ना? So you are out of it because you have done it already just a week back. You like to do again? Okay, ठीक है. We'll play a game. Please take out your pen and paper. I'll speak very slowly about the instructions so all of you follow. Please take out your paper and pen. I'll give you the name of an object and you have to write down as many usages as you can. मैं आपको एक ऑब्जेक्ट का नाम दूंगी और आपने उसके प्रयोग लिखने हैं. But prayog doesn't mean that you have to write long sentences. Just one word, one word, one word. If I say a glass, you can say for drinking water, drinking, flower vase, decoration, paperweight. All these things can be done by the vase. Okay. Now, let us see the word. This word is very common. In fact, that lady from Chandigarh University, she did that just a week back. Okay. And let us see what we do now. This exercise is just for 1 minute. That is 60 seconds. I'll give you the name of an object. You have to write down as many usages as possible. Ready? The object is toothbrush. Your time starts now. $15 seconds over. Half time. $15 seconds left. Five seconds more. Okay, time is up. Please lift your pens and look now. Now I'll ask the first question is, how many things could you write? And I'll keep on asking. You can raise your hands and show me. Okay. How many people wrote 2 things? 2 things.
Hello,
Just raise your hands and show me 2 things. 3. 3. Okay. Either be 3. 4. 4. Okay. 5. 6. 7. आप हर चीज पे हाथ खड़ा कर रहे हो. 7 पे कीजिए. 7. ओके. 8. नहीं, 8 नहीं है. 8 इधर भी कोई नहीं है. Okay, so 7 was the maximum, and as far as I could see the hands raised, about 4. 4. That was the average. Now let us see. I gave you 60 seconds. 1 minute is 60 seconds. Research shows that you can write a word in 3 seconds. I give you 1 second more, so make 4 seconds. Now divide 60 by 4. How much do you get? 15. So you could have written 15 words, okay? But average came to about 4. Maximum was 7. This means that when you are generating ideas, we are limited to a smaller number. This is the fluency of the ideas that you may create for yourself. What happens is, over a period of time, Our education system is so convergent that we stop generating ideas. जो ट्यूशन में कह दिया नोट्स बना लिए, जो टीचर ने कह दिया वही कर लिया, nothing beyond that. Now let us see what is the typically usually given answer. What was the first answer?
Brush your teeth.
Brushing teeth. All of you have written brushing teeth. All of you have written brushing teeth. Morning में उठ के यही करते हैं रोज. Nothing new, nothing unusual. Okay. Next, what have you written? Apart from brushing teeth. Way of एयर में लगाना, जुड़ा पिन लगाना. ओके ओके, जुड़ा पिन थोड़ा सा फर्क आ रहा है. आपने क्या लिखा है? और क्लीनिंग. ओके, क्लीनिंग. आपने भी क्लीनिंग. नहीं, डाइंग बाद में आएगा. क्लीनिंग आपने भी क्लीनिंग लिखा है ना. क्लीनिंग ज्वेलरी, क्लीनिंग शूज, क्लीनिंग कंप्यूटर, क्लीनिंग दिस. ब्रश का काम क्या है? व्हाट इज द duty of brush? Cleaning. Okay, so flexibility is there. Apart from brushing teeth, you are giving fluency, different things, but they're all cleaning. Now flexibility is something different. What she said, आपने क्या? Dyeing the hair. टीवी पे रोज देखते हो ना, डाई कर रहे हैं हेयर, वैसे भी रोज करते हो. Okay, flexibility is there, but this is not something unusual. कुछ हट के सोच नहीं है, सब लोग करते हैं. अब आपने क्या कहा था? नहीं, आपने कुछ और बोला था. पेंट. ओके, इन योर स्कूल डेज यू रिमेम्बर ब्रश से पेंटिंग सिखाते थे. अगेन नॉट समथिंग अनयूजुअल, नॉट समथिंग नॉवल, बट यस फ्लेक्सिबल. इट इज नॉट ब्रशिंग, क्लीनिंग, इट इज समथिंग डिफरेंट. पेंटिंग इज डिफरेंट. ओके, फ्लेक्सिबल. ओके, आपके साथ थे और आपने क्या लिखा है?
Scratching also.
Scratching. Okay, somebody else? Scratching. Scratching where your hand cannot reach.
Yes.
The brush can reach for scratching. Okay, this is something different from the rest.
Use as a stopper.
A stopper.
So that the fresh air can come in.
Sometimes windows.
Oh, अच्छा. Okay, now you see, ये चीजें कुछ हटके हैं. These are something novel. These are something different. Stopper, हाँ लगा सकते हो, क्यों नहीं लगा सकते stopper? और कोई चीज?
Use as a stick.
ओके, हाँ पजामे में डालने वाला. हाँ बिल्कुल, पर वो सब घरों में होता है. इट इज नॉट समथिंग नॉवल, बट हाँ सब घरों में होता है. अब मैं इसकी नॉवल्टी आपको बताऊंगी. इन ग्रुप आई वाज डूइंग दिस, आपको भी बताया था ना. दिस पर्टिकुलर जेंटलमैन सेड, पहले हम डाला करते थे, हम तोड़ते थे, we used to break the stick of the brush, और उसमें छेद होता था. we used to put a little rope and we used to put for नाला डालने के लिए. But now the stupid brush people, they stop putting the hole. How will we make that नाला डालने वाला? So I thought, let me do something with this. So I broke that, went to the kitchen, took a सुआ जानते हैं लोहे का, उसको गर्म किया, heated that thing really red hot, and put that thing and made a hole in it. Pick up the brush, and I made a nala pani again. This is something novel because it was not there. Yes, I made it and then I made it again. This is brainstorming. You can do all these things. What stops you from doing these things? आपकी कुछ और होगी क्योंकि आपने करा हुआ था ऑलरेडी. मेरी कुछ बात नहीं आ रही, वहां तक नहीं आ रही, थोड़ा ऊंचा. क्लीनिंग तो हो गया सारा. देखिए क्लीनिंग तो उसका काम ही है ना. क्लीनिंग तो करते ही सकते हैं, काम ही क्लीनिंग है. ठीक है. वंदना इज अ वेरी स्वीट गर्ल है ना, बस काम करती थी. जो आई थी ना सब पेमेंट हो गई है। अब ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग क्या है? जनरेशन ऑफ न्यू आइडियाज. न्यू आइडियाज मीन कुछ हट के सोचना, समथिंग नॉवल, समथिंग ओरिजिनल, नॉट रूटीन. रूटीन भी सोच लीजिए बट थिंकिंग ऑफ समथिंग डिफरेंट. सो यू हैव हैड अ लिटिल एक्सपीरियंस नाउ, प्लेड दिस गेम. आप लोगों को भी सबको एक्सपीरियंस हुआ? यू हैड द एक्सपीरियंस? कराइए जरा बात. You have the experience? Could you do this and see for yourself?
I mean, say,
ये कुछ उनको बुलवाइए ना. आप करेंगे तो वो बोलेंगे ना. हेलो.
Yes, ma'am. UB Patel University.
Did you experience something new? तो कुछ करिए, कुछ और को खोल दो. जो वो लेडी है वो वाला खोल दो.
Ma'am, like that eyebrow, car battery, painting,
Okay.
bathroom tiles, kitchen
Okay.
application, jewelries, huge bike, keyboard, toilet seats.
So you generated a lot of ideas. Okay. And my question now is, did you enjoy generating new ideas?
Yes, ma'am.
तो अच्छा लगा करके?
जी जी.
एक से हिल रहा है, बाकी नहीं.
Friends.
बाकी को अच्छा नहीं लगा करके. चलो कोई बात नहीं. All right. Now we come to further. What is brainstorming? Okay. Now you have had an experience of brainstorming. Now let's do the theoretical part. Brainstorming is a group activity technique. It can be individual activity also, not necessarily group. Here you're sitting in a group and you have done a group activity. It is designed to generate lots of ideas for solution of a problem. The problem was, what all can a toothbrush do for you? And then the ideas were generated. The underlying principle is that the greater the number of ideas generated, the possibility that a quality solution will be found. Now, what happened? This gentleman, he gave you many new novel ideas. Generator साफ करना, jewelry वगैरह तो आपने शायद कहा होगा, but new ideas came on there. Then brainstorming is commonly used tool by academics, researchers, and business teams. And I would not limit it just to business team. I think even in medical profession, you can have a brainstorming. Should we use this technique? Should we use this technique? Should we use this technique? What should we do? And that is how research. I was reading the life of Marie Curie. I mean, she came from Prague, which was a very restrictive place, and she came to Paris. She found a gentleman who ultimately became her husband, Curie, and he was also a physics person who stimulated her to do and find something new. And imagine she died of radiation. While doing research, she died of radiation. So, when to use brainstorming? You can do brainstorming in a project when, number one, developing the solution definition, particularly in defining alternative solution. When you have to have multiple choices to make, like I told you about decision making, that the person didn't know whether to buy online or whether to buy this thing. And then I also made them do group activity, in which I said, well, the problem is what type of teaching you would prefer, online or face to face. And you'd be surprised, the answer was very clear, face to face. Majority, it was, the difference was huge. 20 for face to face and about 9 or 10 for online. Online, of course, caters to a lot, but like I can't have direct. I have to keep on asking. Eye contact is not there. I don't know how much they are enjoying or not. But yes, when I look at all of you, I can see non-verbally that you are with me. And the person who is not with me, I also identify that that person is not with me. Now, identifying, particularly alternative, identifying all potential risks on a project. Whenever we are doing anything, any project, maybe cooking something, the risks are involved. I may put a salt a little more or salt a little less. The taste would come very differently. Maybe I put this spice or I don't put this spice. This is risk part of thing. Developing the work breakdown structure. Developing the work breakdown structure. Any work that you take up, a project that you take up, you have to divide it into different sections, different parts. For example, your teaching is a project. Now, don't you plan and prepare beforehand? Maybe make PowerPoint or write down your plan of action, and then you say this first part will be this, second part will be this, third part will be this, fourth part will be this, or fourth part I will take them to the laboratory and show them what is being done. So that is what it means. Dealing with the difficult problems that are arising during the course of the project. And now you say, okay, the fourth component is I'll take them to the laboratory and make them do something. And you find when you go to the laboratory, maybe the burner is not working, or maybe the chemicals are not okay, they are spurious. So then the results will be different. Like, for example, you say this chemical and this chemical, when they are burned together, they should give a color of maroon, and they are giving a color of red. So something is wrong. Okay. So you find out by doing this what is happening. Why use brainstorming technique? Brainstorming can break through traditional thinking about a problem. Now, in traditional thinking is what? This thing has to be done like this only. I remember a small child, he said that मेरे मैम ने कहा है n फॉर्मूले से सम निकालना है. उनका ठीक है. Okay, if 4 cows eat this grass in 8 days, in 8 cows, how many days will it take? He said 16. Because n formula तो 16 ही आता था. I said, बेटे सोच के देखो, 4 cows तो 8 दिन में खा रही हैं, जब 8 हो गई तो वो 16 में खाएंगी. ये तो लगता तो गलत था, पर मेरे मैम ने कहा n formula. So what are you doing? You are limiting the person to a straight jacket. Generate new ways of thinking. हट के सोचना, कुछ और तरह से सोचना. Provide an environment for building on new ideas. Now, this is very important. Do we give that environment to our children? Now, think of this. I want you to go back to your days in school when you were doing arts and craft. करते थे ना arts and crafts. तो क्या होता था? Teacher आके एक गमला बना देता था board पे, and you have to copy that only. Is this art? Now I'll give you one actual case study. I think this was 3rd or 4th class, and the teacher said homework is you make an elephant and clouds. So all children came with nice shapely elephant, grey color ka, neele badal, and sabko 10 and 10, 10, 10. This little child came, he had a pink elephant, teda mera tha, and green color clouds. Ye kya? 0. He said, no, why can't an elephant be pink? And why can't cloud be green? So हम लोग अपनी education system में क्या करते हैं? Even in arts and crafts, we put the child in a straight jacket. ऐसा ही करना है, इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं करना. और एक मैंने और भी देखा था, उन्होंने कहा महात्मा गांधी बना के लाओ. ना आप सोचो 6-7 साल का बच्चा क्या परफेक्ट महात्मा गांधी बना सकता है? कि चश्मे भी गोल, महात्मा गांधी की शक्ल भी, वो सब आर्टिस्ट से माँ बाप ने पैसे देके बनवा लिया था. एक आया महात्मा गांधी टेढ़े मेढ़े, मुंह भी टेढ़ा मेढ़ा, ऐनक भी टेढ़ी मेढ़ी, कह रहे ये बनाया है तुमने, बेकार. आई सेड यही है जिसको नंबर मिलने चाहिए, क्योंकि इसने खुद बनाया है. सो व्हाट डू वी डू? वी फिनिश द क्रिएटिविटी ऑफ द चाइल्ड इन द स्कूल. और वो कर नहीं देते, आइडिया मतलब जनरेट करने ही नहीं देते. Then reduce the tendency to prematurely discard new ideas. आइडियाज बच्चे के दिमाग में आया भी ना, जब एक बच्चे के साथ ही हो गया तो कहता मैं हाथी को तो कुछ और बनाना चाहता हूँ, येलो कलर का बनाना चाहता हूँ. नहीं, मेरी टीचर तो मुझे मारेंगी, इसलिए मैं तो ग्रे कलर का ही हाथी बनाऊंगा. तो यू कम बैक टू दैट. फैसिलिटेट टीम बिल्डिंग. अब यहाँ क्या किया? इन अ वे इट वाज अ टीम, आप लोग सब बैठ के कर रहे थे. एनकरेज टीम प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग. कंपनीज में क्या होता है? दे डू ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग. दिस इज सॉल्विंग ऑफ प्रॉब्लम इन अ टीम. सबके आइडियाज हैं, सबके वो होते हैं. हाँ, गवर्नमेंट में सम IAS पीपल हु हैव डन दिस टेक्निक, क्योंकि आई हैव टॉट इन लाल बहादुर शास्त्री एकेडमी आल्सो ना, IAS को ट्रेन करते हैं. So they have component of behavioral science there. अब वो जो करके आते हैं वो फिर अपने करते हैं कि जैसे डिप्टी कमिश्नर लगा है तो सारों को बुला लेंगे, अपना वो स्वच्छता डिपार्टमेंट बुला लिया, डॉक्टर्स बुला लिए, सोशल वर्कर्स बुला लिए, ट्रांसपोर्ट बुला लिया, स्कूल के बुला लिए, सब बुला लिए. एंड देन टॉक टू देम हाउ टू डेवलप दिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट, बिकॉज एवरीबडी इज इन. BDO को बुला लिया, सबको बुला के फिर
हॉस्पिटल्स में भी होता है, हॉस्पिटल्स में भी होता है, जैसे वेडनेसडे और सैटरडे मैंने दे हैव कैप्ट फॉर ऑपरेशंस, so they will consult with all the HODs or the head of the department and the junior resident, senior resident, all the doctors will be there and they will just consult with the different cases.
ये कहाँ होता है?
मैम मैं GTV हॉस्पिटल है दिल्ली में, गुरु तेग बहादुर हॉस्पिटल, उसके जस्ट पीछे UCMS है, यूनिवर्सिटी कॉलेज ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेस,
वहाँ ये करते हैं।
यस मैम। तो
मेरे
फादर के ऑपरेशन के केस में भी सेम हुआ था, तो जूनियर्स वर नॉट
डिस्कस करते हैं।
यस मैम, तो दे जस्ट कॉल देयर HOD एंड आस्क व्हाट कैन बी न्यू, वो क्या किया जा सकता है, तो ही जस्ट टोल्ड कि मैंने उस केस में उस टाइम ऐसा किया था, हम ऐसा कर सकते हैं। दे जस्ट डिस्कस
समथिंग न्यू and that is for the benefit of the patient.
Yes,
patient can get the benefit of that. तो ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक बात है, लेकिन सारे हॉस्पिटल में ये बिल्कुल नहीं होता। जो हेड गया देता है वो सब चीजें चलती है, डंडा के साथ सब चलता है। अच्छा, brainstorming is not a structured meeting. And the difference between a structured and a brainstorming, वो मैंने यहाँ दिखाया हुआ है। In brainstorming, ideas are generated, new ideas generated. Structured meeting में there is a fixed agenda, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and nothing beyond that. There is a chairperson who is holding the key to the whole thing and he is dictating. But here everybody is talking, everybody is doing. There are issue generations. New issues are there, जैसे आपने कहा generation हो रही है. Divergent thinking, वहाँ पे convergent thinking है. Divergent is open, you keep on thinking of new things. Minutes लिखे जाते हैं, action items हो जाते हैं, भाई ये फैसला हुआ, ये action लिया जाएगा. यहाँ पे is open format. ये हो भी सकता है, ये नहीं भी हो सकता। ये हमारे पॉजिटिव चीजें आई, ये हमारे नेगेटिव चीजें आई हैं। We want to do or we don't want to do. But for this, there has to be a lot of open thinking, open ideas, democratic way of dealing with it. अगर आपका वो authoritarian style है, तो फिर ये हो ही नहीं सकता। The process of brainstorming, the environment, to create the environment which is congenial for brainstorming. Now, when I said हम करेंगे कुछ नया जनरेट करेंगे, तो I said again and again I repeated my instruction. आप जितनी भी चाहे लिख सकते हैं, जितने भी चाहे लिख सकते हैं. You remember that was underlined word. ताकि आपकी चाहत को मैं respect कर रही हूँ, so that you can write as much as you like. Okay? Setting the scene. हम ये करने जा रहे हैं, सब बैठ के सोचेंगे, ये this will be the thinking part of it. Rules for the session. It is not a fish market. ये नहीं कि सारे लोग टाटा बोले जा रहे हैं, उसमें भी ऑर्डर से चलते हैं। मैंने क्या पहले मैंने कहा आप पेपर पेन से निकालो, अपने आइडियाज लिखोगे। एक तो ये कहता है फिश मार्केट, आप अपने आइडियाज बोलने शुरू कर दो तो nobody would listen to anything. But if you have written, systematized, this can be done in a group also. So then it is systematically coming over there. Affinity analysis. Then running the brainstorm session हो गया ना, then affinity analysis. अब analysis किए, क्या आया, फ्लुएंसी आई, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी आई, ओपननेस आई, नोवेल्टी आई, क्या चीज आई, वो आपने करके देखिए. देन समरी एंड फर्दर एक्शन, ये भी हो सकता था, ये भी हो सकता था, ये भी हो सकता था. वी कुड यूज मल्टीपल actions of that. Then setting the scene. Now before you go into this thing, वो जो फिक्स्ड मीटिंग वाला सीन होता है वो नहीं होता. सब एक ओवल उसमें बैठ गए और सब वहाँ पे या लाइन में बैठ गए, वो नहीं होता. एक्सप्लेन द ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग टेक्निक. पहले फेमिलियराइज पीपल, बिकॉज आवर मेंटल सेट इज दैट फ्लावर वाज को कॉपी कर दो, हाथी को ग्रे बना दो. So specify the rules. You are allowed to think as you feel. अब यहाँ किसने कहा स्क्रैच बाय बैक, why not? स्क्रैच कर सकते हो. वहाँ उनका स्क्रैच करने की पब्लिक में नहीं करना चाहिए कि स्क्रैच बाय बैक है ना, इनोवेशंस आ जाते हैं. Then loosening up. Use a free thinking exercise or a practice brainstorming session. Now what I did was a practice brainstorming session with you. For example, how could safety of a taxi driver be improved? आजकल तो बहुत है, उबेर ओला वगैरह, अब एक्सीडेंट भी होते हैं और लेडीज के लिए ज़्यादा सेफ भी नहीं है. ड्राइवर्स कैन डू एनीथिंग. सो हाउ टू क्रिएट दैट सेफ्टी. अब इसमें ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग हो ना, क्या करें क्या ना करें. I was reading something very interesting today in the morning. That was, and I have put it on Facebook. अगर आप बोलते हैं, for parents, how to teach your children to prevent any mishappening happen to them. उसमें सबसे पहली चीज है, कोई स्ट्रेंजर आपके साथ है तो अपना नाम मत बताओ. अब ये आप याद रखिएगा, अपने बच्चों को सिखाइएगा, नाम मत बताइए. अगर स्ट्रेंजर आपसे बहुत बातें करता है तो कहना सॉरी आई रिमेम्बर समथिंग, मुझे जाके देखना था मैं। फिर अपने पेरेंट्स के नाम वगैरह ना बताओ, और पेरेंट्स के साथ एक कोड वर्ड रखो कि जब भी कुछ चीज हो और वो कहे कि आपके पेरेंट्स, होता है कई बार ये जो किडनैपर्स होते हैं आपके स्कूल आते हैं, बच्चों के कहते हैं आपके पापा ने कहा आपको लेके आना है, ओके, तो बच्चा पूछे पापा ने आपको पासवर्ड क्या दिया, नाउ किडनैपर वुड नॉट बी नोइंग द पासवर्ड, और वो नहीं देता तो बच्चा भाग जाए स्कूल वापस, शुड नॉट कम। ऐसी ऐसी चीजें बताई हैं, दीज आर ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग कि आप बच्चे को कैसे अपनी प्रोटेक्शन दे सकते हैं इसमें। एंड देन स्पेसिफाइड रूल, रीजनिंग अप कर दिया, फॉर एग्जांपल रूल भी सारा कुछ हो गया, ओके। अब है ग्राउंड रूल्स, रिलैक्स, मतलब टेंशन नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये डिप्टी कमिश्नर बैठा है तो खुदा है इसके सामने तो मैंने कोई बोल ही नहीं सकना, तो डिप्टी कमिश्नर हैव टू मेक यू at ease so that you can give your ideas। मैं आपको, क्योंकि मैं डॉक्टर्स को पढ़ाती हूँ ना, तो एक चीज मैंने उनको कही थी, आपको आपके बच्चे हैं ना, शादीशुदा हैं बच्चे हैं, तो जब बच्चा आपका 6 साल से नीचे था तो पोलियो का ड्रॉप देते जाते थे ना कि नहीं, और कई बार आपका एक्सपीरियंस हुआ होगा कि आपका 6 साल का बच्चा तो स्कूल जाता है, तो स्कूल टाइम में वो आते हैं और कहते हैं आपका बच्चा कितना बड़ा है, आपने कहा जी 5 साल का, उसको पोलियो ड्रॉप मिली, आपने कहा नहीं तो स्कूल गया हुआ है, अच्छा चलो नोट कर लिया, चले गए, तो पोलियो ड्रॉप तो नहीं मिली ना, उसने लिख लिया कि हाँ जी फलाना घर का नंबर ये वो, और वहां कांटा लगा दिया, ऐसे होता था ना। तो मैंने कहा कि इसको करने के लिए कि भाई दिस थिंग शुड वर्क, व्हाट शुड यू डू। फिर उस ग्रुप ने वो ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करके कहा कि दीज ये जो है ना आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर्स ये जा रहे हैं, दे शुड गो आफ्टर 3 o'clock, सुबह इनको मत भेजो, 3 बजे भेजो, 3 से 5 भेजो, जब बच्चा घर में होता है, ताकि ये ड्रॉप पिला के आए, तो देन पोलियो ड्रॉप मिल रहे थे। अदरवाइज सिर्फ वैसे हाजिरी पूरी करने के लिए भेज दिया, वो अथॉरिटेरियन स्टाइल है। ये था कि वर्केबिलिटी इसकी वो काम करी। हैव फन, एंजॉय भी करो, हैव फन ऑल्सो। अच्छा ये आइडिया भी दिया, अब जैसे वो था नाला डालने वाला, वो लोग बहुत हेसिटेंट से बोलते हैं, लेकिन जब बोल देते हैं फिर बड़ी हंसी आती है, क्योंकि ये समथिंग प्राइवेट है और ये सब करते हैं अपने घर में बैठ के। सपोर्ट नॉट क्रिटिसाइज, ये नहीं कहना अच्छा तुमने ऐसे क्यों कहा, ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता था, नोबडी इज टू क्रिटिसाइज। जो भी आइडिया जनरेट हो रहा है, यू कैन हैव फन, यू कैन लाफ, बट नो क्रिटिसिज्म फॉर दैट। अब रूल्स क्या है, दे आर 4 बेसिक रूल्स फॉर दिस। Focus on quantity. Lots of ideas are generated. It will be easy to produce a radical effective solution. आपके पास इतना होगा तो आप उसको प्रून करके इतना करेंगे, जब इतना ही होगा तो क्या प्रून करेंगे, तो हैव लॉट्स ऑफ आइडियाज एंड देन डू द प्रूनिंग। देन रिजर्व क्रिटिसिज्म, नो जजमेंटल थिंग, नो क्रिटिसिज्म कि अच्छा ये आइडिया दे रहे हो, ये कैसे होगा, ऐसा नाक चढ़ा के कहते हैं ना लोग, ये कैसे होगा, पर वो होता तो आपके आइडियाज वहीं के वहीं आपके अंदर खत्म हो जाते हैं। Welcome unusual ideas. To get a good and long list of ideas, unusual ideas are welcome. वो जो लड़का उधर बोल रहा था, आपने देखा ना, वो बहुत unusual ideas दे रहा था, okay? आप लोग भी अगर कुछ unusual ideas, I said fine, unusual ideas is acceptable because this is something novel, something unusual. Then combine and improve ideas. Once ideas are collected, then good ideas may be sorted out, and ideas which are not so good, they can be put on the 2nd rank or 3rd rank, and but they remain there. Then just one idea तो फिर कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते, उसी के साथ चलना। ग्राउंड रूल्स आर देयर नो बाउंड्रीज, कि आपने सिर्फ यही देना है, यू नॉट टू गिव बियॉन्ड दैट। कंप्लीटली फ्री योर माइंड, रिलैक्स योर माइंड, यू कैन हैव फन, सारा वो रिलैक्सेशन वाला है। नो लिमिट ऑन द नंबर ऑफ आइडियाज, मैंने कोई लिमिट नहीं लगाई थी कि आपने सिर्फ 5 करने या 6 करने या 7 करने, एज मेनी एज यू लाइक, ओके। देन फ्रेगमेंटेड आइडियाज आर ओके, अगर छोटा मोटा तोड़ के भी दिया है तो भी ठीक है, आई एम नॉट बीइंग जजमेंटल फॉर दैट, ओके। जस्ट कीवर्ड्स, ओके। और मैंने क्या कहा था, आपने सेंटेंस नहीं लिखने, सिर्फ एक वर्ड लिखना है, पूरा पैराग्राफ नहीं लिखना। नो जजमेंट और क्रिटिसिज्म इज अलाउड। जो उसको मैनेज कर रहा है ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग का, और कोई एक पार्टिसिपेंट करता है क्रिटिसिज्म, तो आपने उसको चुप कराना है, नो यू कैन क्रिटिसाइज। देन नो क्वेश्चंस, कि ऐसा क्यों तूने सोचा, ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है, इस तरह टूथब्रश को यूज करता है, ये नहीं अलाउड है। जो भी किया आपने करा। अवॉइड सटल इवेल्युएशन। अच्छा, कोई बात नहीं, ऐसा ही कर लो। अब ये क्या हो गया?
Disappointing.
इवेल्युएशन होगी कि नहीं गई? कि मतलब आपको मैसेज ही जा रहा है कि जो कुछ आपने किया ठीक भी कोई नहीं किया, वो कर लो तो कर लो, कोई बात नहीं, ये हो गया। Then again, no evaluating or dismissing नहीं करना, and you must be joking, you are a fool, ऐसी चीजें कुछ नहीं कहनी। Explain quickly, let ideas you don't understand go, जो समझ ही नहीं आ रहे आइडिया चले गए। Then speed is the key, मतलब 1 मिनट में 60 सेकंड में आपको जनरेट कर देते हैं। मोबाइल फोन्स वगैरह स्विच ऑफ होने चाहिए, दे आर वेरी बिग डिस्ट्रैक्टर्स। जब ये शुरू करते हैं ये डिस्ट्रैक्टर्स बंद होने चाहिए। Then environment, location, preferable to be held away from normal place of work, और नहीं तो आप प्लेस ऑफ वर्क को भी इनफॉर्मल बना सकते हो। रूम हो, नेचुरल लाइट हो, प्लेंटी ऑफ स्पेस हो, और उस केस में मैं इस चीज़ को बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं करती। मैं यहाँ जब भी आती हूँ, आई गो, आई से प्लीज ओपन द शटर्स, और ये जो भी आपने लगाए हुए पर्दे वगैरह, ओपन देम, लेट द नेचुरल सनलाइट कम, because sunlight gives you a lot of happiness inside you, ये psychological चीजें हैं, nature gives you that, आपकी fresh air आए, that nature gives you that, वो सब होना चाहिए। and material, white board, pens होने चाहिए आपके पास लिखने के लिए, notepad वगैरह, ये सब कुछ होना चाहिए। अब ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग है। अब यहाँ पे मैं आपको कुछ कराना चाहती हूँ, ये तो आप पढ़ सकते हो, ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग टेक्निक घड़ी घड़ी कर लिए मैंने। Will you all like to join for this? How to generate new ideas for this? Okay. Again, pen and pencil चाहिए। First, I'll do individual. Then I'll make you go into group. And here, can you hear me, all of you? In each group, there is a coordinator. Huh? There is a coordinator in each group. I'll give you a problem. For this, you have to generate ideas. Okay? All the participants individually will write down in their notebook. You have got a notebook, a pen or a pencil, whatever you have, keep it ready. You'll have to write down that. And the coordinator's job is to collect all those ideas within a given limited time. And then I'll ask you to present. All the 5 of you, one by one, will present. And here also, I'll ask them to present their ideas. Okay? Once they have gone into group, first they will do individually, then they will go into group, then they will make presentation, and let us see. I'm addressing a group of teachers. Everybody is a teacher. Now, your main target is how to become an effective teacher. यही चाहते हैं ना, अच्छे टीचर बने, नहीं? हाँ, आप ऐसे किया। Okay. Everybody would like to be an effective teacher? Okay. Have you ever been taught that in an engineering college? How to be an effective teacher? First time, Litter is doing something for you like that. All right. Now, my assignment to you is for 2 minutes. This time it is 2 minutes. Individually, please write down as many ideas as you have to improve your teaching style. Ideas to improve your teaching style in 2 minutes time. 1 minute is over. 1 minute more. Thirty seconds more. Okay, time is up. Time is up. Now you stop writing, please. Okay, next step. This process was individual brainstorming. It typically includes such techniques as free writing. I did not restrict you, you had free writing. Okay. Free speaking, अभी chance नहीं दिया free speaking का, बाद में दूंगी. Word association. Once you having association, one thing was leading to another thing. Then drawing mind map. While you are doing, weren't you creating a mind map? Class में ऐसे करता हूँ या ऐसे करना चाहिए, something like that. And then thoughts which were being put down on the paper. Then individual brainstorming is useful method in creative writing. Okay. It is not only creative writing where you can use individual this thing. You can use it any task that you are doing individually. You can put down these ideas and then sort them out. Okay. Now next thing what I'm doing is nominal group technique. I'm putting you people in two groups. What I'll do is you are 8 in number. After 8 you know. Now just see what I'm doing. I'm putting them into groups of 4. 2 groups into 4 each. I'll begin like this. 1 2 1 2 बोलते हैं. 1 बोलिए 1
1
2
2 3
1
1
2 1
1
2. Okay, all the ones please collect together with your sheet of paper on one side and all the twos on this side. 1 सारे उधर चले जाइए. 2 सारे इधर आ जाइए. 2 सारे इधर आ जाइए. Please, the coordinators this side also, your number is more. So instead of a group of 4, you make a group of 5 or 6 according to the number that you have. Please make groups of 5 or 6 people. Coordinators, are you listening to me? Make group of 5 or 4 or 6 as your number. I can see a big number, you can make group of 6 people. In a smaller group, 5. In a still smaller group, 4. Now, are you all ready? आपका नाम मुझे भूल जाता है. नाम हरजोत. हाँ हरजोत जी, आप इनसे पूछो, उन्होंने ग्रुप बना लिए. I can't see the groups as yet. Please make your groups quickly so that I can proceed to the next step. आप अपने कागज अपने साथ लेके गए हैं? You have taken your papers with you?
हेलो.
और नेक्स्ट वाला का देखो, ये तो बन गए ना. हाँ जी, have you gone into groups? Please go into groups. Can you see my people? There are 8, 4 on one side, 4 on one side. दिखा दो जी कैसे बैठे. They are 4 in one, 4 in another. You also please go into groups.
मैं वो according to camera भी बैठे हैं.
हाँ.
फिर वो visible.
ये ग्रुप में. Next college. ये कहाँ ग्रुप में? Arjun, ये किधर ग्रुप में?
From U. Patel College of Engineering.
So not groups. Who is the coordinator for this group?
Anna University.
Who is your coordinator?
Hello, madam.
Can I address the coordinator? Please make your total group into smaller group of 6 because the number is large. There should be 6 in each group. Please make them 6 in each group. Just time.
We have formed.
I should.
Hello, ma'am. This is from UV Engineering. We have people.
You can make it. You can stack people so that you can see. Are you hearing me? Listening to me? You can make circles of 6 so that you are looking at each other's face, and then you can start discussing. आप भी circular that you can see each other. Circle. Okay. Now the next, that in each group there should be one recorder. Okay. Discussion takes place, ideas are generated, the recorder has to record the ideas. Now, you don't have to record each person all the ideas because there is a replication. Maybe in one group, 3 people say good pronunciation. Okay? So, that will come once. Another group, maybe it says they should be affectionate. All the 4 affectionate. Like that. Can you listen to me? You have another group, choose your recorder. The recorder, now you start generating your ideas or reading out your ideas. If the one idea is being repeated many times, the idea is one. Now please note down all the ideas. Even if one idea comes once, even that is to be written down. हाँ जी, आप बात कर सकते हो प्लीज. बात नहीं करोगे तो कैसे होगा? आप रिकॉर्डर कौन है आपका? थोड़ा सा गोल दायरा बना लो ना. मेक अ लिटिल सर्कल, अदरवाइज आप कैसे करोगे? हाँ, स्टार्ट कीजिए. हाँ, इफेक्टिव टीचिंग वाली अभी जो कराई है वो कीजिए आप. Are they talking now? एक सुनवाओ जरा. The recorder has to record. हाँ, कर रहे हैं तो कर रहे हैं. The recorder has to keep on recording. See to it that all the ideas are recorded. Are you nearing completion? आपके complete हो गया है? Okay. हरजोत इनसे भी पूछे जरा. The coordinator, please see if the groups have completed their task. कोऑर्डिनेटर कौन है? नहीं, कोऑर्डिनेटर कौन है? किसको कौन? I hope all of you have finished your work. Can I hear you? Yes or no?
No, ma'am.
Finished? Okay.
No.
Just take a minute more and then you hand over the paper to your coordinator. Coordinator, है ना? After you've finished, can you hand over the paper to coordinator who will make the presentation? Who is your coordinator? कोऑर्डिनेटर कौन है? पता नहीं चल रहा. नेक्स्ट ग्रुप को देखो. ये कौन सा ग्रुप है? बोल भी देना जरा. ये कौन सा ग्रुप है? सिटी ग्रुप ऑफ कॉलेज. सिटी ग्रुप ऑफ कॉलेज. City group of college, you have finished?
Yes, ma'am. We have penned down the ideas.
Okay, who is your coordinator?
Ma'am, Mr. Virat Rehani.
Please ask him to collect from all the small groups the paper because he is to make the final presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
आप ही present करेंगे? You are going to make.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be presenting.
Okay, then please collect from all the groups.
Ma'am, I've collected.
Okay, now time is up. We'll start making presentation. और दूसरे अगले ग्रुप का भी दिखाना. What about you? Have you finished? Mr. Srivastav. Have you finished? Who's your coordinator? I want to see the coordinator.
Yes, ma'am.
You are the coordinator. Now please collect what the ideas that they have generated because you are going to make the presentation. आप present करोगे तो आप collect कर लो. उनको बहुत टाइम लगता है ना. और कौन है? एक ग्रुप और है. हाँ जी, ये कौन सा है? अन्ना यूनिवर्सिटी. Please, have you finished doing your work? Have you finished recording? If so, please give the recorded sheet to your coordinator because he or she will make. Who's your coordinator? One coordinator. Okay. Now I'll start with in front of me. Please listen to them. All right. Okay. And इधर आ जाइए. आपका कोऑर्डिनेटर कौन है? हेलो, आपका कौन है? आपका कौन है? आइए. आपका नाम क्या है? अमित. और आपका? Monica and Amit. I have two coordinators over here, Monica and Amit. I asked them one by one to share ideas. You please check, the coordinators, please check. Is that idea given to you? Yes or no? Okay. First idea.
use of interaction with students. More interaction.
Okay,
with
Amit,
students.
was this given interaction with students? आपके में था?
Yes.
Okay. Interaction with students. Was this in your recordings? Please अपनी अपनी recording देखिए, recorder. Okay.
Yes.
Use of ICT in teaching.
Okay. Use of ICT in education. आपके में था?
Yes.
आपके में भी use of ICT in your education system?
Small class.
Motivational examples to gain attentiveness of the students in a class.
What about you? Did this come into this thing? No. Monica's group said motivational examples. Okay. But Amit's group did not give that. Did you have motivational examples? Please check in your own group. Next.
Use of PowerPoint presentations, YouTube, etc. for visual classes.
Okay. आपके में आया ये? This has come in both PowerPoint, YouTube, all e-technology. Okay.
Industrial visits.
Industrial visit. Now it could be industrial visit, and if you are a doctor, it could be a visit to the hospital. And if you are a teacher, another institution, depending on what is the nature of work, but taking people out for live visitation.
Assignments to stimulate new ideas.
Assignments. आपके भी हैं. Both the group, Monica and Amit, they are saying they have given assignments. Have you given assignments? Check in your own this thing and
to make students learn how to attempt papers at the end of the course, because students even don't know what to write and what not to write.
Okay.
Giving them practice tests so that they can score more marks.
Practice test.
Yes.
आपके में आया. I think it's a very good idea. If you give students a time to rehearse how to write, they will be better equipped at the time of examination.
Notes, handwritten, and summarization of each and every topic at the end of the course.
Notes.
Yeah, summarized one.
You are giving.
Yeah, we will give them.
Okay. आपके में आया ऐसा? Okay. Here I have a little reservation. Have you also given this to give them ready-made notes, summarization? Okay. In psychology, we have a whole topic of learning. And in learning, it is experimentally shown that if you just deliver lecture, 80% goes away, only 20% is retained. Okay. But if along with the lecture, you ask them to make their own notes in the class, retention goes up to 50%. Because when they are writing, second retention is taking place. So instead of giving them ready-made notes, ask them to make notes. You can show the slides, they can take time, but don't allow them to open up their little mobile and take a photograph. That photograph they'll never see. I'm talking to you as a psychologist, as a scientist, where we have done these experiments to show that.
And then discussing the update knowledge about the topics and the current scenario regarding the
okay topics. Discussion group. Discussion group. You can also have discussion group where students also participate.
Evaluation in terms of quizzes at the each and the end of the lecture.
आपका group जरा सुन नहीं रहा आपको? आपने इनका दूसरे ग्रुप का नहीं सुनना? सुन रहे? ओके, हाँ जी, क्या कर रहा है? क्विजेस वगैरह आपका भी है क्विजेस का? यस, क्विजेस कैन बी वंडरफुल स्ट्रेटजी टू टीच देम. एक तो पढ़ के आते हैं, everybody has to prepare, teacher also prepares, and the fun that exists over there is wonderful. आपने किसी ने लिखा है quiz as a technology? Okay.
Developing soft skills, especially for presentation and speaking, because people come from different, somehow they don't know how to speak and they are demotivated in the class. So teaching them that how to give good presentations for us during the course.
Okay. Ask them to make presentations.
Yes, ask them to make the
आपके में आया है?
Conduct seminar.
Conduct seminar. Conduct seminar is different from what she is saying. She is saying that they come from all different types of backgrounds. So if you ask them, okay, tomorrow you will make a presentation.
Just for 5-10 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. Now वो PowerPoint पे बनाएंगे, दिखाएंगे.
They learn PowerPoint presentations.
They learn PowerPoint. आपका अलग चीज है. जो आप कह रहे हो ना, वो भी ठीक है, but वो अलग है.
Stimulating, using simulation games, case study, physical viewing of the things, demonstrations.
One by one, Monica, because
Okay.
you're saying lots of things.
Okay.
पहला क्या बोला आपने?
You know,
Case studies.
using case studies.
Case studies. The method which we have just now
Yes.
studied in the morning. Okay, yes, it can be used for teaching.
Simulation.
आपके में आया? Simulation.
Simulation.
Okay. Now, many people may not be knowing. You are a person of management. That is the reason you are talking. I would ask Monica to explain what does she mean by. I know what is simulation, but I want you to explain.
Simulation means that you will be giving different kind of scenarios, and by changing or increasing the decreasing those variables, how it is going to impact on the output. This is how we are going to teach, and we have so many softwares now. Also, we are making people aware for Monte Carlo simulations, etc. Because they have been widely used, especially in business management, because we are not aware of the business environment which will be coming up or the upcoming. So it is better for forecasting good products and services in the market.
I would just like to add, because majority are engineers. Amit, can you think of simulation in engineering? Yes.
Yes.
They can be. Can you share with the whole group how you people will do simulation in engineering? It is not only for management, it's for anything. You can create the same environment and in the classroom itself and reproduce what you are trying to go when you go into the open market. Okay, a doctor can do simulation, a social worker can do simulation, an IAS person can do simulation, anybody can do that. Okay, have you understood this?
Taking feedback of the students and taking it's taking in a very positive sense.
Okay, आपके में है?
We don't accept feedback, ma'am.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. If there is 40% internal assessment, feedback doesn't come at all. Yes, for feedback, you have to be very open. And I'll give you one suggestion. Don't ask them to give feedback. क्या तुम्हें अच्छा नहीं लगा? क्या समझ नहीं आया? No. Positive is, what do you want to learn more? Then positive suggestions will come. Never ask for a negative feedback. Ask for a positive feedback. बात वही है, मतलब टेक्निक चेंज करने का वही हिसाब होगा, बट यू विल नॉट फील फ्रस्ट्रेटेड एंड हर्ट. अदरवाइज होल बॉक्स विल कम अप कमेंट, लिमिटेशंस एंड कमेंट, ये नहीं था, ये नहीं था, वो नहीं था, वो नहीं था. नहीं, क्या करें? जब करेंगे तब को दिमाग लगाना पड़ेगा और फिर वो फीडबैक देंगे.
Not to create a scary environment, but an environment which is motivating questioning aptitude among the students. कौन डरता है सवाल पूछने से, कि अगर पूछा तो अगर मैम को कुछ नहीं आया तो अगले दिन प्रॉब्लम, और they will cut down the marks in internals.
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि यही तो हो रहा है स्कूल डेज से, यही हो रहा है. पनिशिंग एनी क्वेश्चन, सवाल पूछ रहा है बैठ जा, अब डोंट गेट. नाउ उसके लिए आई वुड लाइक टू शेयर वन थिंग. द टीचर हैज टू बी वेरी डायनामिक, वेरी ओपन, and not be threatened. The ego should be minimized, and the teacher can say, yes, I can learn from you also. तुम कुछ गूगल में देख के आओ, come on, you make the presentation and let us see. पर अगर आप ऐसे कहते तुम गूगल में पढ़ के आओ, you make the presentation and let us see, तो बात गई. The environment is that yes, I'm here also to learn from you, you make this. फिर आप देखेंगे बहुत, the atmosphere will change, your students will love you, and they will never forget the teaching that you have done.
Taking individual queries, questioning even outside the class.
आपके में आया? देखिए, ऐसा होता है कि हम क्लासरूम में से निकलते हैं और दरवाजा बंद हो जाता है और उसके बाद खत्म हो जाता है. नहीं, the student should feel that yes, I can approach my teacher, I'm approachable. तो उससे आपकी जो वो रिलेशनशिप है, EQ आपका जो है वो उससे बढ़ता है, और वो करना बहुत जरूरी है. आप लोग भी, आपने भी ये लिखी होंगी चीजें, लेकिन यहाँ से पहले हम कर रहे हैं. अभी टाइम पता नहीं होगा कि नहीं आपका सबका बोलने का. और फिर
and be a more a mentor rather than a teacher, because these days we need mentors.
mentor से ऊपर आता है काउंसलर, मेंटर एंड देन कोच. ओके, बिल्कुल ठीक बात है. बी माय फ्रेंड, फिलोसोफर एंड गाइड, ये ना आपके में आया? नहीं, एक पॉइंट. हाँ, अब आप जो बचे पॉइंट वो दो.
Making a group of different capability students in class.
Okay, बिल्कुल ठीक है. अब you will be having higher ability group, lower ability group. and you can use it. All of you सुनिए, peer group learning, हम एजुकेशन में peer group learning कराते हैं. उसमें क्या है, जो आपके जैसे 5 हैं का ग्रुप बहुत ब्राइट है और ये 10 हैं, तो क्या ना, ठीक है, आप सब दो को लो, आप इनके मेंटर हो, आप इनको सारा सिखाओगे, आपका सारा काम पूरा हो जाएगा, वो सब सिखा के उनको लेवल पे ले आएंगे. बिल्कुल, बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट है.
इंकलकेटिंग कोलैबोरेटिव लर्निंग, जो हमने भी ये सीखना है यहाँ पे, कोलैबोरेटिव.
और जो नई चीजें वो बताओ आप.
सरप्राइज टेस्ट.
सरप्राइज टेस्ट, ओके. शी सेड के रेगुलर टेस्ट करते रहो, आपका सरप्राइज टेस्ट है. बिल्कुल ठीक है, उससे ही होगा. दे विल बी ऑन देयर टोज. वो क्लास में सोएंगे नहीं, बैठ के करते रहेंगे. और ओके, नाउ आई स्टिल हैव अ फ्यू मिनट्स मोर. ये मैं अपनी स्लाइड ना भी दिखाऊं, डजंट मैटर. आई थिंक दिस प्रैक्टिकल पार्ट ऑफ. थैंक यू वेरी मच. यू डू. कैन आई हैव अ कॉपी ऑफ दिस?
मैम इसको लिख के आपको.
आप दोनों दीजिए. Now, would you like to add some more point to the two speakers, Monica and Amit ने जो बोले, उसके अलावा आपके पास और पॉइंट है? Do you have more points?
Hello.
Any group, do you have more points than what has been spoken?
Hello.
How about you?
Hello.
Okay. तो फिर आप ये देख लीजिए, नॉमिनल ग्रुप टेक्निक में क्या है. पार्टिसिपेंट्स आर आस्क्ड टू राइट देयर आइडियाज एनोनिमसली. यहाँ किसी का नाम नहीं लिया गया. द मॉडरेटर कलेक्ट्स द आइडियाज एंड द बेस्ट आइडियाज आर चोजन. यही हुआ ना अभी, ये हमने करके देखा है, प्रैक्टिकल करके देखा है. एंड ग्रुप पासिंग में भी यही है. वी टेक द ग्रुप एंड द ग्रुप नाउ गिव्स द फाइनल पिक्चर. I could see you people, then we could have collected from the whole group and then passed to the whole group. That is what I mean. Okay. हाँ जी, बोलिए. Something new apart from what Monica and Amit have said already. कोई नया आइडिया है आपने आया आपके ग्रुप में से? Please feel free to share.
हेलो. Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am. This is from Riyadh University.
Yes. If you have any new
Yes,
idea.
ma'am. Yeah. First of all, ma'am, teachers should come well prepared in the class. They should prepare lecture well in advance, and they should relate the things with the daily life examples and say we are from the science topic, so we should make the students have practicals accordingly as the concepts are taught in the class.
Okay, good. Very good. Or anything else?
So that
you want to say something more? हाँ जी, बोलिए, please बोलिए.
Yes, ma'am. We should also have the basic background of the student. How much is the level? Means how much he or she can gain. How much is the basic level of the student, so that accordingly he or she can be monitored.
देखिए नए आइडियाज आ रहे हैं.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Hello. Ma'am.
Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I can't see you.
Another thing is the communication of the teacher should be good, and it should be according to the level or understanding of the student.
Oh yes, I was also waiting for that. Nobody talked about communication in both the groups.
Activities of the teacher, so that students should be able to listen properly.
You may have a lot of knowledge. Communication is not adequate. You're absolutely correct.
Hello. Hello.
आपने बहुत अच्छी तरह किया है. I'm very happy. But अब मेरा टाइम खत्म हो रहा है, तो can I just finish with this? The questions in brainstorming: who, which, what, how, where, why. These are the questions that you should ask. बोले नहीं ना आपने, communications कर दो, तो बोलना चाहिए था, बोले नहीं.
Hello.
Okay, now what you do? Write a summary of the ideas that you have generated. Determine an action plan for working through the ideas. All of you have generated. आपने generate किया, आपने generate किए. Now think for yourself, what is the action plan going to be? Okay. If I had time, I would have got this typed, and this thing should have been circulated. तो इसको कुछ कर सकते हैं, ऐसे करके दिखा सकते हैं. आपका टाइम आने का लिखिए, ऐसे करके दिख जाएगा कि नहीं? रीडेबल नहीं होगा तो क्या करें, इनको भी नहीं दे सकते. Okay, ideal things should have been, this should have been circulated and distributed to you. And next is the action plan, maybe to test for further research the alternatives identified to select the shortlist of most suitable solutions for further evaluation. All the suggestions that you have put across, you can practice and see whether they are working in your atmosphere or they are not working. If they are not working, then you rule them out. But if they are working, I think most of the ideas which have come, they are workable. और इन्होंने भी जो कहे हैं बहुत अच्छे workable ideas कहे, they can be.
Hello, ma'am.
And afterwards, work alone to create more ideas. जब आप अकेले भी हों, इनके ऊपर ponder कीजिए, सोचिए. Meet and select promising ideas. अपने भी generate किए, उनको कीजिए. Promising ideas are developed in more detail, listing pros and cons. इसमें से ये आपको याद रहेंगे, नहीं भी सर्कुलेटर याद रहेंगे क्योंकि आपने ग्रुप में डिस्कस किया है. उसमें से देखिए मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, मैं क्या नहीं कर सकता. सी इट वाज वेरी गुड टू से कि क्विज कर लो, बट कैन यू रियली एक्ट एज अ मास्टर क्विज मास्टर एंड क्रिएट सब क्विज मास्टर? इफ यू हैव दैट डायनामिज्म, गो अहेड एंड डू इट. इट्स वंडरफुल. और अगर नहीं है तब नहीं करना, तब नहीं करना. यू गेट माय पॉइंट? अपना देख लीजिए क्या कुछ कर सकते हो, क्या नहीं कर सकते. And idea selection, I think advantages आपने देख लिए हैं, बहुत सारे advantages हैं. And disadvantage है कि requires an experience and sensitive facilitator. That means अगर आपको कुछ भी try करना है, you must first of all create in your mind that facilitation, only then experiment with it. And needs lot of dedication, your commitment to brainstorming, then only do it. Shy people can have difficulties in participating. Introvert है, वो अपने ideas share ही नहीं करेगा, लिख लेगा लेकिन बोलेगा नहीं. May not be appropriate for some business and international. मतलब कल्चर, आपका कल्चर तो सबका टीचिंग है ना, हमारा तो सबका टीचिंग है, इधर भी टीचिंग है, आपका भी टीचिंग है. तो this would be useful to you, जो आपने generate किया है ना. And thanks for listening. अभी भी कोई क्वेश्चन वगैरह है तो पूछ सकते हैं. डॉक्टर किसी आ गए हैं, फिर भी मैं कह रही हूँ. Any questions? Did you enjoy doing it? Yes. Was it a learning situation? Okay. When you go back up there,
Nice. Thank you.
Has it been a learning situation for you? Have you been able to generate lots of ideas?
There is a lots of generation of new ideas, and that is very helpful to us.
I'm trying to send you this. Let us see if it reaches you. Maybe it is not very legible, but this is the brainstorming as to how to become an effective teacher. And very nicely done. हो सकेगा नहीं? कैसे मेल कराएंगे? Scan. But ये मुझे चाहिए ना कॉपी तो. मतलब स्कैन करके. स्कैन करने से ज़्यादा पहले टाइप को फिर वो. चलो देखती हूँ मैं क्या कर सकती हूँ. Let me see what I can do about it. Okay, well, I don't know about you, but I enjoyed sharing brainstorming with you, and I hope you will go back with richer experience and use this technique and use the methods that have emerged through this exercise for improving your teaching. And I'd like to thank Dr. Tulsi for giving me this opportunity to share with you.
Thank you so much. So, well, friends, on behalf of all the participants at various centers and on my personal behalf, I would like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Mrs. Vidhu Mohan for being with us this morning and deal with two very important aspects, case studies and brainstorming. I'm very sure that after interaction with her on these two components, you are convinced of the utilization of these two methods in the classroom situation. And I'm sure some of you would try these methods and try to bring innovation in your classroom instruction. So thank you so much. And thank you, ma'am, for joining us. And now we break for lunch and reassemble at 2:10 because we have a little work here. So 2:10, I'll be starting the next session on evaluation and evaluation techniques. So thank you very much.
Wow, that is very good.
अच्छा
कहाँ पे eject होता है?
हाँ जी मैम
Eject
मैं
कहाँ से
करती हूँ
होता
जी
है? अरे बाप रे, दिखता ही नहीं।
ये ब्रीक है
चाबी चाहिए थी कहाँ बैठे नहीं कोई बात नहीं मैंने ऊपर ही आना है चलो ये 20 मिनट में नहीं पड़ा कैसे अच्छा टेंशन नहीं है ऐसा तो नहीं
Online course for midterm. This is the system incorporated. Time to time, FTP is 40 seconds. So that we can do it in skills. So right now we are having one instruction manual how to teach the students more effectively. Because it's not कि एक बार आप teaching mind में आ गए तो that's it. You have to refresh yourself. हाँ, आप कहीं
किन्नी स्लो बोल रहे सी उथे आवाज जा रही सी
मुझे भी यही शक है।
ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਲਗਾਏ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਨਾ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਤੋਂ
तो ਉੱਚੀ ਬੋਲਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਫਿਰ
हाँ तो बहुत रोटी बोल रहे थे।
वही तो कह रही है मेरी आदत है मैं बहुत ऊंची बोल रही हूँ हाँ जी so good afternoon everyone and welcome back to the post lunch session on the third day of the program. So friends, in this session we are likely to focus on the third component of instruction, as we dealt on the very first day that we are first as teachers involved in the planning of instruction. And when we plan instruction, it is not that we only carry out the task analysis and sequence the subject to facilitate learning. We also write learning outcomes. Then, on the basis of the learning outcomes, we select the instructional method and media. Along with it, we need to also select the evaluation techniques which can be used to assess the student learning. So looking at this, while at the planning stage, we'll be dealing with what do we understand by evaluation. What do we mean by this concept of evaluation? What are the various types of evaluation which can be carried out by the teacher? And thirdly, we'll take up the techniques which can be utilized by the teacher to evaluate learning outcomes. Now, coming to the very first, which you all remember, we started with learning outcomes. And learning outcomes, I said, fall at 6 different levels, starting with remembering, going to understanding, on here. So while dealing with learning outcomes, we have seen that the lowest level of learning is remembering, then understanding, then applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. Now, what is the subject matter that requires rote memorization? This is nothing but the definition of the terms, the factual information, the label of the various machinery, equipment, and tools. Understanding is primarily required in learning of concepts, learning of procedures, learning of derivations, learning of chemical reactions, etc. And application or applying is very, very much required when the person, we say, has learned certain rules or principles of the subject matter. Then analyzing, evaluating, and creating, these are the 3 capabilities where problem solving comes into play, and the highest level of learning in any discipline is problem solving. So when we look at this, the present system of evaluation suffers from number of drawbacks. And there is criticism against the system of evaluation. Can I get some answers from the audience as to what do you think are some of the problems or drawbacks in the system of evaluation of student performance? Yes, over to the audience. Quickly, if you can. हाँ जी, मुझे एक कागज दे दो.
Sometimes in exams, a student is not able to write properly whatever he has learned. He is not able to.
Okay, so students face difficulty in expressing. What else? Any other? G. What do you mean by? Okay, so you face a problem of partiality as far as the teachers are concerned, or kuch?
Not able to answer the indirect questions.
Okay, so indirect questions the students are unable to answer. May I go to Career Point University Any kind of drawback that exists in the student evaluation?
Hello.
Over to Career Point University.
Hello. Hello.
Ji, please go ahead.
Ma'am, most of the time the evaluation is based on the remembering capacity of the student
Okay.
only.
Okay, so most of the questions only test the ability to remember. Fine. Any other? Any other?
From UV Patel College?
Hanji, please go ahead.
From Riyadh University.
One of the drawback is a language barrier.
Okay, language barrier.
Second is if we used to evaluate on basis of multiple choice questioning, then their writing skill may be reduced. For example, in some of the examinations, student used to prepare for MCQ, so they cannot write descriptive writing.
Okay, so the emphasis on the written test. Fine, thank you very much. Riyadh Bara Group of Institution, do you have any point to add?
Teaching. Students are not able to attain confidence in speaking. Whenever they have been asked to say something, they can't speak too much.
Okay, so
this is the major drawback of existing system, what I feel.
Okay, so they lack the confidence in speaking. Okay, anything else? So we have City Group of Institutions, Jalandhar. City Group of Institutions, Jalandhar.
Yeah, ma'am.
Hanji, please go ahead.
Rather than it should be based upon the knowledge of a student, but it clearly seems to be that it is a test of writing skills of a student.
Okay, test of writing skills rather than the knowledge. Okay, so if you have, so any other point which the audience would like to give? Anna University, do you have anything to contribute?
Hello.
Anji, any other points, sir?
UV Patel.
Please go ahead.
No, not define evaluation criteria.
Okay, so lack of the evaluation criteria, that is another important drawback in the system of evaluation. Let me share with you, thank you so much for the points which you have contributed. The very first, which you have all agreed, at present the evaluation system which is in vogue is emphasizing only on the written test. When it comes to class test, again it is a written form. When it goes to mid-semester exam, again it is written. And when it is the end-term examination, again it's a written test. And you have very rightly said, the written test only favoring the students who are possessing the writing skills. What about those students who are very good in practical work, that is doing something? And what about those students who are able to speak? They can express very well, but maybe they are not very good at writing. So this is the drawback of the written test. Another major drawback is, if we are using a written test, the quality of question papers which are used, it is of very low quality. And one of our colleagues said that we are only testing the rote memorization on the part of the learner. Institute carried out number of studies which clearly point out that 80 to 85% of the questions which we frame as teachers, they only test remembering and understanding. Only 15 to 20% of the weightage goes to application and higher than application level of questions. And another colleague has very rightly said that when you have questions of higher difficulty, the students are not able to answer those questions. So indirect questions or problem solving, when it is a part of the question paper, students fail to attempt those questions. Another drawback which we have seen is that there is inadequate coverage of content. I think you will all agree. When we look at any of the question paper, because we have seen many university examination paper, the colleges of engineering, many of the question papers go for external choice. And when I say they go for the external choice, this is the PU pattern, Punjab University, which says attempt any 5 of the given 8. So you are giving a leverage to the students to learn only 50% of the syllabus and leave the other 50% of the syllabus. He is able to get as high as 85% of the marks, but those 85% marks are from the 50% of the syllabus. So he is not having the knowledge of 85% of the syllabus. So what we exactly expect from our students, that they should have thorough knowledge of the subject matter. So when we are giving external type, this is Guru Nanak Dev University, and here also you see attempt any 3 from section B. So section wise choice is given. Attempt any 1 from section C is another choice, and question number 1 is compulsory. Answer any 5 from the remaining is the Rajasthan Board of that is Technical Education Board, State Board of Technical Education. And likewise, we have taken up IMS University. Even they have choices. Attempt any 10 questions, attempt any 5 questions in section B, attempt any 2 questions in section C. Go to the JSS Academy. They are also attempt all questions part A, attempt any 1 question part B. 2 are given, 1 is to be attempted. 50% choices given. Go to another attempt any 3, likewise SGI Institute. So we see over and over the years, these external choices, which are inbuilt into the question paper, actually give freedom to the student to learn a part of the curriculum. So they are not thorough with the total curriculum. Another one, you have very rightly said that the stress in the question paper is only on remembering and understanding. And we ask very trivial questions like write down the governing equation for the determination of bending deflection of beam. Differentiate between statistically determinate and indeterminate problems. Define specific heats of gases. Explain the first law of thermodynamics. List 4 type of follows. These are some of the examples which only speak that we are only testing either knowledge, that is remembering, or we are testing understanding on the part of the learner. And it is also observed that the questions which are framed, they are grammatically incorrect. For example, you see, what are the steps to design a good database? Now, what do you expect if I frame this question? That means you want the student only to enlist the steps, or you want the student to explain and describe those procedural steps. It is not clear from the question itself. So if a student writes only the steps, he expects that you are going to give the marks. Another student who gives the description is likely to get marks more than the one who has only enlisted the steps. But what was your intention? That is not clear from the question. Go to another one. What is semiconductor? Now, this question puts you in a difficulty. What is semiconductor? If as a student, I understand the meaning of semiconductor, I elaborate on semiconductor, the concept. Another person knows the application of semiconductor. He gives one definition, explains the applications of the semiconductor. You cannot compare the answer of one student with the other because the interpretation of the question is different. Agree, Katta? So this question doesn't allow you to rate the answers by comparing the answer of one student with the other, and we are following norm referenced evaluation. Then go to what is trigger? Explain with syntax. Now, what is trigger is somebody may write purpose, somebody may write definition. So it is again a student is put into the difficulty. What is strict 2PL? Again is similar one. Now, thank you. Then look at this, write SFEE and modify the equation of the following. So write SEEE क्या होता है? Anybody? Structure? हाँ जी? नहीं पता. So आपको क्या करना चाहिए? जो नीचे इक्वेशन का दी हुई है, modify the equation of the following: nozzle and heat exchanger. There is no equation given below. So what are you asking? Then what is data analysis? Now, what do you mean by what is data analysis? And there is abundance of material which can go to data analysis. Are you talking about what do we understand by the term data analysis? Or are we referring to data analysis for descriptive statistics? Are we referring to data analysis for inferential statistics? So the question is quite lengthy. Then you see many a times when a paper setter doesn't have any specific question in mind, write short note on sustainable development. You include such type of questions, which are again without a boundary. Anything can be included in short note, but this is not specific question. Now see the analysis also give us an idea many times in the evaluation, especially the written evaluation, there is repetition of questions. And the students are very wise. They look for the 5 years paper and they see the trend of questions that is coming and they prepare only that much which is essential to get marks from the एग्जामिनेशन. सो रेपिटेशन. अब देखिए मैं एक ही क्वेश्चन की बात कर रही हूं, एक ही क्वेश्चन पेपर की. सी द वन क्वेश्चन वाज डिफाइन रोलिंग पेयर और एक उसका क्वेश्चन और आ रहा है डिफाइन टर्निंग एंड रोलिंग पेयर विद एग्जाम्पल. तो इसका मतलब है सेम नॉलेज इज असेस्ड ट्वाइस at two different points in two different questions. Such kind of repetition needs to be avoided. और हम लोगों ने many times we see for 3 years same question is coming in the examination paper. So what are we testing? Then look at this. Grammatical mistakes are there. Once we write differentiate between count, count distinct and count in SQL. क्या होना चाहिए था? कितनी टर्म्स हैं जिनमें डिफरेंशिएशन करना है? हाउ मेनी टर्म्स आर टू बी डिफरेंशिएटेड? 3. तो क्या मैं यूज कर सकती हूँ बिटवीन? आई नीड टू यूज अमंग. डिफरेंशिएट अमंग दीज थिंग्स, राइट? आस्किंग इररिलेवेंट क्वेश्चंस. कभी कभी आपको आउट ऑफ सिलेबस क्वेश्चंस आर included in the question paper, and this is true in the end term examination and not during the midterm or this mid-class test. Sometimes the questions which need to be answered by the student has no time to answer those. They are quite lengthy answers. So the paper setter has no idea how much time it is going to take for the student to write an answer to the question. And we also came across cases where a simple question of define has been assigned 5 marks, whereas the definition should not be more than 2 marks. 2 marks. At the most 2 marks. So these are some of the difficulties which are there. Then when this kind of evaluation is carried out, the scores of the students, they do not indicate the knowledge on the part of the student. Naturally, a student has learned 50% of the syllabus, attained 85% or 90% mark. So 90% marks mean the knowledge of 50% of the syllabus. So scores are not true indicators of the knowledge on the part of the learners. Then होता है ऐसा. And when you look at the newspaper, now you go to YouTube, there are 100 cases where mass copying has taken place at +2 level, at 10th level, in the board of, that is Directorate of Technical Education, State Board of Technical Education. And we have one image where of a Bihar institution, where the people are climbing on the building to facilitate copying of their words so that they can pass the examination. If this is the phenomena that is taking place, we can't depend upon this kind of evaluation. Another, leakage of question papers also takes place. अभी आपके पास है, examinations get cancelled because of the leakage of question papers. And subjectivity is there. Ma'am said there is partiality. That is what we mean by subjectivity. Sometimes a student is very dear to me. So if only few things are right, I give him high marks. And another student I don't like, so I give less marks to those students. I think this needs to be checked. Subjectivity needs to be reduced to an extent that it doesn't get reflected in the scoring and the marks assigned to the students. So that's a problem. And even you have come across the cases where re-evaluation is allowed. Once the re-evaluation is allowed, we see that there is a marked difference from one examiner to another examiner. So inter-rater reliability is very low. There is no correlation between the scores given by two different evaluators. That's why the university goes for third examiner. So this kind of problem comes in because of the questions which have been set, the marking which has been given, and there is no model answer available for the question set. And there is also lack of transparency. How many of you, somebody said there is no criteria for evaluation. Even this is true. When it comes to practical examination, many of the students, they wonder how the teacher is going to evaluate me. And I narrate you one incident. I was in Jaipur, and I was putting up in the girls' hostel, and I asked the students to show me the practical notebooks of the design. They are all girl students. So they had textile designing and all that. And I said, you got A in one, you got B in another. May I know what are the drawbacks and the design which you have prepared where you got B? Ma'am, the teacher said, no, it is okay. So she has assigned me B. I said, the teacher must have told you what are the areas where you need to improve upon. So that criteria against which we are assessing is not specified anywhere. And we are just taking an holistic view of the design and giving marks. So the criteria has to be very, very specific, and the students should know beforehand how they are going to be evaluated. Mante ho ki nahi? Mante ho? Okay. Then when it comes to internal assessment, all sorts of pressures. A pressure from the colleague that he's my brother, he's my known, please give more marks. Pressure from the management that this candidate needs to be given marks. So a teacher sometimes is unable to resist that kind of pressure and give the marks not based on performance, but because there is somebody who has advocated the case of that student. Then go, many a times you come across there is internal very high marks, external very low marks attained by the student. होता है ऐसा? होता है थेरी में आपके बाहर जो एक्सटर्नल एग्जामिनेशन है उसमें तो 50-60% नंबर आ गए हैं, लेकिन व्हेन यू लुक टू द इंटरनल असेसमेंट वो 80-90% से कम है ही नहीं किसी के. So these are the problems. Lack of uniformity in assessment of practical work. It varies from teacher to teacher. There is no uniform criteria which is being followed, and there are many ethical issues which I would not like to continue with. But I now come, if there are so many drawbacks as teachers, this is my responsibility to understand why evaluation needs to be carried out, how evaluation needs to be carried out, so that it fulfills the purpose for which it is designed. So in this context, you might have come across these three terms: measurement, test, and assessment. Can anybody differentiate among these three terms? मेजरमेंट क्या होती है, टेस्ट क्या होता है, असेसमेंट क्या होता है? हाँ जी, rating. Okay. So in other words, can we say measurement is quantification? Quantification of the knowledge, quantification of the skill or the behavior of an individual. Test क्या होता है? Is a tool which measures sample of behavior. है ना? कोई भी आप टेस्ट बनाते हो, it's a tool to measure the capability of an individual. Assessment क्या है? The procedure which you follow is the assessment, right? So measurement is the quantification, test is measuring the sample behavior, whether it is knowledge, skills, or attitudes, and assessment is the procedure which is followed. And evaluation, in nutshell, is the degree to which the educational objectives are achieved. Now we have started using the term learning outcomes. So the degree to which the learning outcomes are achieved, that is nothing but evaluation. So the process of determining the extent to which the learning outcomes have been achieved is referred to as evaluation. And it has two very important aspects. Evaluation can be quantified, that is, it can be in the form of numbers, marks, or it can be in the form of non-measurement. You make certain observation of your student behavior and you give mark. So that is a non-measurement tool. You are based upon your perceptions. And then you also make the value judgment. Value judgment means whether a student, क्या करते हो आप, whether a student is worth a particular class, worth needs to be promoted to next class, or need to be retained in a same class, whether the student need to repeat the semester. This is nothing but you are making a value judgment based upon measurement or non-measurement data or both, and taking a decision. So this is the total process of evaluation. And here, when we say this is the total process of evaluation, in nutshell, I would say evaluation involves determining the worth and taking a decision. Determining the worth and taking a decision. Two major aspects. Now, when we try to examine the field of evaluation, there are different types of evaluation which are carried out. One is you might have come across formative evaluation, another one is summative evaluation. What is the difference between the two, formative and summative evaluation? Anybody? Any center would like to give answer to the difference between formative and summative evaluation? Center hai? Hanji, anybody who would like to give an answer to? Ji, Riyat Bara, is there any answer from your side?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Madam, this is from UV Patel Engineering College Center.
Okay.
Formative, as far as I understand, has something to do with the structure of something, where the structure is kept in mind while evaluating any answer or something. And summative is something where the summary, the narration is kept in mind.
Okay. Thank you so much. But this is not the correct answer, sir. Will any other participant would like to give an answer to?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Ji, please go ahead.
Yeah, ma'am. This is Virat Rani from City Group of Institutions.
Hanji.
Ma'am, as the word suggests, the formative evaluation seems to be which is going along with the studies, and summative evaluation seems to be something that is after the completion of the studies. It means at the time of examination.
Thank you so much, Virat. When you have said, when we look at the formative, it is carried out during the process of learning. And it serves many important purposes. It allows the student to monitor his own progress because it is being carried out in a day-to-day classroom activity. When you pose a question, the student tries to answer that question. Student gets the knowledge whether he has understood or not. At the same time, the teacher also gets to know whether my students have understood or not. So it provides feedback to both the learner and the teacher, and it enables both teacher and student to identify their own strengths and weaknesses. If they can identify their strengths and weaknesses, they can use this feedback to take the correctives. So formative evaluation is carried out during the process of teaching learning. And rightly said, when we say summative assignment evaluation, it is carried out at the end of the process of teaching learning, and it is primarily used for grading purposes. When it comes to formative evaluation, that is not the function. The function is to improve upon the learning on the part of the student, and summative evaluation we carry it out to certify that student has completed a course of study. So maybe at the end of 1 year, at the end of 2 year, at the end of 3 year. So kindly let me know when you hold a class test after completion of 2 topics or 3 topics. Is it formative or summative? It is summative. Whatever goes in the class during that process of learning, maybe you take a quiz in the class. For 10 minutes, you are giving a quiz before starting the next topic. It is formative. When you pose question, it is formative. When you give a practice task to your learner, it is formative. When you are giving an assignment while you are dealing with the topic, and in between you give small assignment to your student, it is formative. But when you go for mid-semester test or you go for a class test, at the end of completion of 2 to 3 units, it becomes summative. But if you make a practice that each day you are going to have 10 minutes, quick round of question answer, a small multiple choice question round in the class, it becomes formative evaluation. Fine. Then this kind of summative evaluation is also used to determine the course effectiveness. That means to what extent the objectives of the programs have been achieved. So that you can test with summative evaluation. So next two levels of evaluation are placement evaluation and diagnostic evaluation. How many of you have heard of these two terms, placement evaluation and diagnostic evaluation? Any idea? Anybody from the audience, from the centers? What is placement evaluation? G, how would you like to define this term placement? G, please go ahead.
Hello.
Okay, Hanji, please go ahead.
Sagar Patel from UV Patel, College of Engineering. Out of these two terms, placement evaluation and diagnostic, a bit about diagnostic evaluation. Diagnostic is giving a is an
Ji,
hello.
sir.
Diagnostic test which the students take. It's the test taken at an entry level, wherein out of the given topics, out of the given points. Hello.
Hanji.
Wherein out of the given points, how many points does the student know? That kind of a diagnosis, primary diagnosis is carried out. It's a diagnosis.
Placement क्या है?
Placement, I don't know, ma'am.
Okay, but what you have said is placement is at the entry level. Say, for example, a student wants to shift from one school to another. When the student goes for entry to another institution, they say, we'll take the test. So they would like to determine whether the student need to be placed in class 8th or class 9th as the student is demanded. So that is when you take a decision where the student need to be placed, whether in the first year, second year or third year, based upon his previous attainment, you would like to give a test and determine that. That is referred to as placement evaluation. Diagnostic is, say for example, my student, when he is writing, say English language, he's always making mistakes. And I now want to find out what are the specific mistakes made by my student in the spelling. When do he make the mistake and why does he make the mistake? So you want to identify the causes for specific behavior exhibited by the student. That becomes the diagnostic evaluation. And all your learning disability problems which are identified, that is nothing but where you are using a diagnostic evaluation. Or when you say a student carrying out a mathematical solution, at the end, wherever the minus comes in, he makes a mistakes and puts a minus rather than putting a plus. He does always. So that is a specific mistake carried out by the student in number of solutions to the problem. So you are able to identify where the student is committing a mistake and you want to locate that. That is nothing but diagnostic evaluation. So you identify the fault and you identify the cause and then you take the correctives. This is diagnostic evaluation. So primarily when we talk about evaluation, formative and summative evaluation should go hand in hand so that one can support the other. So now let's have a quick look at what are some of the characteristics of good evaluation. A good evaluation is one which is reliable. So my first question to the audience is, how would you like to define this term reliability? or the connotation which you attach to reliability? Consistency of scores. So, in a way, thank you so much. When we say reliability, it refers to dependability. When we say a friend is very reliable, when he shows consistent behavior over a period of time. So, if the same test is repeated number of times and the student relative position doesn't change from one test to another, जो पहले नंबर पे आ रहा था वो दूसरे पे तो जा सकता है, पर जो पहले नंबर पे आ रहा है वो 10वें नंबर पे नहीं जा सकता, जो पहले नंबर पे आ रहा है वो 100वें नंबर पे नहीं शिफ्ट कर सकता. So the person is showing consistent performance over a period of time on the same test, then we say the test is reliable. Reliable. What do you understand by validity? Anji, validity. Any member? I would request the centers to kindly switch off the mic. आपकी disturbance आ रही है. I think Riyat Bara, kindly check your mic. Okay. So let's now clarify the term validity. Validity क्या होती है? मैं ही सोंगी क्योंकि वो कराती हैं इसलिए quickly the answers are coming. हाँ जी. So when we say validity, I have got a very quick response because I have a participant who is also teaching these things to the students. So Dr. Monica has very rightly said, validity refers to whether the test measure what it intends to measure. अब देखिए, if I have to test algebra skills among the students, तो क्या मैं ट्रिग्नोमेट्री के क्वेश्चन उसमें डालूंगी? बोलो. नो. मैं अर्थमेटिक के क्वेश्चन भी उसमें नहीं डालूंगी. So I am restricting myself to including questions which test the algebraic skills of the student. Or if I am going to have the theory of machine as the subject, I will include only content from theory of machine and not from कौन सा सब्जेक्ट? इलेक्ट्रिकल वाले हो? कोई भी और सब्जेक्ट बोलो. Power system. So I'm not going to include questions from power system in theory of machine. So I just give you one simple example of the watch which you all carry. If my watch is 10 minutes faster and if it is 3 o'clock, my watch shows 10 past 3. Is it reliable? Is it valid? Botao? If it is not valid, is it reliable? पता है तो reliable है. So that means if my watch is faster by 10 minutes and consistently it is showing 10 minutes more than the time, then I can rely on that watch. So it is reliable. But it is not valid measure of the time because it needs to give me 3 o'clock rather than 10 past 3. So anything which is reliable need not be valid. But anything which is valid is reliable. So reliability is not a sufficient condition, but a necessary condition. It's not a sufficient condition, but a necessary condition. Another principle is the principle of practicality. Now, आप अभी in the school system, the continuous comprehensive evaluation that was introduced. and there were 80 students in the class, and the teacher is required to do the continuous comprehensive evaluation on the speaking skills, and the class time is hardly 35 minutes to 40 minutes. Do you think during those 35 minutes, teacher can evaluate all the 80 students on speaking skills? हो ही नहीं सकता. It is not feasible. The criteria which you have said that the student should speak, that cannot be attained within the 40 minutes or 35 minutes which are allocated for that subject. So the evaluation is not practicable. When we say that the viva voce needs to be conducted at the end of each practical. Now you have a 3 hours practical. It is very difficult that at the end of practical you conduct the viva voce. So what do you need to do? When the students are performing the practical, you move from one student to another and carry out the viva voce examination. Whatever questions related to theory, the steps which is following, the safety precautions related to that experiment, you pose questions and evaluate that. That is feasible, but not at the end of the practical. Every practical you will not be able to take. Objectivity is another principle of good evaluation. Now, when I say objectivity, what do you understand by that? Objectivity? That means, yeah. So, multiple choice questions where right and wrong, and you assign 1 mark for the right, 0 mark for the wrong answer, are the most objective measures of the knowledge. But it is very difficult to frame questions at the higher level of abilities. If I have to test the ability to analyze, ability to evaluate, I cannot frame simple question and test these abilities. So it requires times. Objectivity means objectivity in scoring. So the mark allocation which we give to different questions, that has to be justified, that has to be appropriate, and a criteria for marking must accompany the question paper so that the evaluators can do the evaluation objectively. Then usability. Whatever evaluation is carried out, it must serve certain purposes. Otherwise, evaluation has no meaning. Now what happens? You give to your students assignments. देते हो ना? और महीना महीना उसको चेक ही नहीं करते हो. महीने के बाद 10 में से 8 या A grade, B grade, C grade लिख के दे देते हो. It doesn't serve any purpose for the teacher, doesn't serve any purpose for the student. What is needed is, when you are evaluating an assignment, you must write what is good in it, where you are appreciating the effort put in by the student. What are some of the gray areas where the improvement is required, and you say additional text need to be here, additional example could be given, and you are putting your comments and providing the feedback to the student. Then you are trying to improve upon the performance of the learner. So it has usability. Another question I'm going to ask you is, how many of you, once a mid-semester test is conducted, how many of you analyze out of the 8 given questions, first question was attempted by how many students? How many of you do that? None? That means the evaluation you are carrying out, you are not trying to use it for the purpose you should use it. If I know that I included 8 questions, the very first question was attempted by all the students. I'm clear they have understood, at least understood. But then I look at the marks attained by my students. If all of them have attained 60 plus, I am satisfied that they have understood. There is another question where all the students attempted, but they all failed in that question. So this is giving me a feedback. This topic needs to be dealt in the class again, because students have some doubts. They are not clear about the topic. So I need to take up such issues after analyzing the marks obtained by my students. So you need to ensure that whatever evaluation you carry out, it should be reliable, valid, practicable, objective, and usable. Let me not go to these principles, but I come to that when we look at evaluation, the written test, you have choice, because there can be supply type questions, there can be selection type questions. Now, when I say supply type, what do you understand by that? Supply type? Simple. The term itself is clarifying. Supply. किसने supply करना है? Student. So where the student is required to supply the answer, those are referred to as supply type questions. Where the student has to make a selection from the given alternatives, it is referred to as selection type questions. And under the supply type questions, we are having three different categories. Essay type questions. Now, when I say essay type questions, there can be two types of questions. One is restricted essay type question. Another is open extended essay type questions, right? Now, see the difference. I say explain the function of various parts of IC engine. Now, this is a question for the mechanical. How many parts of the engine are there? बोलो जी मैकेनिकल वाले हो? नहीं, आप रफली बताओ 10 हैं, 15 हैं, 20 हैं, ज्यादा ही होते हैं. चलो आप 10. ओके, हाँ जी प्लीज.
मैम पिस्टन सिलेंडर असेंबली, फ्लाई व्हील, कनेक्टिंग रॉड.
हाँ जी. सो रफली कितने होते हैं ये पूछ रही हूँ.
रफली अराउंड 50 या 60.
हाँ, मेजर पार्ट्स कितने होते हैं? अबाउट
10 या 12.
10 to 12. Fine. So if I say explain the function of major parts of an engine, so I expect my students to include 10 to 12 major parts of the engine. But as a student, I know only 6. I dwell on only on 6. You are going to give me marks for that. Another person writes only all the 12 and give little description of those. You are going to give marks to them. But this question, you are not able to compare again the performance of the student. So what is needed, if I convert this question into explain the function of the following 5 parts of IC engine, then I say 5 multiplied by 2. So I am bringing in specificity, I am bringing in objectivity in my question paper. And when a person is going to score it, restricted essay type questions, they are more objective as compared to extended essay type question. Because extended essay, you are giving leverage to the learner to include anything which he or she knows. तो आपको कोशिश कीजिए that extended essay type questions are converted into restricted essay type questions, and you give clues to the learner as what is to be included in the answer. कभी कभी हम बोलते हैं ना, explain the concept, the 2 types and applications, any 3 applications. So you are defining the boundary of the answer to be given by the student. So that should be the purpose of the paper setter. And once your question is specific, objectivity will creep in. So another is the short answer type question. अब essay type कब use करोगे आप, पहले ये बताओ. When would you prefer to use essay type questions?
Depends on our marks, sir. More than
10.
10.
It's a general topic. They are not specific, too much specific details. When they are more theoretical.
कोई भी टॉपिक ऐसा नहीं होगा जिसमें बहुत जनरल होगा, उसमें कुछ ना कुछ तो स्पेसिफिसिटी होती है. Essay type questions are to be used when you are testing higher level abilities of ability to analyze, ability to evaluate and ability to create. अब देखिए, जब आप कहते हो design a staircase for 5-story residential building. This kind of a question is considered to be essay type question because design would vary from one student to another. And it is an open-ended question. You may come out with very innovative design for a staircase, right? So this kind of a question which tests higher level ability to create comes under the essay type question, right? Numerical type questions can also be part of essay type. And what you have said, when we say without defining the term, and if I say explain semiconductors and their application, that is extended essay type questions where you're not fixing the boundary, right? Or you say explain the theories of motivation is essay type question which is given there. But it is always good to change this essay type into restricted type question. G, any question?
Boiler mounting accessories.
Hanji, please go ahead. You have a question?
Essay type question create like that boiler mounting accessories.
Yes, too generic, right? So essay type questions are very difficult to be evaluated, and there is lot of chances of subjectivity creeping into marking of essay type question. The same essay type questions can be where I give out of the 10 marks 8 marks to somebody, another person is giving 6 marks. So there is a lot of subjectivity creeping in. Now go to another one, short answer type questions. Short answer type questions are when you say define EMF, or you say define horizontal communication, or you say define motivation, or you say differentiate between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, or you talk about state 2 advantages and 2 disadvantages of metals. This is nothing but short answer question. Short answer question. And short answer questions again are restricted to testing the lower level abilities of remembering and understanding. You are very difficult to go for testing higher level abilities of applying, analyzing, evaluating and creating. So whenever you have learning outcomes which are at the remembering and understanding level, then please go ahead with having short answer questions in your question paper. Or short answer question, you can divide the question into 2 parts where it is a series of short answer question. Or in other words, I can say when I talk about restricted essay type question, it is nothing but a series of short answer questions. So to bring in more objectivity. Then comes fill in the blanks. Now fill in the blanks is the value of pi is blank. The formula for calculating the area of circle is dash. There are 2 types of foundation, this and this. So the blank is left here. So where it can be used, fill in the blanks. Where you can use fill in the blanks? Remembering. So simple thing, it is very much when you are dealing with verbal information, the labels, the factual information, then fill in the blanks can be utilized. Then look at selection type items. Selection type items. Selection type items are alternate response type. When we say the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, the value of pi is 22/7. The area of the circle is pi r. कितना होता है? Pi r square, right? So when you say true or false, the person is going to just put a tick mark whether the statement is right or false. Again, when we are talking of true false, you are only testing the remembering, rote memorization on the part of the learner, at the most understanding on the part of the learner. But you, maybe if you have included a wrong statement and the person says, this is a wrong statement, again you are not very sure whether the person has the right answer with him. ऐसा तो नहीं पूछते ना, अगर false है तो बंदे ने लिख दिया false है, but it is not essential that he knows the right answer. So these types of items actually do not serve much purpose as far as learning is concerned. The guessing is 50% in this case. True false. Guessing ही होगी ना, मैंने कुछ नहीं आंदा, but I put all the tick. Chances are 50% of them would be right. So guessing is very high. So you should try to avoid using true false items. Then go to the matching type items. Matching type is where you have two columns. Maybe I have all the scientists enlisted in column A. The principles which they have given, I write in column B. And I asked you to match the scientist with the principal. Units भी आपकी measurement है, आप units दे देते हो. So you ask the person to match. अब match करने में what you need to make sure is that the list of column B, which we call as the response, that should be more than the premise which are given. So if you have included 5 items in column B, there should be 7 items or 8 items in column B. क्यों? क्यों? क्यों कह रही हूं मैं ये? Because the last answer would be where no choice has to be made. So you are giving additional 2 or 3 so that the person has to select. But these kinds of matching type items are not suitable for higher levels of learning. So avoid using at the graduation level. Then what is used in most of the entrance examination and also in most of the examination at the university level is that you include multiple choice questions. Say I take an example, the population of Chandigarh is less than 15 lakhs, less than 20 lakh, less than 30 lakh, less than 40 lakh. So what is the problem in this statement? The population of Chandigarh is less than 15 lakh, less than 20 lakh, less than 30 lakh, less than 40 lakh. What is the problem in this statement?
All answers are correct.
This is incorrect statement because when you say less than 40 lakh, it is inclusive of the earlier 3 responses. So my question should be, it is up to that is less than 10 lakh, 10 to 20 lakh, 20 to 30 lakh, 30 to 40 lakh. So many a times when we frame multiple choice questions, it starts with the statement and we give 4 to 5 alternatives. The greater the number of alternatives, the lesser are the chances of guessing. Because multiple choice, if you have 4 answers, the chances of guessing are 25%. And many teachers, they use that they give negative marking for the wrong answer. So R minus W is normally your score which you attain in multiple choice questions, and it is thus said that when you frame multiple choice question, the statement should be clear and the alternatives should be plausible. Plausible means they should attract at least one student, otherwise they are not said to be distractors. अगर कोई भी उस आंसर को नहीं चुन रहा तो दैट मीन्स दैट इज नॉट ए प्लॉसिबल alternative. So you should not include any alternative which can be outrightly rejected by the respondent. Say for example, I want you to ask question which one, उसमें आप negative item बनाओगे. Say I want to say which one of the following is not an example of media. तो मैं not को underline कर दूंगी. अगर मेरे पास ज्यादा नहीं है तो मुझे एक ही चीज को आइडेंटिफाई करना है जो उसमें फॉल नहीं करती है. और इफ आई एम डीलिंग विद फ्रूट्स, सो I have 5 examples or 4 vegetables and 1 fruit. So the person is able to identify the fruit. Or I include all fruits, 1 vegetable, and frame the item which one of the following is not a fruit. Right? So one has to be very, very clear what exactly is your purpose. So multiple choice items can be framed up to the level of evaluation, not creating. Creating goes to essay type. And but it is very, very difficult job for the teacher to design items at the application and higher than application level. So most of us, when we frame multiple choice, it is more or less again restricted to remembering and understanding. So when we look at our subject matter and the students who are sitting in the class, note आपकी class में there is lot of heterogeneity. Students vary with respect to intelligence, their previous attainments, their ability to learn, and so on. So the teacher, when designing a test, has to look to the kind of audience which is there. So some of the questions ought to be easy. Some of the questions are of moderate difficulty. Some of the questions need to be of high difficulty level. क्यों? क्यों ऐसा होना चाहिए? Why it should be that a teacher should include some easy questions, moderately difficult questions, and high difficulty level questions. Okay, so when you say the ability level of the student varies, there are students who are of below average, then there are students who are average, then there are students who are above average. So when you are including questions of high difficulty, those who are highly intelligent or those who are high achievers would attempt those questions and excel. Average student may come up to the average level question. So there has to be spread of questions from low difficulty to high difficulty. Low difficulty means where all the students or majority of the students are able to answer the questions. And high difficulty is where less number of students are able to answer the question. Another reason is that when we are framing questions, then we need to look into whether our content is amenable to a true false kind of, matching type kind of, or multiple choice, because your content should also provide you the flexibility to go in for multiple choice question. Now say for example, if I say when I'm talking of types of engine, तो आपने कहा 2 stroke है, 3 stroke, 4 stroke है, इसके आगे तो कुछ नहीं है, तो मैं इसमें 4 कैसे ऑल्टरनेटिव बना सकती हूँ? So I need to look into whether my content allows me to go for a multiple choice question or a true false question, or I restrict myself to short answer question. I say differentiate between 2-stroke and 4-stroke. If my purpose is differentiation, I restrict it. अगर मेरा purpose था explain 2-stroke engine, तो मैं सिर्फ explain करा लेती हूँ. So look to the learning outcomes and see whether your content is amenable to essay type, short answer type, or selection type test items. Accordingly, you decide. Another is very important caution which you should take into mind. Many times when you set a question paper, you include multiple choice question. And if you include multiple choice question, on the basis of the number of items, you must allot time to the student to complete that multiple choice question first. अगर 15 items है, at the most 20 minutes can be given to the students to attempt those 15 items. At the end of 20 minutes, you take that sheet back from the students. क्यों कह रही हूँ? क्यों कह रही हूँ? Why should it be done? नहीं, मल्टीपल चॉइस क्वेश्चन अगर है तो आपने 15 आइटम दी थी, 15 आइटम के लिए आपने 20 मिनट दे दिए, 20 मिनट के बाद आप उसको वापस ले लो. क्यों कह रही हूँ? Yes, so you reduce the cases of copying or you reduce the cases of guessing. Because if he knows, he'll be able to attempt and then he can provide the sheet back to. तो ये ध्यान रखने की जरूरत है. So जब आप क्वेश्चन पेपर जो हमने ड्रॉबैक्स we have discussed, those are to be taken into consideration while we are framing essay type questions or that is supply type questions and selection type questions. Now before we shift, I think I missed that. This is for the written test. But say for example, you are going for practical examination. आप प्रैक्टिकल करा रहे हो लैब में, वर्कशॉप में, फील्ड में, then the main tool which you use is rubric these days. Rubrics. किसी ने सुना नाम? क्या होते हैं rubrics? Okay, rubric is a tool for evaluating the performance of a student on a task with respect to certain criteria, right? Say for example, आपने कहा कि मैं बच्चों की communication skill को test करना चाहती हूँ. अब communication में mastery over the language is one. होता है कि नहीं? और क्या होता है speaking में? The rate of delivery may be another. Rate of delivery भी होता है कि नहीं होता? Pronunciation and articulation may be another criteria. The clarity of voice or audibility can be another criteria. And I say these 4 and 5 criteria should be met if the performance is to be rated excellent. So I say I'm going to award 5 marks if all these 5 criteria are present in the student. I'm going to give 3 marks if any 2 criteria are missing and 3 criteria are fulfilled. I'm going to assign 0 mark if all the criteria are missing. So you are trying to identify the excellent performance and the poor performance and the average performance, and then you start rating your student on that 5-point criteria to evaluate. This is one example. Likewise, when you are going for practical evaluation, then also you would require rubrics. And that Aman is going to take up, so I'll not deal with that. But I now come to another question for you. Here are 2 statements given. Suresh has achieved 80 marks in class test in the subject of theory of machines and stands first in a class. Manish could achieve 8 out of the 10 learning outcomes of the chapter on AC machines. इन दोनों statements में क्या difference है? Hanji, from the members in the audience, if you are able to view the items, Suresh has achieved 80% marks in class test in the subject of theory of machines and stands first in a class. Manish could achieve 8 out of 10 learning outcomes of the chapter on AC machines. क्या अंतर है दोनों में? What is the difference between the two statements? बताइए, तो पहला क्या है? हम कौन सा फॉलो करते हैं? फर्स्ट वाला. उसको क्या बोलते हैं? ये क्या शो करके रहा है? नहीं, ऊपर वाला. हाँ, बताइए क्या सुरेश? हाँ जी.
Here is got 8 out of 10, only one, but Suresh got 80 mark and stand first in the class.
Yeah. So what is the difference between the two, sir?
Sir, Suresh is intelligent compared to Manish.
सर ये नहीं है, ये नहीं है. सोचिए दोबारा. जब मैं बोल रही हूँ कि सुरेश आया फर्स्ट इन द क्लास, तो व्हाट आई एम डूइंग? व्हाट आई एम डूइंग?
Hello, ma'am.
हाँ जी.
In first statement, the Suresh has already achieved 80 marks. This is the fact. And in second, the money scored means it is a probability that he could get that.
नो 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 नो. कुड अचीव इट. कुड अचीव नहीं नहीं, वो भी वही है. एक ने 80 लिए हैं फ्रॉम द थ्योरी ऑफ मशीन्स. Another student has attained 8 out of 10 learning outcomes. Probability की भी बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, दोनों ने ले लिया है, कर लिया है.
हेलो.
पहले में क्या किया हमने? पहले में क्या किया है?
हेलो.
पहले में क्या है ये बताओ. जब आप कहते हो कि क्लास में फर्स्ट आया, तो व्हाट इज इट?
कंपैरिजन.
रेट तो कर लिया. अमंग हुम? तो आपने क्या किया? स्टूडेंट्स को कंपेयर किया. So the very first statement which is written here, you are trying to compare the performance of one student with the other, and you say that 80 marks आए हैं और वो पहले नंबर पे आया है. That means no other student is able to achieve 80 marks in the subject of theory of machines. और जब मैं कह रही हूँ कि Manish could achieve, I am not comparing Manish with other students. मैं कह रही हूँ कि AC machines जो मैं टॉपिक पढ़ा रही थी, उसके 10 लर्निंग आउटकम्स थे. 10 में से 8 लर्निंग आउटकम्स Manish has achieved. So I'm not comparing the performance of the student with other students, but I'm trying to judge the performance with respect to learning outcomes, which may be referred to as a criteria for evaluation. 10 आने चाहिए थे, 10 में से 8 आते हैं. So this is where mastery learning concept is used, and in the first case it is referred to as norm referenced interpretation. In the second case it is referred to as criterion referenced interpretation. And the system which is in vogue, we are trying to go in for norm referenced interpretation rather than criterion referenced interpretation. But under the outcome based education, again we are coming back to more of criterion referenced with respect to the learning outcomes. So to what extent the learning outcomes have been attained by the student? अगर 10 है तो 10 में से कितने learning outcomes एक बच्चे ने achieve कर लिए हैं? So we are talking in terms of the mastery concept. Cancel kar diya na? So the interpretation of the scores can be either norm referenced or criterion reference. अगर तो आप मास्टरी ओवर द सब्जेक्ट मैटर जज करना चाह रहे हो तो आप क्राइटेरियन रेफरेंस्ड में जाएंगे. अगर आप इन कंपैरिजन करना चाह रहे हो तो आप नॉर्म रेफरेंस्ड में जाएंगे. एंड it is very very important to learn here that when it is IIT, they put a very high cutoff score because they want only the students who are highly intelligent. इसलिए तो करते हैं ना, above 90th percentile rank, they are only given admission, but they are again comparing the performance of student with each other, with each other. So ये भी ध्यान रखना है कि जहाँ पे you have large number of people and you want to select few, high cutoff point is required. Abhi our entrance examination has lost the value because there are not many people who would like to take admission. Seats are more than the takers, right? So here I end. Now the house is open for discussion. Batao ji, any questions from the centers with respect to the evaluation? I go one by one. City group of institution. Ji, any question with respect to evaluation, sir?
Yeah, good evening, ma'am.
Auntie, good evening.
Ma'am, I just have a simple question. I think that rather than selecting the subjective type of questions, it will be better if there is a test of objective type of questions, because then we can judge the knowledge of the student that he is having knowledge or not. And secondly, it can be added that there should be practical implementation for the subject rather than just going for theory only.
Right. As ऐसा है, maybe any audience member would like to react, or if I give my opinion, then pure objective type questions cannot test higher level abilities. So you need to have a combination of subjective and objective questions. For remembering, understanding, go in for MCQ or go for true false kind of test items. But for application and higher than application, you need to go in for subjective type questions. But always try to have a criteria for marking ready with the question so that subjectivity can be reduced. And another is, as you have rightly said, the application. So more of the project based learning, the problem based learning, more of the project work should be a part of engineering and technology, where you give an opportunity to the student to apply what has been learned in classrooms, in laboratories, in workshop. And for project evaluation, again, you would require rubric. You would require rubrics to bring in the element of objectivity. And one thing, I think you have raised a question where I'm reminded we have been banking too much on the teacher reading. Now it is a time where we should have confidence in our student, and wherever possible, we should go in for peer evaluation and self-evaluation. And I have tried out this at the master's level, where the assignments were taken up by the students in groups. Then they were asked to make the presentations on that. So I had about 6 to 8 groups working in the class. So when one group made the presentation, all other groups evaluated the performance of that group. I didn't make evaluation. And after the presentations, the average of those 5 evaluations or 6 evaluations were taken and the marks were graded. Initially, I had a problem, but gradually it went to second and third presentation. The students were very, very objective. So it was rather, it was a very satisfying experience. And once you ask the student to evaluate himself, and you have a peer evaluation and a teacher evaluation, you can corroborate and see whether teacher evaluation, peer evaluation, and student evaluation are matching, or are they having any correlation among them, or the correlation is poor. So depending upon the more the clarity of the criteria, the greater will be the correlation among. So try peer evaluation, try self-evaluation by the students. Any other question from Citigroup?
No, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Over to you, P. Patel.
Hello. Hi, ma'am.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
Can you hear? Hello.
हाँ जी. Yeah, it is audible, sir.
Ma'am, from Raj Bhara University.
हाँ
Ma'am,
जी.
one question is there. In one of the slide, you've shown that one student is getting 80% marks, and simultaneously the another one is getting 8 out of 10 learning outcomes. So could we correlate the two? Can we correlate the two, that one who has got 80% marks means he has learned 8 learning outcomes out of 10?
No, sir, the second statements show Manish could achieve 8 out of the 10 learning outcomes. But the very first statement has no reference of learning outcomes. It only says that theory of machine, the paper which was said the student achieved 80% of the marks. So it is not talking of the mastery over the subject matter. But in the second example, that 10 learning outcomes were there. So Manish could achieve 8 out of those 10 learning outcomes. So it is indicative of the 80% of learning in the AC machines.
So does that mean that means it is not possible all the times?
Sir, when it comes to mastery learning, it can be done when you adopt a formative learning, formative assessment, you are going for formative evaluation, you are testing each and every student during teaching learning and making sure that all the learning outcomes are achieved by majority. So you set a criteria. 80% of the students would attain 80% of the marks. So again, you ensure that students learn the subject matter to at least 80% of the subject content.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so any other question from Rayat Bara?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, over to you, V. Patel. Ji, any questions, sir? Or madam, would you like to ask a question? Bolo. No question is there from UV Patel? हाँ या ना तो बोलो भाई. ये मेरी डिफिकल्टी है आईसीटी प्रोग्राम्स में. हाँ जी. Any question?
No question.
Thank you so much. Okay, over to Anna University. Anna University, do you have any questions, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
Ma'am, please differentiate reliability and validity.
हाँ जी. Okay. Reliability refers to consistency of scores or dependability on the scores. Now, say for example, I administer a test today to a class of 60. And student A stands first, student B stands second, student C stands third, D stands fourth, and so on. Now, if the same test is repeated after a week's time or maybe 10 days, then the relative ranking of the students would not be significantly different. That means a student who has stood first, maybe he slips down to second or third position, but he'll not slip down to 40th position in the class. So the scores attained by the student do not show marked variation from one administration of the test to the second administration of the test. This refers to dependability on the test scores, or in technical terms, we say this is the reliability. Another is validity. Validity refers to whether the test measures what it intends to measure. Now, say for example, I was taking an example that let's take an example of I want to test the numerical ability of the student. And now I have question related to the languages. Is it a valid measure of numerical ability of the student? No. The obvious answer is no. When I'm designing a test to test the numerical ability, all the 10 or 15 questions which are going to be part of the test would be numerical problems. And that is how I'm going to test the numerical ability on the part of the student. But if I include question on language with respect to spelling, with respect to grammatical correctness and so on, that is not a valid measure of numerical ability. So validity means whether the purpose for which the test is designed is fulfilled or not. Fine? Is it clear?
Got it, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Maybe I'll give you one simple example. आप कहते हो you take a case of a foot ruler. Foot ruler should measure 12 inches. ठीक बात है? Foot ruler कितना measure करता है? 12 inch.
12 inch.
12 inch. If the foot ruler, a given foot ruler measures 12 inches, it is valid measure of the length. ठीक बात है?
Yes, ma'am.
If the foot ruler measures 11.5 inches, it is not a valid measure of the length.
Length.
ठीक है? लेकिन if I know that the foot ruler I have against a measure of 12 inches, it is going to measure 11.5, but the actual length is 12, then I can rely on that kind of foot ruler?
No, ma'am.
Yes. मुझे पता है कि ये 12 इंच की जगह पे 11.5 करेगा, so I can rely on that foot ruler. In reality, it is measuring 11.5 instead of 12 inches. I can rely on that foot ruler, but it is not a valid measure of the length. It should measure 12, but it is not measuring 12, but it is giving me an indication of 11.5. Clear हुआ कि नहीं?
Yes, ma'am. I got it, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Now over to कौन सा Career Point University? Okay. हाँ जी. Please go ahead if you have any question. जी सर, कोई क्वेश्चन है आपका?
जी मैम, एक क्वेश्चन है।
हाँ जी, बोलिए बोलिए।
जैसे हमने अगर क्वेश्चन में पूछा है उसको पेपर में कि डिराइव द सीक्वेंट डेप्थ रेशियो और
हाँ जी, बोलिए।
हेलो हेलो
हाँ जी, बोलिए बोलिए, आप ऑडिबल हैं।
मैम, मैंने जैसे क्वेश्चन पूछा उससे कि डिराइव द सीक्वेंट डेप्थ रेशियो फॉर अ रेक्टेंगुलर चैनल ऑन अ हॉरिजॉन्टल फ्लो।
एक मिनट, डिराइव दी
सीक्वेंट डेप्थ रेशियो
ओके
फॉर अ रेक्टेंगुलर चैनल
ओके
ऑन हॉरिजॉन्टल स्लोप।
ओके, फिर
मैम मेरा क्वेश्चन ये था, लेकिन स्टूडेंट ने क्या लिखा कि स्लोपिंग चैनल के लिए उसने डिराइव कर दिया।
ओके,
तो हमें क्या करना चाहिए? उसको 0 मार्क्स देना चाहिए या क्या करना चाहिए?
देखिए ऐसा है, because the student has not understood the question, so obviously the zero goes to the student, because you have asked for rectangular. अगर तो commonality है steps में कोई, ये बताओ, अगर मुझे rectangular का करना है और floating का करना है, are there,
फ्लोटिंग नहीं,
हाँ,
स्लोपिंग स्लोपिंग
sloping, okay,
यस मैम।
sloping. अभी अभी मुझे बताओ कि अगर रेक्टेंगुलर चैनल ऑन हॉरिजॉन्टल स्लोप था, उसने क्या कर दिया?
उसने स्लोपिंग चैनल के लिए डिराइव कर दिया है।
स्लोपिंग चैनल के लिए, हाँ, तो आर देयर एनी कॉमन स्टेप्स बिटवीन द स्लोपिंग चैनल एंड रेक्टेंगुलर चैनल?
यस मैम, द प्रोसीजर
कितने कितने स्टेप्स कॉमन है?
मींस जैसे स्लोपिंग चैनल में आ जाता है तो उसकी जो डेप्थ होती है वो चेंज हो जाती है, उसमें कॉस थीटा टर्म आ जाता है, कंपोनेंट आ जाता है,
और उसमें
आ जाते हैं।
हाँ, तो जहां तक कॉमनैलिटी है स्टेप्स की, तब तक आप मार्क्स दे सकते हो। जहां से कॉस थीटा की वैल्यू आ जाएगी, वहां के आगे से उसको मार्क्स नहीं मिलेंगे। हेलो हेलो, क्योंकि जब न्यूमेरिकल्स की बात करते हैं, हेलो, अब बोलो भाई। मैम, लेट मी जस्ट गेट एन एग्रीमेंट फ्रॉम द पर्सन हु रेज्ड द क्वेश्चन। हाँ जी,
मैम।
ऐसा है, इफ देयर आर कॉमन स्टेप्स, तब तक आप उसको स्टेप वाइज मार्किंग, अगर आपने रखी है, स्टेप वाइज मार्किंग दे दीजिए। जहां से कॉस थीटा की वैल्यू आनी चाहिए थी और वो नहीं ली गई है इन अकाउंट, वहां से उसके मार्क कट जाएंगे।
Okay, ma'am, got it.
For all numericals, the paper setter should say the stepwise marking would be there, and there is a real example that one of the civil engineering examiner, he gave 17, another examiner gave 0 to the person, and when the question was raised, it was said one person who has assigned 0 said, I look to the results, and the other person who has assigned 16 or 17 said, I have gone by stepwise, and till the point the student has done rightly, I have given marks to him. So for all numericals, please ensure that you do stepwise marking, and that is indicated in the marks which are allocated to a problem, and accordingly you can do it, right? Now, go. Thank you so much for raising the question. Over to the ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hanji, good afternoon.
Ma'am, my question is that if in a subjective test, I have given a problem to my students to solve, and there are two methods for solving that particular problem, but I have asked my students to solve that particular problem by the specified method, but by mistake, my student has solved the problem by another method which is available, but the answer which the student is getting from that method is same. That means no matter whichever method you follow, you'll be getting the same answer, but the procedure will be different.
Got
So
it.
what
Got
kind
it.
of mark should I give him? What will
No,
be the
no,
evaluation
no,
criteria?
no. If you are specifying in the problem that you have to use a particular method and the person has used another method, then it is not acceptable. It is not acceptable. Either you don't specify the method or give a choice to the student, he can use any of the two methods and follow, then you give flexibility to the student. Otherwise, if you have said by a particular method, then you must adhere to the criterion which you have included in the problem.
Okay. And also, ma'am, I would like to add further. Sometimes what happens is somebody is making the question paper and somebody else is asked to check the paper from the same department. So if the teacher has framed the question, jahan pe it is not given that the problem is supposed to be solved by which particular procedure, and we are asked to evaluate. Now the students will be solving it either of the ways, following either of the ways. So on what basis we
No.
can compare the performance of the two students?
No, you are checking the knowledge of the learner. So if he is very good at method A, he is following method A. If the other person is very good at method B, he is using the method B. Both are equally good. So give marks to the person. So because you have left it to the choice of the important. So, for example, when we do in management, say for example, and many a times we give choices, internal choices to our student. If there are 2 3 methods, any one method they can follow in which they feel confident. I want to know whether they can solve the problem. That is my what I am assessing. So whether they use method A, B, C is immaterial. Why a particular method needs to be followed, that if you are specifying, go by it. Otherwise, whatever the student has followed, accept it. Ji ma'am. Ma'am, are you with me? अभी बोलते नहीं, फ्रीज हो गए इन्होंने करता फ्रीज उन्होंने चलो है नहीं फिर हो गया जी. So at this juncture, any other question from the audience? None. So any question from the ETB studios? None. So thank you very much. Hanji, please.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hanji, good evening. Ji ma'am, any question? Ma'am, is there any question for me? Hello, ji.
Yes, ma'am.
Freeze. So if it appears that Riyad Bara has lost the connection with us. So thank you very much for participating in the session. Ma'am, reserve your question. Maybe tomorrow when we meet again and deal with another topic, you can raise the question and clarify your, get the answer or clarify your doubts. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow at 9:30 for the 4th day. Thank you. See you.